Chapter 3558. Who are you? Which fellow Taoist disciple are you? Why should this old man help you? Xiaohua asked indifferently. This young man is not a Taoist disciple. Young Master Zhu took a deep breath and said, this young man is a disciple of the Zhu clan in Shuzhou's Wuyuan County. My name is Zhu Xiang. My father's name is a secret. My Zhu clan is the descendant of the great scholar Zhu Xi. Due to a rumor in the outside world that my ancestor Zhu Xi accidentally obtained the heavenly book's true enlightenment, we were forced by a scholarly family. Now that my Zhu clan has declined, it can no longer be considered an aristocratic family. However, the king of the Copper Pillar State is still obsessed with the heavenly book's true enlightenment. My father and my Zhu clan's disciples were captured by them and brought to Qinyu Mountain. Now their fate is unknown. Heavenly book's true enlightenment? Xiaohua's face showed a thoughtful expression. He asked, what's that? This young man doesn't know. Zhu Xiang replied without hesitation, this young man has never heard my father mention this. I reckon that my Zhu clan has never obtained the heavenly book's true enlightenment. This should have been made up by my ancestors' enemies. So it's like this? Xiaohua nodded slightly. He understood that this so-called heavenly book's true enlightenment was probably a rumor. If the true enlightenment existed in this world, how could Xinxin, who came from a scholarly family, not know? How could the true enlightenment of the five Qis unifications be lost? However, to Xiaohua, it didn't matter whether there was the heavenly book's true enlightenment or not. Since Zhu Xiang was a descendant of Zhu Xi and a member of the Zhu clan, how could Xiaohua not help him? Thinking of the Zhu clan's family of 4 in Jingbua City, the talismans on their bodies, and the scroll that old lady Zhu gave to Xiaohua in his own space, Xiaohua couldn't just stand by and watch. Quickly go and invite old Master Zhu Cheng out. Xiaohua ordered indifferently. The black-armored general slightly hesitated. However, he immediately came to his senses and hurriedly shouted, quickly bring old Master Zhu and his family out. Not long after, a Confucian scholar of around 50 years of age and a dozen slightly younger scholars were supported out. These Confucians were even more miserable than Li Xiang. Some had lost arms, some had lost legs, and even more of them did not have a single piece of good flesh on their bodies, their flesh badly mangled. The Confucian scholar in his 50s had his eyes half open, and his face was swollen to a size larger than an ordinary person's. He couldn't even walk. Father. Zhu Xiang couldn't hold it in any longer and hurriedly ran over from the chain bridge. At this time, a few family guards had already arrived behind him. They hurriedly pulled him back and said anxiously, young master, don't be anxious. You can't cross this chain bridge. Let me invite old master out first. All right. Zhu Xiang was very obedient. He stopped and called out to Zhu Cheng, Father, the person in the air is Jianggua's national advisor, Taoist Master Xiao. He was the one who saved you. Zhu Cheng reluctantly raised his head and looked at Xiaohua in the air. He cupped his hands with difficulty and said, this old man, thanks Taoist Xiao. You're welcome. Xiaohua nodded. This old man has some connections with the Zhu family, so saving you is something I should do. Zhu Cheng stared blankly for a moment. His eyes turned slightly and he opened his mouth again. Taoist Master Zhao's cultivation. Is it at the 5th level of origin energy? Xiaohua frowned. He didn't understand why Zhu Cheng asked such a question. After thinking for a while he nodded and said, and probably. Why are you asking this? Zhu Cheng clenched his teeth. He extended his hand and pulled out his waist blade from the black-armored army beside him. The black-armored army was shocked. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but when the black-armored army dodged, Zhu Cheng lost his balance and was about to fall. Xiaohua waved his hand and supported Zhu Cheng. He smiled and said, Old Master Zhu, why lower yourself to the same level as a soldier? Zhu Cheng didn't answer. He flipped his hand and the tip of his waist blade pierced into his calf. Shwa. With another push, his calf was cut open and blood flowed out. What are you doing? Xiaohua was shocked and the others were also puzzled. Father. Zhu Xiang shouted even louder. He wanted to pounce over. Zhu Cheng took a deep breath and threw his waist blade away. He extended 2 fingers and groped around in the flesh of his calf. He took out something smaller than the size of his finger. He extended his trembling arm and weakly said, Taoist Master Xiao saved my life. I have nothing to repay you with. This is something passed down from my ancestors. As for what it is exactly, I don't know. Today, I will offer this to Taoist master. Without waiting for Zhu Qing to finish speaking, Zhu Cheng's head tilted and he fainted. That little thing stained with blood was still tightly held in his hand, and he raised it in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua instantly understood Zhu Cheng's intention. He slightly shook his head. He couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. If Zhu Qing was trying to divert the disaster, Zhu Qing had also asked his own cultivation. His strength had reached the 5th level of origin energy. In the Taoist sect, he was a spirit-severing stage cultivator. He definitely had the strength to hold the Zhu clan's inheritance. If Zhu Qing was only trying to repay a favor, Zhu Qing had no reason to offer this item in front of so many people. It was obvious that he wanted to throw away the inheritance that had implicated the Zhu clan. Moreover, Xiaohua was a Taoist sect cultivator. Zhu Cheng's Zhu clan's inheritance was used by Confucian cultivators. Zhu Qing also didn't see Xiaohua's flying sword. Naturally, he didn't know that Xiaohua was a Confucian cultivator. What use did Xiaohua have for it? Forget it. Xiaohua pondered for a moment but didn't refuse. He simply went with the flow and waved his hand. The blood-stained item fell into his hand. After carefully examining it, he stored it in his space. Then he coldly said to the people in front of the Jade Mountain, "You all saw that this old man took this item. If anyone dares to leak the news, they will die. If anyone dares to leak it, I will definitely return to the Jade Mountain. I will kill everyone I see." Taoist master. The general in front of the Jade Mountain smiled bitterly and said, "If the monarch asks, this general doesn't know how to report it." Moreover, Zhu Qing gave it to Taoist master. Although the general didn't finish his sentence, Xiaohua understood. After thinking a little, he felt that it was true. If these people didn't dare to leak it, who would know that it was in his hands? If they wanted to find it, wouldn't they have to look for the Zhu clan? Wouldn't he have taken advantage of them and still acted innocent? His previous warning was like taking off his pants to fart. It was completely unnecessary. You just have to report it as it is. Xiaohua coldly said, "However, you still have to pass a message to your monarch. Don't think too much. Although I don't like to kill people, if there is any entanglement, I will definitely not be merciful. There won't be any benefits like Jean Rushui today." Yes, this general understands. This general has already reported it to my monarch. The general hurriedly replied. Li Xiong, who hadn't left before, raised his eyebrows when he heard Jean Rushui's order. His eyes were secretly filled with astonishment. Then he looked at the black-armored army in front of the Jade Mountain, who were more well-behaved than rabbits. He understood a lot in his heart. At this moment, the dozen or so guards of the Zhu clan also leaped over the cable bridge. When they arrived near, they all bowed to Xiaohua and hurriedly left with the unconscious Zhu Qing and the others. Zhu Xiong, who was at the edge of the cliff, knelt down towards Xiaohua and kowtowed a few times before following the crowd. Previously, when Zhu Xiong asked Xiaohua to save Zhu Qing, he didn't kneel down. However, when he saw Xiaohua accept Zhu Cheng's item, he knew that Xiaohua was righteous and had sincerely blocked the disaster for the Zhu clan. The gratitude in his heart was incomparable. Finally, he pushed the golden mountain down the jade pillar and threw away the gold under a man's knee. Looking at Zhu Xiong's back, Xiaohua suddenly thought of Jingbo City's Zhu Fenger and hurriedly transmitted a few words. Zhu Xiong stared blankly, his entire body trembling. He hurriedly turned his head. Although he didn't say anything, anyone could clearly see the wild joy on his face. Without waiting for Zhu Xiong to say anything, Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a few jade bottles. With a wave of his hand, the jade bottles flew across the mountain stream and landed in front of Zhu Xiong. Xiaohua then said in a clear voice, "Young Master Zhu, please tell your father on behalf of this old man that if this old man has the time, I will definitely pay a visit to the Zhu clan." Zhu Xiong received the jade bottle and carefully put it away. He said respectfully, "My Zhu clan will never forget Taoist Master Zhao's great kindness. Taoist Master Zhao's life will be passed down in my Zhu clan for generations." Ego. Xiaohua waved his hand, lowered his head to look at Li Xiong and the others and laughed. "Fellow Li, let's go as well." "Alright." Li Xiong patted his mount, and the black horse let out a long neigh. Its 4 hooves flipped as it rushed towards the direction of the chain bridge. However, after a while, dozens of people had crossed the chain bridge, and Li Xiong's cultivation had yet to recover, so his consciousness could not be used. However, seeing the destruction caused by Xiaohua and the others, Li Xiang was even more surprised in his heart. And when he saw the black armored army that covered the entire mountain range, his surprise had already reached its peak. He was the second imperial advisor of the Jiang country, and had fought with the Copper Pillar State for many years. How could he not know the power of the Copper Pillar State? Since the Copper Pillar State had placed such an elite here, and even had the great scholar Zhang Rushui, then what about the Copper Pillar State's imperial advisor Leng Qingge? General Hao Hu? All of a sudden, a general in bright armor appeared at the foot of a mountain not far away. His rock-like face had an indescribable expression as he looked at the top of Li Xiang and the others. Li Xiang was shocked when he saw this person. Immediately, Li Xiang followed General Hao Hu's gaze and saw Xiaohua's figure slowly rising up in the sky. In front of him was a heavenly horse that was flashing with a holy light, dragging a carriage and flying out. It was precisely descending from the sky to welcome Xiaohua. Taoist Master Xiao. Taoist Master Xiao. Li Xiang's heart was filled with complex emotions. Seeing Xiaohua's figure land on the flying carriage, he muttered to himself. When Xiaohua landed on the flying carriage, Lu Yi and Wang Yi flew up, saying that they were welcoming their master. The two of them had limited cultivation, and Xiaohua was afraid that the battle would affect the two of them, so he made the heavenly horse and flying carriage stop at an extremely high altitude. The two of them could not see the specific situation, and could only hear the extremely loud rumbling sounds as well as various colored lights. At the same time, they could feel the intense changes in the heaven and earth origin energy, causing their hearts to clench together. Later on, the entire mountain range fell silent, and the heavenly horse did not fly down, causing them to be even more afraid. Only when the heavenly horse was urged to fly slowly did the two of them finally relax. "You can wait here." Xiaohua waved his hand and sat down cross-legged. With another wave of his hand, little yellow, little black and little silver appeared in the air. When Wang Yifei saw little yellow, his eyes widened. He instantly thought of what Xiaohua had said earlier, and his expression changed greatly. Chapter 3559. Father, Mother. Two little mouthfuls of human language jumping happily in front of Xiaohua. Knowing that he can leave home, Xiaohuang also regains his previous happiness. When Xiaohuang sees Wang Bianfei, he wags his big tail and complains to Xiaohua. Mother, mother, this boy said his master is more powerful than mother. You go and find his master. Boy doesn't believe that there is someone more powerful than mother in this world. Master. Wang Bianfei miserably stands there looking pitiful. He secretly glances at Xiaohuang, not knowing what to say. Xiaohuang, this is mother's disciple Wang Bianfei. Xiaohua says with a smile, the master he is talking about is mother. Oh, is that so? Xiaohuang is stunned, then wags his tail and flies around Wang Bianfei a few times. His dark eyes stare at Wang Bianfei a few times and cries, Boy, since you are mother's disciple, why didn't you say so earlier? That, young master. Wang Bianfei says with a smile, didn't this little one just know? Master has already scolded this little one before. Today this little one apologizes to young master. Saying that, Wang Bianfei bows. Forget it, forget it. I won't lower myself to your level. Xiaohuang's tone is very similar to Xiaohua's. His tail wagging is as clean and nimble as Xiaohua's hands. Bianfei, no need to call him young master. Xiaohua snappily says, just call him Xiaohuang. You are this old man's disciple who is not included in the wall, so you are of the same generation as him. Yes, master. Wang Bianfei smiles, knowing that Xiaohua is no longer angry with him. Mother, what is the same generation? Xiaohuang is very curious. Xiaohua doesn't answer. He turns to Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei and says, you wait in the car first, this old man will talk to them for a while. After Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei enter the flying car, Xiaohua says with a smile, Xiaohuang, this world is incomparably huge, it is not something our family can compare to. Moreover, there are a lot of people and a lot of things in this world that you can't know by staying by mother's side. Previously, mother was reluctant to let you go out because she was afraid that you would encounter some danger. Just now you also saw those two. Savage beast soul, although they are very powerful, there are many things in this world that are more powerful than them. Mother, this boy is not afraid. This was Goldie's answer. Daddy, how powerful is he? This was Little Black's question. Hee hee, you can only know how powerful he is when you see it with your own eyes. As for whether I'm afraid or not, that's secondary. The most important thing is to stay alive. Xiaohua lovingly looked at the two little things. He knew that today was the day of separation, and these two demonic beasts couldn't even differentiate between mother and father. How could they become real demonic beasts? A demonic beast that couldn't even distinguish between peers was definitely not a qualified demonic beast. Xiaohua's exhortation lasted for several hours. Seeing the scorching sun overhead under the flying car, Li Xiang and the others were a little tired from riding. Only then did Xiaohua reluctantly listen. It seemed that he still had a lot to say, as if he always wanted to keep the two little things by his side for a while longer. However, the two little things' wings had to grow and they could only leave his side. He had done everything so the two little things could only remain ignorant forever. Seeing that Goldie was a little impatient and Little Black was listening with great interest, Xiaohua couldn't hide a kind of feeling in his heart. It was as if the two's departure emptied his heart. Suddenly, a kind of distant memory appeared in his mind. That memory was some white hair, some tears, and some faint fragrance of milk. Mother. Xiaohua's eyes were moist. Where are you? Mother. At this time an even weaker voice sounded. This boy also wants to go out with you. What are you going to do? You're so young, didn't you hear what mother said? It's very dangerous outside. Wait until you're a little older before you tell mother. Goldie's voice was very impatient. Xiaohua was helpless as he looked at Little Silver and said, Little Silver, just call this old man master. Yes, master. Little Silver felt very wronged. It looked like he also wanted to be rebellious like Goldie. It's not that I don't want you to go. Xiaohua suddenly had the awareness of being a mother, and almost self-taught he coaxed Little Silver. Look, your mother and Little Black are both gone, so doesn't this mean that there's no one by this old man's side? Do you want this old man to be alone at home? That's true. Little Silver mumbled a little. Xiaohua struck while the iron was hot. Also, Little Silver is very capable and can help this old man by staying with him. Wasn't it Little Silver who discovered the primordial stone mine in Black Cloud Ridge? You've really done this old man a big favor. The boy knows. Little Silver was a little proud as he nodded his little head repeatedly. Mother, when is the boy leaving? Goldie urged. Xiaohua looked at the scorching sun and said, Go now, but you have to remember, don't have the heart to harm others and be on guard against them. You two have to discuss everything. Mother, you've already said this 4 times. Xiao Huang interrupted Xiaohua's words. Little Black said, Yes, father. The boy understands, he definitely won't let father worry. The boy will take a look outside, he'll be right back. I go. Xiaohua waved his hand. No matter how much they talked, they had to part in the end. Even if he didn't let Goldie go today, what about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? All right. Goldie wagged his tail and soared into the sky. He casually put down something and flew away. Little Black didn't hesitate and hurriedly chased after him. Seeing the two leave, Xiaohua's heart softened and his eyes became slightly warm. Fortunately, before Xiaohua could release his divine senses to catch up with the two little ones, one black and one yellow light flashed, and the two little ones flew onto Xiaohua's shoulders. They hugged Xiaohua's head on each side and called out, Mother, Father, the boy really is going out to take a look, he'll be right back, don't be sad. Xiaohua quietly rubbed his eyes and smiled. The wind is a little strong, Mother got sand with her own eyes. Don't worry, you two go. Be careful, take a look and learn more. Mother will be waiting for you two at home. Although Goldie wanted to go out, he was also reluctant to part with Xiaohua. Xiaohua's sadness just now made his heart clench. Hearing Xiaohua's comforting words, he seemed to have grown up a little. He looked at Xiaohua and said, Mother, don't worry. The boy will definitely become the most awesome in the world and then come back to help Mother. Mother doesn't want you to become the most awesome, and I don't want you to become the most outstanding. Xiaohua smiled and stroked Goldie's and Little Black's heads. You two have a good experience. Coming back safely is Mother's greatest wish. I know, Mother. Goldie jumped up again. The boy is going out to take a look, maybe he'll come back tomorrow. It's all right. Xiaohua concealed the parting in his heart and nodded slightly. It's already late, go quickly. Yes, Daddy. Little Black obediently flew away from Xiaohua's shoulder. Goldie acted coquettishly for a moment before flying away. However, after flying away, Goldie flew back to Little Black's head. The two little ones could be considered to have turned their heads while flying. Xiaohua felt very upset. His divine senses followed them for more than 10 li, and then looked into the distance for nearly 1,000 li before he retracted it. Shouldn't I give them more things? Teach them more ways to protect themselves? Xiaohua sighed and touched little Silver, who had also taken the opportunity to jump onto his shoulder, a little regretful in his heart. Unlike Yuan Tongtian, Xiaohua had only given the two little ones the rejuvenation pill. He hadn't even given them the mother-child spirit fruit, let alone any cultivation methods. Xiaohua's intuition told him that what he had might not be the best. Moreover, Goldie and Little Black had already said earlier that some things had gradually emerged in their minds, which were their respective inheritances and cultivation paths suitable for them. If he stretched his hand out for no reason, it would only delay their growth, just like keeping them by his side in the past. Maybe tomorrow? Maybe the day after tomorrow? Xiaohua looked into the distance and thought, they'll come back after suffering a little, right? Xiaohua was now the father and mother of his children on a long journey. He was afraid that his children would suffer a lot, but he also wanted them to come back sooner, and even more so he wanted them to have some success. But how could Xiaohua control the affairs of this world? The waves that Goldie and Little Black had stirred up were beyond Xiaohua's expectations. Little Silver, hurry up and cultivate when you get home. Xiaohua was like a nagging old man as he exhorted Little Silver. Help this old man after you've succeeded in your cultivation. Otherwise your mother will blame you when she comes back. Yes, master. Little Silver nodded obediently like a little person. Come out later. Xiaohua said. Yes, master. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei stayed in the flying car. Listening to Xiaohua talk so much to the two little ones, they each had something on their minds and their eyes were red. Hearing Xiaohua call them, they hurriedly came out to answer. Master, you're really too good to them. Lu Yi, who hadn't spoken rashly all this time, looked at Little Silver on Xiaohua's shoulder and said enviously, it's not like you're a demon pet at all. This is this old man's boy. Xiaohua sighed and stroked Little Silver. Little Silver also obediently licked Xiaohua's finger with his little tongue. This old man has never treated them as demon pets. By the way, master, I heard Taoist Xiao say that demon pets need to be bound with some kind of restriction. Otherwise, they might betray their master or be captured by other cultivators. Lu Yi was still a little worried as he asked, Master, you definitely don't have any restrictions on them, right? You let them go just like that. What kind of restriction would my children need? Xiaohua said with a smile, they're all intelligent and can understand human speech. This old man has never thought of it that way. However, if anyone dares to bully them, this old man absolutely won't let them off even if I go to the 9th heaven or the 9th hell. Thinking of how protective Xiaohua had been in the Black Cloud Ridge primordial stone mine, even when the black bear spirit had been bullied, Xiaohua had still wanted the other party's arm. Lu Yi stuck out his tongue and laughed. I hope no one is blind. Otherwise they'll be in deep trouble. Chapter 3560. Master, is this little guy called Little Silver? Can he play with us? Wang Bianfei asked with shining eyes. If you let him stay in the small Qingquan bag all the time, of course he'll get sick of it. This little one thinks it's great to be by your side. Why do they want to leave? I think it's because Master doesn't want them to come out. You're right. Xiaohua nodded and patted Little Silver. Go play with them. If you want to cultivate, come back to me. Yes, Master. Little Silver was more obedient than Little Yellow. He flew up from Xiaohua's shoulder and landed on Wang Bianfei's head, making Wang Bianfei laugh. Seeing the envy in Lu Yi's eyes, Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. The divine power centipede came out of the space. Xiaohua pointed at Lu Yi and said, you go too. Accompany Lu Yi and I'll give you benefits in the future. Chirp chirp. The divine power centipede was very happy. Although its expression couldn't be seen, its twisted waist revealed its intentions. It drew a black line in the air and landed on Lu Yi's shoulder. The divine power centipede naturally wasn't as fun as Wang Bianfei. It was even a little scary. However, Lu Yi had seen how powerful it was before, so he naturally knew more than Wang Bianfei. When he plucked up his courage to touch the divine power centipede's cold carapace, the divine power centipede waved its antennae in response. Lu Yi's mood improved greatly. That's right. Although this Xiao's space is good and full of spirit qi, It doesn't have human energy. Who can resist loneliness? Even Lu'er of Nirvana strives to move forward in the midst of Nirvana. Xiaohua looked at the four little things' happy and harmonious appearances and secretly made a plan in his heart. Whether it was the yang side of the space or the yin side of the space, they both needed energy. It looked like he would have to spend more effort in the future. I wonder how little yellow and little black are doing? As Xiaohua pondered, he suddenly thought of the two little ones. In the end, Xiaohua dismissed the idea of releasing his divine will or Buddhist awareness to check on the two little ones. Since he was going to let go, he might as well leave them behind. There were many things in the world that were difficult to reconcile, and he didn't lack parting with them. Below Xiaohua, Li Xiang and the others were still riding on their horses. They did not dare to stop and rest. Although these people were cultivators, the torture they suffered in the Jade Mountain prison was several times more than ordinary people. Now they could not hold on any longer. Xiaohua's divine sense swept across the flying carriage and ordered them to rest. Then he walked towards Li Xiang and cupped his fists. Fellow Taoist Li, this Xiao has some matters to attend to, so this Xiao was unable to invite fellow Taoist to ride on the flying carriage. I hope you can understand. Li Xiang was stunned. He did not expect that Xiaohua's first words would be an apology. When he came back to his senses, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "The flying carriage is Taoist Zhao's own property. I have already received Taoist Zhao's grace. How can I care about such a small matter?" Hee, it's good that fellow Taoist doesn't mind. Xiaohua said with a smile. Fellow Taoist, please rest for a moment and check out the situation of the disciples first. All right, Li Xiang nodded and said, Spiritual Master, please return to the flying carriage first. I will report to you later. No need. Xiaohua reached out his hand and took out some prepared clothes and some pills from his small universe bag. He handed them to Li Xiang and said, This Xiao can just wait here. Thank you for your trouble, Taoist Xiao. Seeing that Xiaohua had prepared so thoroughly, Li Xiang was very happy. He cupped his fists and received them. At this time, several disciples came over from behind him. After greeting Xiaohua, they helped Li Xiang take the clothes and pills back. There was not much to say in the wilderness. Dozens of people helped each other remove the remaining iron chains and torture tools from their bodies. They simply tidied up and changed their clothes. After taking some pills refined by Xiaohua and resting for a while, they gathered in front of Xiaohua and bowed again to thank him. Seeing that everyone was still somewhat tired, Xiaohua smiled and took out some spirit fruits and handed them to Li Xiang, saying, Fellow Taoist Li, please distribute these to the disciples. After eating we will rest for a while. It won't be too late to continue our journey when we are full of energy. Li Xiang saw that Xiaohua respected him very much and did not directly overstep his boundaries. He was even happier in his heart. After receiving the spirit fruit, he first took one for himself, then had someone distribute it to the other disciples. He smiled and said, Zhenren Xiao is really considerate. It has been a long time since I Li ate such a good spirit fruit. It's nothing. Fellow Taoist Li suffered a lot in prison. These are all compensation. Xiaohua waved his hand and looked at the people sitting on the ground. He asked, How are the disciples? When his disciples were mentioned, Li Xiang's face became bitter. He shook his head slightly and said, The situation isn't too good. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, Can you tell me the details? Actually, Li Xiang smiled bitterly and explained, The Copper Pillar State is far from as benevolent as Taoist Xiao thinks. That day they didn't think about destroying this Li Xiang's nascent soul. It's just that before they used the Confucian secret technique they suddenly stopped. At that time the jailer didn't plan to hide this Li Xiang's plan. He directly passed down the order of the Copper Pillar State's king, saying that he wanted to keep this Li Xiang's nascent soul for great use. That's why this Li Xiang's nascent soul was imprisoned. It's not like what the former Jade Mountain Guard general said. Keeping fellow Taoist's nascent soul for great use. Xiaohua was somewhat confused. However, he also knew that Li Xiang couldn't possibly know the details. Asking would be pointless. Thus he said, No matter what, fellow Taoist was able to keep his nascent soul. His 1,000 years of cultivation didn't turn into water. This is already very fortunate. What about your disciples? The disciples under this Li Xiang's tutelage aren't so lucky. Li Xiang said, There are 40 of them. Among them there are 5 golden core cultivators. The rest are in the heartbeat and spirit silence realms. The 5 disciples' golden cores were completely destroyed. As for the other 40 disciples, more than half of their cultivations were destroyed. Now they are all mortals. Is that serious? Although Xiaohua said it was serious, his expression didn't change. After all, as Li Xiang said, they were both enemies. He was able to kill Ling Qingge and force Yan Zhijin to self-detonate. Naturally, the king wouldn't be merciful to Li Xiang and the others. Needless to say, the remaining half of the disciples were naturally all low-level disciples in the heartbeat realm. It was the same logic as how he couldn't completely kill all the ordinary black-armored army in front of the Jade Mountain. Li Xiang sighed, I am not talented. Although I have already cultivated to the nascent soul stage, I can be considered a Dao sect grandmaster of the hidden immortal continent. However, I do not have any attainments in the Dao of alchemy. Furthermore, the Dao sect of the hidden immortal continent is declining, and the spirit grass and pill formulas are all controlled by the Confucian cultivators. I'm afraid it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Xiaohua looked at Li Xiang, who was not in a good mood, and laughed. Let those disciples whose cultivations have been destroyed come over. I will help them take a look, and maybe I can help you think of a way. Daoist Master Xiao? Li Xiang was startled, then immediately became wild with joy. He could not believe his own ears. After all, there was no special connection between strength and alchemy. He used to be the imperial advisor of a country, but he did not have such a method. Xiaohua this. Although he was the imperial advisor, he was actually the imperial advisor in name. What kind of spirit grass could the Jiang country, which no longer existed, provide him with? Xiaohua actually proposed to take a look and even said that he would think of a way. He must have some confidence. Daoist Master. Please wait a moment. Li Xiang anxiously turned his head and ordered his disciples to hurry over. Xiaohua had some experience in recovering his cultivation. Nearly 30 cultivators checked one by one and even asked in detail. Everyone could not suppress their joy as they stared at Xiaohua's face. Unfortunately, other than a faint smile on Xiaohua's face, there was still a faint smile. They could not see anything else, but it was this faint smile that gave them great confidence. Xiaohua was extremely patient, and he checked for an entire hour before raising his head and smiling at Li Xiang. Fellow Taoist Li, there's no need to worry. After the shackles on your nascent soul are removed, I'll make a move with you, and the cultivations of these disciples will surely be able to recover completely. All right, everyone's hearts had been hanging there the entire time. When Xiaohua finally spat it out, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, and their gazes became even more fervent. Daoist Master. Li Xiang was also relieved. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. To be honest, in the previous Jade Mountain he had never thought that he would be able to come out alive, and he was really tired of the days of being the Imperial Advisor. He had been the Imperial Advisor twice. The first time was the Imperial Advisor of the Li Nation. He had racked his brains for the Li Nation, but in the end, the Li Nation was destroyed and he had no choice but to submit to the Jiang country. Fortunately, the Jiang country was also established by the Dao sect, and in order to survive he had no choice but to become the second imperial advisor of the Jiang country. This was his second time as the imperial advisor. But even so, how could his disciples not have any friction with Qin Haoyue's disciples? Although the hidden immortal continent did not allow Dao sect cultivators to recruit disciples and only allowed Dao sect disciples to serve the country, weren't these disciples their own disciples? How could Li Xiang and Qin Haoyue not know about the friction between their disciples? In addition, Qin Haoyue was not a magnanimous person, so Li Xiang was suspected and probed a lot. Even so, in the end, Li Xiang's cultivation did not increase by much, and instead, because of the destruction of the Jiang country, he was captured by the Copper Pillar State and brought to the Jade Mountain. Xiaohua saved Li Xiang, and when Xiaohua revealed his identity, Li Xiang already understood. He had already thought of an excuse, and even when Xiaohua asked why his cultivation was not crippled, he spoke up for the Jade Mountain's guard general. It was obvious that he did not want to offend the Copper Pillar State, and he did not want to be the master of a country. That was really meaningless. However, Xiaohua did not invite him to the flying carriage, nor did he mention anything about the Jiang country. Now he even proposed to help his disciple recover his cultivation. Xiaohua's words were good, he wanted to attack together with him, but he was very clear in his heart, how could he have such cultivation? This was Xiaohua giving him face. Alright, fellow Taoist Li, please get on the carriage. I have some things to ask you. Xiaohua did not look at Li Xiang's hesitation and invited with a smile, if there is nothing special about your disciple, we should hurry on our way as soon as possible and talk as we go. After all, if we can reach the Black Cloud Ridge earlier, we can help them recover their cultivation earlier. Xiaohua waited for Li Xiang to sit down before saying, if Taoist Xiao is at ease, then let me take a look at your nascent soul and see if I can help you break the seal. Of course I'm at ease. Li Xiang shook his head. But the seal on my nascent soul was made by a Confucian cultivator. I can't sense my nascent soul at all. Even if I use a technique, my nascent soul won't move. I'm afraid I'll have to find a Confucian cultivator's friend and ask them to help. But then he smiled bitterly. Moreover, this seal was made by the Copper Pillar State's Lengqinga. If I want to break it, I'll have to find someone with a higher cultivation than him. I'm afraid they'll have to be at the 5th level of the Origin Energy Great Grandmaster. Secondly, the Great Grandmaster has to be afraid of the Copper Pillar States. Difficult. But then Li Xiang suddenly froze. In his mind, the scene of Xiaohua spitting out a flying sword and chopping off the chains on his body appeared. Then he thought about how Xiaohua took the Zhu clan's ancestral treasure without hesitation. He almost blurted out, Taoist master? Could it be, you also know Confucian cultivation techniques? Just as a... Xiaohua smiled. My cultivation isn't good enough. I can barely kill Lengqinga. Ah? Lengqinga was killed by Taoist Xiao? Li Xiang was even more shocked. Yes, Yanjijin is also dead. Xiaohua said indifferently. Just in front of the Jade Mountain. Li Xiang was stunned for a long time before coming back to his senses. He nodded and said, I finally understand why the Jade Mountain's guardian general was so respectful to Taoist Xiao. Even General Hao, who stood at the top of the mountain and didn't dare to say a word. Well, looks like Zhuqing really went for wool and came home shorn. This is called suffering a loss is a blessing. Xiaohua corrected. Now Taoist Xiao can rest assured and let me take a look. Of course, of course. At this point, how could Li Xiang not be at ease with Xiaohua? How could he not let Xiaohua take a look? After obtaining Li Xiang's permission, Xiaohua extended his hand and pointed his index finger at Li Xiang's lower dantian. A thin, almost inaudible crystal thread came out from his index finger. After watching the crystal thread enter Li Xiang's body, Xiaohua closed his eyes and seemed to be thinking. Li Xiang looked at Xiaohua's expression. It was actually the same as the previous disciples, with a smile on his face. Li Xiang's heart also rose to his throat. Fortunately, after half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua opened his eyes and said with a smile, Taoist Li, this restriction was set up by the Bronze Pillar State using the 5 brocade cloud diagram. If you don't know the 5 brocade cloud diagram, I'm afraid it won't be easy to break it. Li Xiang clearly hadn't heard of the 5 brocade cloud diagram. His face revealed disappointment. He forced a smile and said, Many thanks, Taoist Xiao. Since you know the origin of the restriction, I'll find someone to break it later. Taoist Li, why didn't you let me finish? Xiaohua smiled and said, this 5 brocade cloud diagram was also the killing array that Lengqinga had set up in the Black Cloud Ridge that day. This Xiao killed Lengqinga and just happened to destroy this array. That array diagram is now in this Xiao's hands. Phew. Li Xiang let out a breath of relief. He wasn't surprised anymore. After all, Xiaohua gave him too many surprises. Xiaohua saw that Li Xiang's face didn't show any joy. He felt strange and asked, What? Could it be that Taoist Li doesn't believe me? Li Xiang helplessly shook his head. Taoist Xiao, I feel that there isn't any difficulty for you at all. I'm too lazy to be happy. Taoist Li's words are good. I like it very much. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, If Taoist Li is anxious, I can break the restriction in your body right now. Many thanks, Taoist Xiao. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't anxious. A nascent soul cultivator suddenly turned into a mortal. The sense of insecurity in his heart was far greater than others. Li Xiang hurriedly cupped his hands and said. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, However, I'm afraid that I can't let Taoist Li see the method to break the restriction. No worries. Li Xiang hurriedly said with a smile. Right now I'm the fish and Taoist Xiao is the knife. As long as Taoist Xiao doesn't chop me into fish paste, it's fine. Huh. Xiaohua laughed and patted the heavenly horse. The heavenly horse neighed and rushed into the sky with the flying carriage. In a moment, it disappeared from everyone's eyes. The restriction on Li Xiang's nascent soul came from the 5 brocade cloud diagram. Not only could the 5 brocade cloud diagram be broken, even the 5 chi thunder could also break it. Xiaohua even thought about whether or not he should use the heaven cleansing earth technique to try it. However, seeing that the nascent soul in Li Xiang's lower dantian was already extremely weak, Xiaohua was afraid that he might injure this nascent soul and damage Li Xiang's Dao foundation. As the saying goes, those who don't know how to do it are not difficult for those who know how to do it. In Li Xiang's eyes, the seemingly extremely difficult restriction was broken by Xiaohua in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Li Xiang opened his eyes and sensed his body. His nascent soul had already returned to normal and there was nothing abnormal about his body. Although he didn't know if Xiaohua did anything to him, looking at Xiaohua's very calm expression, he didn't think too much. After all, Xiaohua didn't need to go through so much trouble. Daoist Xiao, do you have a jade phosphorus pill? After checking his nascent soul, Li Xiang didn't hold back and simply asked Xiaohua. Xiaohua shook his head. I don't have a jade phosphorus pill. Li Xiang was slightly disappointed and said with a smile, my nascent soul was injured. If I cultivate in peace, I'm afraid it will take several years to recover. When I was captured, all my medicinal pills, magic weapons and other things fell into the bronze pillar state. When Daoist Xiao rescued me, the guarding general didn't return my Qingkuan bag. Presumably those things aren't in the Jade Mountain and my jade phosphorus pill is in my Qingkuan bag. I don't have a jade phosphorus pill, but I have a nourishing spirit pill and a clear li pill, Xiaohua said with a smile and took out 2 jade bottles. Nourishing spirit pill? Clear li pill? Li Xiang frowned. He had never heard of the names of these 2 medicinal pills. Oh, nourishing spirit pill is used to repair divine sense, and clear li pill is used by golden core cultivators. Xiaohua explained. I don't have medicinal pills for nascent soul cultivators like me, so I ask for fellow Daoist Li's forgiveness. Li Xiang smiled bitterly. How could the medicinal pills used by golden core cultivators and nascent soul cultivators be the same? However, when he thought about it, Xiaohua wasn't a real state preceptor, so how could he have real medicinal pills? Fellow Daoist Li, take it first. It's better than nothing. Xiaohua handed over the jade bottles and said, if fellow Daoist Li has the pill recipe, I can actually refine a jade phosphorus pill for fellow Daoist Li. The jade phosphorus pill's pill recipe is in the hands of state preceptor Qin Haoyue. I don't have it. Li Xiang's words were not without resentment. When I was the state preceptor in Li country, I also entrusted others to refine medicinal pills. The pill recipe I obtained later is also in my Qingkuan bag. Chapter 3562. After Li Xiang finished speaking, he looked at the jade bottle that Xiaohua handed to him. After pondering for a bit, he reached out and took it. After all, Xiaohua was right. Something is better than nothing. His nascent soul is weak, any kind of medicinal pill is fine. Looking at the ugly medicinal pill in his hand, Li Xiang's face revealed a strange expression as expected. However, after he took the soul-nourishing pill, his face became brilliant. At first he was stunned, then he became ecstatic. Immediately after, he sat down cross-legged and didn't speak anymore. This cultivation lasted for 2 hours. Xiaohua also didn't disturb Li Xiang. He drove the flying carriage down from the sky and flew above the heads of the disciples who were galloping on their horses. Woo-woo. Above Li Xiang's head, a faint buzzing sound could be heard. Then a whirlwind appeared in mid-air. The whirlwind grew bigger and bigger, from a few feet wide to several feet wide. Then the pressure of a yuanying stage cultivator appeared and spread out in all directions. Xiaohua didn't care, but Li Xiang's disciples below him were overjoyed. One by one they pulled their horses and waited on the ground. Under Li Xiang's pressure, the horses' hooves trembled as if they couldn't stand steadily. Hee. Xiaohua slightly smiled and patted the back of the Pegasus. The Pegasus once again soared into the sky and flew for several hundred feet before stopping. Li Xiang's pressure continued to increase. In the end, even the Pegasus was somewhat uneasy, snorting from its mouth and nose. Xiaohua slightly frowned, pondering whether he should wake Li Xiang or not. Fortunately, after another moment, Li Xiang slowly opened his eyes. That pressure was immediately absorbed into Li Xiang's Naiwan palace like a falling tide. Hee, congratulations fellow Taoist Li, Xiao Hua said with a smile. Alas, I still have to thank Taoist Master Xiao. Li Xiang couldn't help but sigh again. I underestimated Taoist Master's so-called gold core medicinal pill. It actually has such a strong healing effect on my divine sense. I feel that my divine sense is going to have a breakthrough again. Then I have to congratulate fellow Taoist even more, Xiao Hua said. There are still many in the jade bottle, enough for fellow Taoist to use. And I'm now even more curious about fellow Taoist's clearly pill. Li Xiang couldn't help but open the other jade bottle and poured out an equally ugly clearly pill. Xiao Hua smiled and said, fellow Taoist, you should stay here first. Fellow Taoist disciple is very concerned about you. These children have really suffered under this Li. Li Xiang's face revealed a smile when he mentioned his disciples. As the heavenly horse landed, Li Xiang and the rest of his disciples were all laughing and congratulating their imperial advisor. In reality, their master's cultivation had recovered. Li Xiang said a few words of encouragement and everyone continued to move forward. In anticipation, Li Xiang took the Clear Li Dan, but this time the Clear Li Dan did not give Li Xiang a special surprise. Although the medicinal power of the Clear Li Dan was very good, it was just a drop in the bucket for a Yuaning stage cultivator. Seeing that Li Xiang had only opened his eyes for a moment, Xiao Hua naturally knew that Li Xiang was disappointed. However, he just smiled and didn't say anything. How could he not take a good pill himself? Although he had the metal essence thriving marrow now, he did not dare to give it to Li Xiang. Spiritual items of heaven and earth were not something that ordinary cultivators could use at will. Although Li Xiang's meridians were tough, they were still far from Xiao Hua's. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained in the metal essence thriving marrow would definitely cause Li Xiang's meridians to collapse like a mountain flood. As for the 5 qi righteous thunder, not to mention Li Xiang's yuanying, even if Li Xiang used his own life magic treasure, he would not be able to resist it. Wanting to use the 5 qi righteous thunder to refine his yuanying was simply dreaming. Li Xiang was helpless and could only continue to take the Clear Li Dan. After a few days, the Black Cloud Ridge was already in sight. Along the way, there were no pursuers from the Copper Pillar State. Instead, they met a few groups of Confucian cultivators. Confucian cultivators were indeed somewhat different from Taoist disciples. Most of the Confucian cultivators only revealed admiration in their eyes. They took a few more glances at Xiao Hua's heavenly horse and flying chariot, but did not look for trouble. Only 2 or 3 people who were obviously reindeer followed for a while. When Xiao Hua sighed with emotion, they were frightened by Li Xiang's spiritual sense and fled. This is the Black Cloud Ridge. Although he had yet to reach the Black Cloud Ridge, Li Xiang could not help but release his spiritual sense. After all, Li Xiang naturally knew the original appearance of the Black Cloud Ridge, and even knew about the Black Cloud Ridge's origin stone mines. Furthermore, when he was at the previous Jade Mountain, Xiao Hua had already mentioned the Black Cloud Ridge, so how could Li Xiang not be curious? Seeing the current appearance of the Black Cloud Ridge, Li Xiang did not want to be surprised, but he was still surprised. How could this be the Black Cloud Ridge in his impression? Xiao Hua laughed and said, "This is naturally not the real Black Cloud Ridge. Fellow Taoist Li, take a closer look." Li Xiang was slightly startled. He released his spiritual sense again and carefully probed, but after a full meal, Li Xiang suddenly raised his eyebrows, opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say anything. He looked again and in the end he sighed deeply and said, "The Taoist master actually set up a great formation in the entire Black Cloud Ridge. This is truly something that I would never have dreamed of. Even the entire Jiang country would not be able to complete it." Heh. Xiao Hua laughed and urged the heaven horse to descend. Li Xiang suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Oh right, this Black Cloud Ridge is underground. There seems to be an origin stone mine. Jiang country, Copper Pillar country and Jiasa country are mining it separately. Let's not talk about the Copper Pillar country, what about the Jiasa country?" Naturally, they were chased away by this Xiao. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Previously, the soldiers of the Jiang country had all submitted to the Jiasa country after the destruction of the Jiang country. Why would I keep them?" "Oh." Li Xiang nodded absent-mindedly. He finally understood what Xiaohua meant when he said, "I've done a lot of things that make Confucian cultivators jealous." This origin stone mine was probably even more eye-catching than the Zhu family's inheritance, right? Furthermore, Xiaohua had even openly offended the Jiasa country, which was the closest to the Black Cloud Ridge and was established by the Buddhist sect. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the Black Cloud Ridge and did not see any spirit demon patrolling, Xiaohua was a little displeased. He raised his hand and was about to cast a spell when he heard a sharp eagle cry from high up in the sky. Two shadows that were about 3 meters in size descended from the clouds, and the wings of the two birds of prey blocked the sunlight above Xiaohua and the others. "Oh, that's right, there are still 3 demon kings in the Black Cloud Ridge." Li Xiang suddenly realized, could it be that Taoist master Xiao killed them all? Is this Xiao that cruel? Xiaohua pinched his chin, looking very innocent. The 2 birds of prey circled a few times above Xiaohua's head, and with 2 cries, they descended towards the Black Cloud Ridge. A moment later, the 2 birds of prey charged into the sky again, still hidden behind the clouds. On the Black Cloud Ridge, light suddenly flashed, and the scene in front of everyone's eyes twisted strangely a few times. From midair to the ground, a crack dozens of meters in size appeared out of nowhere. This crack was like a large door flowing with light and splendor. The 3 demon kings brought a dozen little demons, and behind them Qin Xiaoyao, Xiao Jian, Chongling and the others flew out, respectfully standing on both sides of the door. When Xiaohua's horse landed, they all bowed and said, "Welcome back, master. Get up, see who's here." Xiaohua smiled and stood up, helping everyone up, and flew down from the flying carriage with Li Xiang. Junior greets Taoist Master Li. We greet State Preceptor Li. The Black Bear Spirit and the others ignored Li Xiang. Qin Xiaoyao, the Chongling princess, and the other people of Jiang country were very happy to see Li Xiang and hurriedly bowed. "Ah, all of you, get up." Li Xiang waved his hand, looking much more practiced than Xiaohua. He said with a smile, "Seeing you all safe and sound, this old man is reassured." Then Li Xiang bowed to the Chongling princess alone and said, "This Li greets the princess." The Chongling princess's eyes were slightly red, and she hurriedly returned the greeting. "State Preceptor, no need to be so courteous. Chongling is no longer a princess. In the future I will have to rely on State Preceptor and Master." The Chongling princess's words naturally had a double meaning, but Li Xiang did not respond. As they spoke, Li Xiang's disciples arrived on their horses. Qin Xiaoyao and the others were very happy and hurried forward to greet them, helping them down from their horses. "Xiaoyao, help arrange for Taoist Master Li's disciples. We will talk in the cave." Xiaohua looked at the joyful crowd and ordered. "Yes, this disciple knows." Qin Xiaoyao immediately answered. "Also, Black Bear, prepare a banquet to welcome Taoist Master Li and the others." "Yes, this lowly one knows." "Old master, do not worry." The Black Bear spirit patted his chest, and left with the golden eagle and white lion. Li Xiang looked at the orderly Black Cloud Ridge and the appearance of the 3 Yao kings. He was filled with curiosity. These Yao could be called kings. Their strength spoke for themselves and their personalities were unruly. It was easy to kill them but difficult to make them lower themselves. He did not understand how Xiaohua had done it. After entering the cave, the people of Black Cloud Ridge took their seats. Lu Yi and Wang Yifei stood on either side of Xiaohua. Little Silver and the Divine Power Centipede did not go back into the space and stayed on their shoulders. Li Xiang's seat was not far from Xiaohua's. It was a guest seat. Li Xiang was very satisfied and sat down as well. Looking at the magnificent cave, he sighed. "Spiritual Master Xiao, I've been to this Black Cloud Ridge before. It was not like this at all. I didn't expect that in Spiritual Master Xiao's hands, it would turn something rotten into something magical. This is not my doing." Xiaohua laughed and said, "This is a big gift from Leng Qingge." Saying this, Xiaohua told him about the situation of Leng Qingge setting up the array in Black Cloud Ridge, and then briefly described what had happened. Finally, he glanced at the cave and said, "Taoist Master Li, now everything is ready in Black Cloud Ridge. We only need one thing to help Princess Ling establish her country. Can you give me a hand?" This. Li Xiang smiled bitterly, knowing that what was to come would come in the end. Although his cultivation had been restored, many of his disciples had not. Xiaohua had used this weakness to make him submit, so he really couldn't refuse. However, he didn't want to repeat the same mistakes as before, so he tried to shirk the responsibility. This matter is of great importance, so let this Li carefully consider it. Chapter 3563. And that's true. Xiaohua did not care and said with a smile, when this old man goes to the Jade Pavilion conference, the matter of guarding Black Cloud Ridge is of great importance. Xiao Yao's cultivation is not enough and this old man is worried. So this old man wants to ask fellow Taoist to help this old man. Since fellow Taoist wants to consider, then wait until this old man recovers fellow Taoist disciples' cultivation, and tell this old man when we depart. Ah? Li Xiang gaped and said curiously, Taoist? Taoist wants I to help you guard for a few days? Yes. What does fellow Taoist think this old man means by asking fellow Taoist to help this old man? Xiaohua pretended to be surprised. Oh. Li Xiang was slightly confused. He had not expected Xiaohua's request to be so low that he could not respond. The Chongling princess did not lose the chance to say in a low voice, Old Master Imperial Tutor means. Oh, this old man understands. Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Li, do not think too much. This old man is not good at state affairs, and has no experience as an imperial tutor. Chongling once said that they would ask fellow Taoist Li to come out again to be the second imperial tutor of Jiang country. So this old man had Xiao Yao investigate fellow Taoist's whereabouts, and this old man came to Jade Mountain. However, this old man saw that fellow Taoist was not interested in being an imperial tutor, so this old man did not mention it. Whether fellow Taoist Li becomes an imperial tutor has nothing to do with this old man. This will depend on Chongling's charm. This old man will not interfere. Even if fellow Taoist is not willing to stay in Black Cloud Ridge after the banquet, this old man will immediately help fellow Taoist recover his disciple's cultivation, and fellow Taoist can take his disciple and leave Black Cloud Ridge. With the power of Black Cloud Ridge's formation, this old man believes that Xiao Yao and the others can last until this old man returns from the Jade Pavilion conference. Old Master, do not worry. This disciple is indebted to Old Master for saving my life, and will not hesitate to die for Old Master. Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly got up and answered with one knee on the ground. Li Xiang's face burned. He naturally knew that Qin Xiaoyao's words were meant for him to hear, but he couldn't refute it. What Qin Xiaoyao said was the truth. Moreover, Qin Xiaoyao was his junior disciple. If Qin Xiaoyao could say such words, then what should he do with the help of Xiaohua? Fortunately, without waiting for Li Xiang to think more, Xiaohua smiled and said, I understand your thoughts. Everyone has the right to choose. I will never force people. Go. I think the banquet at Black Bear's side has already been set up. Today we will only welcome Zhenrunli with a feast. Nothing else. With that, Xiaohua pulled Li Xiang's hand and walked out of the cave. Since ancient times, there had never been a banquet that was not perfect, and there were naturally no guests who did not enjoy themselves. Even the legendary Hongmen banquet was the same, and the Black Cloud Ridge's banquet was no exception. After a night of drinking, the spirit demons were lying all over the mountains and plains, and it was truly unsightly. The soldiers of Jiang country were still considered reserved. In the morning they faced the morning sun and spat out the old and accepted the new. Taoist Master Xiao. Standing in front of the cave, Li Xiang smiled and said to Xiaohua, Qin Xiaoyao and the others submitting to Taoist Master is not out of my expectations, but the 3 demon kings of the Black Cloud Ridge and their demon soldiers submitting to Taoist Master is out of my expectations. These demons, to be honest, if Taoist Master Xiao does not restrain them enough, it will cause a lot of trouble for Taoist Master. Yes, this Xiao knows. Xiaohua nodded and pointed at the demons, saying, These demons have submitted to this Xiao the most, and have always been in fear. Previously, there was Lung Qingge forcing them from behind, and then there was the Confucian cultivators formation killing them. Recently, I heard from the Black Bear spirit that many Confucian cultivators have begun to have designs on the Black Cloud Ridge. This old man is unwilling to let Qin Xiaoyao and the others go out to face the enemy, so these demons have to take the lead. Although the casualties are not great, these demons need to vent their emotions. A banquet should be useful. Of course, Taoist Master Li's reminder is in my heart. Since these demons have submitted to my fortune gate, this Xiao will definitely restrain them and not harm the hidden immortal continent. This. Hearing Xiaohua mention the Fortune Gate, Li Xiang was not surprised. After all, the current Fortune Gate's outer disciples were all Dao cultivators from Jiang country. He had only been in the Black Cloud Ridge for half a day and he already knew a lot of things. Li Xiang thought for a moment and said, Taoist Master Xiao, this Li has an idea, but I don't know if I should say it. Please speak. Xiaohua laughed. He was eager for Li Xiang to say more. The hidden immortal continent forbids Dao sect disciples from establishing sects. This is public opinion. Although Taoist Master Zhao's cultivation is profound, compared to the accumulation of Confucian cultivators who have been passed down for who knows how many years, there is still a big gap. Li Xiang did not hide anything and said, Taoist Master Xiao certainly wants to establish a Dao sect, but in a situation where we cannot fight against the entire hidden immortal continent, it is very inappropriate to rashly bring up the Fortune Gate. Oh. Then what does Taoist Master think? Xiaohua frowned, his face full of worry. Li Xiang laughed and said, since it is not allowed to establish a sect, then take charge of a country. Now that Jiang country has been destroyed, if Taoist Master Xiao establishes Jiang country again, naturally you can name it Fortune country. You can even call it Xiao country. Taoist Master Xiao is building this country into an empire with vast territory. Taoist Master Li. Xiaohua interrupted Li Xiang's words, shaking his head and saying, this Xiao has already promised the Chongling princess to help her restore her country. Wouldn't doing this chill her heart? The Xiao also become a person who goes back on his words. That's even simpler. Li Xiang laughed and said, Taoist Master Xiao can just support another country. Yes, that's true. Xiaohua woke from a dream, slapped his forehead, but then he grimaced. The problem isn't controlling a country different from a sect? There has to be a country ruler. If there is a country ruler, wouldn't there be a rift between us? Li Xiang laughed and said, use Taoist Master Zhao's own bloodline to be the country ruler. This Xiao country is justified. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. As Xiaohua spoke, he actually walked into the trap. He simply waved his hand and said, this Xiao made a sect to simplify things, to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Now that I heard Taoist Master Li say that he also wants to marry and have children, wouldn't that be troublesome? Huh. Li Xiang also laughed. The two spoke a few more words. Seeing the sun rise from the mountain peak, Xiaohua smiled and said, Taoist Master Li, send a disciple up. You and I will see how to help them recover their cultivation. Right. Li Xiang saw that Xiaohua was so straightforward and was happy in his heart. He transmitted his voice, and not long after, a Jin Dan disciple came up. Xiaohua took Li Xiang and the disciple into the quiet room. Xiaohua only slightly checked the injury and already understood that this disciple's Jin Dan was broken. His lower dantian was pierced by the sword qi of the Confucian cultivator, and some of the meridians in his body were also cut off by the sword qi. As long as the meridians and dantian were repaired, Jin Dan would not be difficult. So Xiaohua pretended to discuss with Li Xiang for a moment, took out the heaven-mending pill, explained to Li Xiang how to use it, and let Li Xiang help his disciple. Li Xiang looked at the pill in his hand, his mouth bitter. How could he not understand that as long as he had this heaven-mending pill, why would he need to do it himself? Why would Xiaohua need to discuss with him? He really couldn't understand. How many elixirs could Xiaohua have in this small Qingkuan bag? After the disciple took the heaven-mending pill, Li Xiang used his divine sense to explore for a moment. He knew that the heaven-mending pill's effect was godly, and it was repairing the meridians and dantian at a speed visible to the naked eye. But then Li Xiang worriedly asked, Taoist Master Xiao, this pill is really miraculous, but do you know how many? Enough. Seeing this, Xiaohua simply clapped his hand, and a sufficient number of jade bottles were sent in front of Li Xiang. Li Xiang was so shocked that a walnut could be stuffed in his mouth. A single heaven-mending pill was already incomparably precious, but Xiaohua actually gave him dozens of pills the moment he opened his mouth. Too much. Li Xiang muttered. His raised hand was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. The jade bottles were easy to put away, but his heart was too heavy. No matter. Xiaohua said with a smile, everyone in Black Cloud Ridge is more precious than this pill. Hearing Xiaohua's words that did not treat him as an outsider, and thinking back to Qin Haoyue's guarded appearance, Li Xiang's heart was somewhat shaken. Taoist Master Li, you help the disciples recover their cultivation here. I will go take a look at the source stone mine. Xiao Hua stood up and said with a smile, that is the vital point of Black Cloud Ridge, we cannot lose it. After saying this without waiting for Li Xiang to speak, Xiao Hua stood up and walked out of the quiet room. Outside the quiet room, Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei stood below the high platform, both sitting cross-legged with their eyes slightly closed. Wang Bianfei was somewhat lively as he scurried around, but the god power centipede was quite well behaved as it lay on the ground, the black qi around its body expanding and contracting as if it was breathing, as if it was cultivating. Seeing this, Xiaohua smiled mightily. With a wave of his hand, Little Silver and the god power centipede both flew onto his shoulder. Then Xiaohua rode a magic cloud and flew towards the source stone mine. Fortunately, although many of the demons in the front mountain had not yet sobered up, the entrance to the source stone mine was guarded by a white lion. From time to time, demons would enter and exit the mine, and it looked like they were mining source stones. Seeing Xiaohua fly over, the white lion immediately came over and respectfully greeted him. Greetings, master. Rise. White lion. Xiaohua said with a smile, why are you up so early? Didn't you drink last night? Hearing Xiaohua mention wine, the white lion unconsciously stuck out its scarlet tongue and licked its lips. Smiling, it said, Master, of course this little one drank. However, this little one felt that the spirit wine that Master bestowed upon this little one was rather rare, so I left some for my subordinates who profited from it. I didn't enjoy much of it myself. Moreover, it's this little one's turn to be on duty today. This little one didn't dare to delay Master's matters, so I came early. Good. Xiaohua was very happy to hear this. Although the black bear spirit was loyal, it was really lazy and especially timid. Chapter 3564. Thank you for your reward, Master. White Lion was overjoyed and received the wine with both hands. His Adam's apple unconsciously gulped a few times. How's the situation at the elemental stone mine? Xiaohua asked after White Lion kept the wine. White Lion explained the situation of the elemental stone mine in detail. Xiaohua actually didn't know how the real elemental stone mine was mined, but hearing White Lion's orderly explanation, he nodded repeatedly. White Lion was even more delighted to see Xiaohua's approval. After White Lion finished speaking, he saw a few more demons coming out of the cave with cloth bags and other items in their hands. When they reached a place not far from the cave, they shook their hands and opened the cloth bags. A large pile of bones tumbled out. Xiaohua frowned and scanned with his divine sense. His expression changed unconsciously and he said in a cold voice, White Lion, what's with this pit full of bones? Oh, reporting to Master. White Lion wasn't afraid and smiled. These were all cleared out from the elemental stone mine. I'm afraid that the mine soldiers of the three kingdoms died in the mine and were casually thrown in here. When we saw these bones while mining, we told Big Brother. Big Brother knows that Master is kind and likes cleanliness, so he asked us to clear these bones out and place them in this pit. When the time comes, we'll bury them all. Good, you've worked hard. Xiaohua patted White Lion's shoulder and encouraged. I'll go find some cultivation methods that demons can cultivate and teach you in the future. Thank you, Master. White Lion was excited and immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Although they were demon kings, in reality they were just small leaders of the demons. They relied on their talent and didn't have any particularly complete cultivation methods. Wanting to improve their strength was simply a dream. White Lion had a deep understanding of Xiaohua's cultivation. Moreover, in Xiaohua's eyes, there was no difference between demons and humans. Since he said that he would guide them in their cultivation, he would naturally guide them. This was much more practical than some kind of spiritual wine or any so-called bestowment. Get up. Xiaohua says with a smile. This old man is just talking about it now. This old man doesn't even know where to find the cultivation technique that the evil spirit cultivates. Speaking up to this point, Xiaohua's mind flashed as he came to a realization. That's right, the Copper Pillar Nation's star-plucking tower. Other nations must also have their own auctions. My Black Cloud Ridge has an elemental or mine. Why would I be afraid of not being able to find cultivation techniques? Baisher, tell He Xiong about this and then discuss it with Qin Xiaoyao or Xiaojian. Let them send some disciples out to bid. Yes, I understand. Baisher replied respectfully. Soon after, Xiaohua entered the Essence Stone Mine and went to the deepest part. He collected more essence stones before coming up. In just a dozen days, Xiaohua's mind and primordial spirit had improved greatly. The amount of essence stones he collected was more than 10% more than the previous time. While Xiaohua was overjoyed, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The effect of this secret technique far surpassed any secret technique he had ever seen. He really didn't know where Do Shanjun had obtained this mysterious secret technique. Could it be that my appearance can't compare to that guy's and my character can't compare to his? After Xiaohua cursed in his heart, he flew to the front of Dao Shan's tomb. Dao Shan's tomb already had weeds, but fortunately when the 5 brocade cloud diagram array bombarded the black cloud ridge, this place was not affected too much and the tomb was still there. Xiaohua squatted down, extended his hand and pulled out the weeds near the tomb one by one. He stared at the small tomb for a long time as if he was thinking about something, but also as if he was comprehending something. After half a day he finally stood up and flew towards the cave. However, before he could reach the cave, Xiaohua stopped again. He saw that not far from the cave was a military camp, and on the east side of the military camp was a hill that wasn't too steep. Right now there was a person holding an axe and dancing on the side of the hill. Who else could this person be other than Yuanya? Xiaohua watched for a moment, and saw that Yuanya's axe technique was extremely methodical. It was obvious that someone had taught him. He couldn't help but smile and descended from the sky. Yuanya was the first person he saw in the hidden immortal continent. Now that there were many people in the Black Cloud Ridge, Xiaohua didn't have time to care about Yuanya. Previously he had asked Lu Yi once but there was no news. Dao, Master. Hearing the commotion, Yuanya put away the demon axe, hurriedly bowed and called out. It seemed that he was going to call him Taoist Master, but when he was about to say it he changed his words. Looking at Yuanya, Xiaohua was quite emotional. People would always change. It had only been a little more than a year. A young man who was lying on a tree in the Jiangchao temple and peeking at him practicing his fist techniques, now knew how to deal with people and adapt to changes. Yeah, how are you now? Xiaohua said with a smile. Master, this one is very well. Yuanya did not speak much and his answers were very proper. Xiaohua knew Yuanya's personality and asked, what about Chongling? How is her and your master's plan to revive the country? Why are you not with her? Master, Chongling and Master are working day and night and have sent out many soldiers and also issued many orders. Looking at Chongling, it seems to be going smoothly. The smile on her face is increasing. As to the exact extent, this one does not know. This one can only cultivate as much as possible so that I can protect her on the battlefield in the future. Who taught you this axe technique? Looks very good. Xiaohua asked with interest. General Kongli taught me. Xiaohua chatted with Yuanya for a while and then asked probingly, that Chongling still does not admit that she is Diawu? You did not think that you were mistaken? At the mention of Diawu, Yuanya was slightly bashful. He said with a smile, Master, this one will not be mistaken. However, right now Chongling is focused on reviving the country. This one cannot distract her. After Jiang country revives, let's talk about it? You are very right. Xiaohua nodded and then said, however, you also need to focus on cultivating and protecting Chongling for Elderamo. If there is nothing, you need to be by her side. You may not be able to ask about her well-being, but if you see her unhappy, you can think of ways to make her happy. Master, this one does not understand. Yuanya's face was slightly red as he answered honestly. Xiaohua was speechless and said helplessly, all right, you should cultivate. If you have any questions about cultivation you can ask Qin Xiaoyao or Lu Yi. If that does not work, come find this old man. All right, Master, Yuanya answered. This one has nothing to ask for now. All right then. Xiaohua knew that it was boring to talk to Yuanya, but he had not expected it to be even more boring now. He could only wave his hand and fly into the air. Yuanya did not respectfully send Master off like the black bear spirit. He looked at Xiaohua's back and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, a smile from the bottom of his heart. When he returned to the residence, only Li Xiang was sitting cross-legged in the seclusion room. His disciples were gone. They must have taken the sky-mending pill and been chased out by Li Xiang. Seeing Xiaohua return, Li Xiang hurriedly stood and took out several jade bottles. He said with a smile, this one's disciples have taken Taoist Zhao's spirit pills. These are the remaining ones. Taoist, please accept them. Ha, Taoist Li, there is no need to be so courteous with this one. Xiaohua waved his hand, resolutely refusing to accept. Our friendship is still shallow. You don't know this, but this Xiao will never let go of anything that falls into this Xiao's hands, and this Xiao will never accept anything that this Xiao gives away. Alright, since Taoist Xiao is so straightforward, then this one will accept. Li Xiang did not say much. He put away the jade bottles and said, Taoist Xiao, this one and my disciples are indebted to you for saving our lives. Moreover, this one and my disciples have not fully recovered, so it is not safe for us to go elsewhere. Therefore, this one has decided to accept Taoist Xiao's invitation and stay in the Black Cloud Ridge for a while until Taoist Xiao returns from the Jade Pavilion gathering. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, Thank you, Taoist Li, however, I still have a condition. Li Xiang said with a straight face. Xiaohua was stunned and said curiously, Taoist Li, please speak. If this one can satisfy you, this one will definitely agree. The spirit wine that Taoist Xiao took out yesterday tasted very good. This one does not have many hobbies, but I like to taste wine. Li Xiang blinked and said, If Taoist Xiao asks this one to stay, then I will need a jar of spirit wine every day. Ah, no problem. Xiaohua did not expect Li Xiang to joke with him. He clapped his hands and took out a few jade bottles and said with a smile, Taoist Li, please taste these first. When this one goes to the Jade Pavilion gathering, I will leave behind enough spirit wine. Thank you. Li Xiang did like the spirit wine, but fundamentally speaking it was just an excuse. Chapter 3565. Xiaohua smiled and said, It's a pity that I don't have the magic treasure you want, and I'm afraid that none of your Jindan disciples are suitable. My magic treasure was taken away by Leng Qingge. I'm afraid it's sealed somewhere in the bronze pillar state. Li Xiang smiled bitterly. After I recover my cultivation, I'll go to the bronze pillar state and maybe I can get it. As for my useless Jindan disciples, let them find a few magic treasures to use first. Xiaohua nodded. You can tell Xiao Yao about this and let him go to the auction to buy some suitable magic treasures. I know. Li Xiang nodded, and then Xiaohua asked Lu Yi to call in Li Xiang's many disciples. Each disciple chose a magic treasure. These disciples, including the Jindan disciples, all had joy in their eyes. They all bowed and thanked Xiaohua. After the disciples left, Li Xiang returned the rest of the magic treasures to Xiaohua and said, Xinren Xiao, I heard you say that you're going to the Yaotai gathering. How much do you know about it? Xiaohua slightly shakes his head. I know very little about the Yaotai gathering. Other than knowing that we Taoist cultivators must participate in the Yaotai gathering if we want to be teachers of a country, here is the approximate location of the Yaotai gathering. Li Xiang nodded, looked at Xiaohua and said word by word, If I hadn't been to the Black Cloud Ridge before, maybe I would have advised you to go to the Yaotai gathering. But look at the current situation of the Black Cloud Ridge. Look at Jinren Zhao's spirit of killing the state preceptor of the Bronze Pillar State, and I heard that Jinren Zhao also erected a Taoist stone tablet in the Bronze Pillar State. I advise you not to go to the Yaotai gathering and walk into a trap. Xiaohua was shocked. He knew that Li Xiang was the state preceptor of the Li Kingdom and must have participated in the Yaotai gathering. He wanted to ask for advice, but he didn't expect Li Xiang to advise him not to go. He also said that the Yaotai gathering was a trap, which really confused him. What does Jinren Li mean? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. To tell you the truth, Jinren Xiao, when I went to the Yaotai gathering to fight for the position of the state preceptor, I had the same idea as Jinren Xiao. I wanted to be an influential figure on the hidden immortal continent and make achievements that no one before me could achieve. Li Xiang's eyes flashed with a trace of fanaticism, as if he was recalling his glorious days. However, this fanaticism disappeared in a flash, followed by helplessness and bitterness. It's a pity that we took the wrong path from the beginning. How could we reach the peak if the direction was wrong? Xiaohua looked at Li Xiang with a smile and didn't interrupt him. Li Xiang looked like he was in his 20s. Presumably, he had altered his appearance after reaching the nascent soul stage. However, from his tone he seemed to have experienced a lot. Xiaohua also knew that Li Xiang was a person with a story and had more experience than him. Calmly listening to his thoughts would be of great benefit to him. Taoist Master Shao isn't the first person to walk the path of Taoism on the continent of Confucian cultivators. And he definitely won't be the last. Li Xiang opened his mouth again. Once upon a time this Li also had the same idea. I wanted to establish a Taoist sect, raise Taoist cultivators, become the master of a country and build a Taoist empire. Unfortunately the Yaotai gathering pushed this Li to the bottom of the valley. Although this Li was lucky enough to obtain the lot to establish a country, the Li country's downfall made this Li completely lose the heart to contend for hegemony. What's going on with the Yaotai gathering? Xiaohua's brows furrowed even tighter. What Qin Xiaoyao said before was originally unclear. Xiaohua thought it would be enough for him to go take a look and register with his own cultivation. Who knew it would be so troublesome? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. What exactly is the Yaotai gathering like? Seems to be different every time. The Yaotai gathering that Qin Haoyue and this Li participated in was different. After all, 10 years of planning is enough for the Immortal Palace to come up with many sinister ideas to kill nascent Taoist cultivators. Even if this Li told you it might not be useful. It might even be harmful to you. Li Xiang shook his head and said, with Taoist Master Zhao's cultivation, it's best not to participate in it. 10 years. The Immortal Palace? Xiaohua was shocked. He asked curiously, Qin Xiaoyao said it's once every 5 years. How did it become 10 years? Moreover, isn't this a matter of the Confucian cultivators of the hidden Immortal Continent? How is it related to the Immortal Palace? Besides, as far as this Xiao knows, the Immortal Palace doesn't intervene in the specific affairs of the hidden Immortal Continent. Li Xiang sneered, what Taoist Master Xiao knows is just the tip of the iceberg outside the glacier. Under the glacier, how can ordinary people know the full picture of the iceberg? The hidden Immortal Continent is the continent of Confucian cultivators and the Immortal Palace is the holy land of Confucian cultivators. If the Immortal Palace doesn't control the hidden Immortal Continent, could it be that the Leiyin Temple controls the hidden Immortal Continent? 5 years is a very long time for ordinary people, but for cultivators it's just a blink of an eye. How can cultivators grow up? Only once every 10 years can the Immortal Palace harvest their energy. Xiaohua instantly understood a little. He narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, so this Xiao understands. The so-called Yaotai gathering is a grand event for the Immortal Palace to strangle the kindling of Taoism, and the position of the state preceptor is the bait. Since that's the case, why? Yes, since you know it's the bait, why hasn't Taoist Master Xiao dispelled the idea of participating at this time? Li Xiang said with a smile, it's because this bait is really tempting. Of course, we can't rule out that many Taoism disciples don't know the inside story. Even this Li doesn't have any real evidence. Everything is just this Li's own speculation. Lucky thoughts, considerable expectations, unbearable curiosity, all make people overlook the potential danger. Xiaohua nodded and sighed. Taoist Master Xiao, have you heard of the Yaoqi gathering? Li Xiang suddenly asked. Xiaohua shook his head. This Xiao is rather ignorant and inexperienced. Previously I was concentrating on cultivation, so I really don't know about this. It's said that as long as a Confucian cultivator can cultivate to the sage realm, they can receive the invitation of Emperor Go-Qin and Empress Dongming to participate in the Heavenly Bestowal Banquet. Because this Heavenly Bestowal Banquet is held at Empress Dongming's Yaoqi Pool, it's also called the Yaoqi Gathering. Li Xiang explained, participating in the Yaoqi Gathering means that the Confucian cultivator has an extraordinary status and has obtained the recognition of the Heavenly Palace. And the Yaotai Gathering imitates the Yaoqi Gathering. As long as a Taoist cultivator participates in the Yaotai Gathering, they can be considered to have obtained the recognition of Confucian cultivators, which is to say the Heavenly Palace. This kind of idea of learning both civil and martial arts and selling them to the imperial family is actually the idea of Confucian cultivators. When it's put on the heads of Taoism cultivators, it's already changing the concept of cultivators. Li Xiang said again, actually, Taoist master, think about it again. As a country's teacher, participating in the affairs of the country, isn't it the Confucian cultivator's way of entering the world? It's completely different from the emergence of our Taoism. If Taoist master becomes the state teacher, isn't it because you've fallen into the scheme of Confucian cultivators? How can you still have time to cultivate? How can you still improve your cultivation? Of course, on the hidden immortal continent, it's forbidden to trade high-level Taoist cultivation techniques. However, in the Yaotai gathering, there are high-level Taoist cultivation techniques as rewards. Taoist master can certainly obtain this high-level Taoist cultivation technique, but Taoist master will also become a delicious cake in the eyes of other Taoist cultivators. They'll constantly probe and harass you. How can Taoist master cultivate calmly? Li Xiang finally spoke his true thoughts. He was advising Xiaohua to give up the idea of establishing a country. Xiaohua inhaled sharply. He knew that this was what Li Xiang and the imperial preceptor had seen through. This was also the overt scheme of the Immortal Palace. The brilliance of the Immortal Palace was that 1. They used the competition of the Yaotai gathering to cut off a portion of Taoist cultivators. 2. They used the name of the imperial preceptor to assimilate a portion of Taoist cultivators. 3. In the competition between countries, Taoist cultivators would fight with Taoist cultivators. 4. They used high-level Taoist cultivation techniques as bait to once again lure Taoist cultivators to kill each other. With such heavy killing, no wonder the hidden immortal continent did not have Taoist cultivators. Different from the Dawn Rain continent, the hidden immortal continent's Taoist sects were still not flourishing. Li Xiang really was sincerely trying to dissuade Xiaohua. Unfortunately, when he saw Xiaohua's expression change from astonishment to calmness, he smiled bitterly again. As long as it was a cultivator, which one of them wasn't a person with a firm will? How could they change their mind based on a few words from others? It seems that Taoist Master Xiao still plans to go to the Yaotai gathering? Li Xiang asked softly. Xiaohua nodded. Yes, I did not know that the Yaotai gathering was so particular and rashly agreed to Chongling. Since I have spoken, I cannot go back on it. I must go. Also, I said that I want to establish a sect. If I do not have the mind to move forward and have to avoid even a small Yaotai gathering, how can I stand in the world? Li Xiang shook his head slightly. Hadn't he said such bold words decades ago? Humans, even if they were cultivators, would never give up unless they hit a wall and got a big bump on their head. The Yaotai gathering is held at Yaotai Mountain. It is controlled by an organization called Star Sovereign Hall. The present master of Star Sovereign Hall should be called Kong Hongwu, and is a disciple of a first-class scholarly family. This Star Sovereign Hall is said to belong to the scholarly cultivators of the hidden immortal continent, but I do not know who controls it. At the Yaotai gathering, other than the Imperial Tutor's lot, there are also some rare treasures of Yaotai Mountain. Anyone who attends the Yaotai gathering can obtain them. Every few times, Star Sovereign Hall will take out some rare treasures of the hidden immortal continent, and put them on Yaotai Mountain for my sect disciples to fight over. On the surface, it looks generous, but in reality, it is to have my sect disciples kill each other. Back then, let's not talk about it. This is my impression of the Yaotai gathering. Li Xiang sighed and took out the jade eye he had prepared long ago. He handed it to Xiaohua and said, I know that Taoist Master is far stronger than I was back then, but Taoist Master must remember, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. You must be low-key. Back then at the Yaotai gathering, none of the cultivators who were stronger than I could get the Imperial Tutor's lot. Haha, this is my specialty. Xiaohua took the jade eye and answered with a smile. He did not ask more about Star Sovereign Hall and the treasures. If Li Xiang knew, he would remember it in the jade eye. If Li Xiang did not know, it was useless to ask. Chapter 3566. In addition, Taoist shouldn't bring Lu Yi and the others. Li Xiang suggested again, their cultivation, not to mention me, even Xiao Yao can guide them. It's quite troublesome for Taoist to bring them along. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands, then I'll have to trouble Taoist Li. Taoist Xiao, I've learned a lot from you. It's only right for me to do something for you. Li Xiang was helpless towards Xiaohua's clapping. After all, he was also a nascent soul cultivator. How could he teach two disciples who had just started cultivating? But it seemed that Xiaohua seemed to enjoy it. Thus, Li Xiang had to hit the nail on the head. Taoist, remember, if something goes wrong, immediately run away. Well said. Xiaohua smiled. I don't dare to boast about other cultivation, but in terms of running away, if I say I'm second, no one dares to say they're first. Soon after, Xiaohua called everyone over and made some arrangements. He sat on a flying carriage pulled by a Pegasus and flew out of the black cloud ridge. Everyone shouted and respectfully sent their master off. However, Li Xiang's face was very unhappy. He almost wanted to chase after Xiaohua and ask, "Where did the low-key go?" The Pegasus shone brightly, wouldn't it be discovered from far away? At this time, how could Xiaohua still think about low-key? What he cared about was whether he could smoothly reach the Yaotai assembly. The reason why he brought Lu Yi and Wang Yifei along was not to guide them in their cultivation, but to identify the direction and help him find the so-called Jade Pavilion without taking any unnecessary detours. Li Xiang's jade eyes naturally had the location of the Yaotai assembly and the names of the countries around it. However, Li Xiang also made it clear in the jade eyes that he participated in the Yaotai assembly nearly 100 years ago. He didn't know whether these countries still existed or not. The jade eyes mentioned some taboos that Xiaohua wanted to pay attention to. It was nothing more than keeping a low profile and being on guard. What puzzled Xiaohua the most was that Li Xiang told him to pay special attention to Taoist cultivators. On the contrary, he didn't say much about Confucian cultivators. This Li Xiang. Xiaohua withdrew his jade eyes and thought, "I'm afraid that once bitten, twice shy. If it's Xiaoyu continent, everyone is Taoist cultivators. Killing each other is not uncommon. But in the hidden immortal continent, Taoist cultivators, after all, are in the minority. If they can join hands, they'll be together. Otherwise, they'll be alone. Wouldn't fall into the scheme of Taoist cultivators?" However, just as he sat down cross-legged and was about to cultivate, a thought appeared in his mind. "Oh, so that's how it is. I understand." What Li Xiang wanted to say was that the Tao sect cultivators on the hidden immortal continent had limited resources for cultivation, and these limited resources had to be obtained by the Tao sect cultivators themselves. Naturally, they had to guard against each other. Even though some Taoist cultivators practiced Taoist techniques, they were backed by Confucian cultivators, and even had the support of the Immortal Palace. They were people who sold dog meat under false pretenses. Naturally, they would be ruthless to the orthodox Taoist cultivators. Taoists say it looks like you still don't trust this Xiao. In fact, if Li Xiang was like this, it wasn't that he didn't trust Xiaohua. After all, Li Xiang didn't really understand Xiaohua. Speaking up to this point, it was already very clear. If he said it too bluntly, it might directly insinuate the relationship between Xiaohua and Li Xiang. If Xiaohua had a suspicious heart like Qin Haoyue, wouldn't Li Xiang have made an enemy? Xiaohua sat on the flying carriage, free and unfettered. Now he took out the small bone that Zhu Qing gave him. First he looked at it carefully, then he released his soul consciousness. He took it for granted that since it was a bone, it must be a soul cultivator's bone. Xiaohua himself was also curious as to why the Zhu family was related to soul cultivators. In fact, this was the real reason why Xiaohua wanted to visit the Zhu family, not what Li Xiang said. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was wrong. The small bone didn't have any reaction in his soul consciousness. Xiaohua couldn't read anything from the bone. "Oh, don't tell me, this thing isn't a bone." Xiaohua was astonished. He then used his soul consciousness and clear eyes technique to investigate, but to no avail. Helpless, Xiaohua opened his Dharma eye. Similarly, the bone in his Dharma eye was empty without any trace. "That's strange." Xiaohua stroked his chin, puzzled. "Don't tell me I was deceived by Zhu Qing? Was this a scheme to transplant flowers for a tree? No, the Zhu family is afraid of the copper pillar state, so how could they not be afraid of me?" Xiaohua shook his head again. "That's right, Buddhist sense." Suddenly, Xiaohua had a kind of understanding in his heart. Zhu was a great Confucian cultivator. If he wanted to leave behind the teachings of his ancestors, others would definitely think that Zhu would use the methods of a Confucian cultivator. However, Zhu did the opposite and used the secret technique of a Buddhist sect. This was definitely unexpected by others, right? Thinking of this, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense. Sure enough, there were some faint spots on the bone. However, with Xiaohua's current Buddhist sense cultivation, he couldn't really see these spots. Finally, Xiaohua sent the bone into his Naiwan palace. Under the Buddhist light of the Buddha's Saraira, Xiaohua could see clearly that there were two prophecies on the bone. The ancestral tree is like the innate qi, the family tree is like the silk of the younger generation. Damn it, Zhu is a saint. Chapter 3567. Bone Honing. Xiaohua smiled and explained. Fellow Taoist was able to freely use the Devil Realm's concealment technique because of fellow Taoist's Big Dipper God Fist. The Big Dipper God Fist should be the Devil Realm's bone tempering technique. The Sunset Island's bone tempering technique originated from the Desolate Era and should belong to the Giant Clan. The Heavenly Law's embodiment technique and the bone tempering technique you obtained from Yellow Flower Ridge should be related to the Monster Clan. However, I can't casually practice this bone tempering technique right now. I have to wait until the Sunset Island's bone tempering technique completely tempers me. I understand. Jade Archive. Xiaohua nodded. One light into 7 colors hide all things. What we need to do now is to use the 7 colors to combine into one light. To be sheltered in the light, we have to go through the 7 bone tempering techniques and use the 5 elements to change the foundation of the bones. However, the 5 elements don't seem to be able to reach 7. I don't know about this. Bone Honing. Xiaohua replied. I only know that only by tempering the 7 colors can I change my foundation and fellow Taoist can be sheltered in the light. As for what the last source is, it will depend on fellow Taoist's luck. I understand. Jade Archive. Xiaohua closed his eyes and pondered. His figure instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of the damaged immortal beheading stage. Looking at the rumbling thunder water, Jade Archive. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and a strand of thread-like thunder water fell from the gap of the immortal beheading stage. Then Jade Archive. Xiaohua flicked his finger and one end of the thunder water disappeared in midair along with Jade Archive. Xiaohua's figure. It was as if Jade Archive. Xiaohua was holding the thunder water. Jade Archive. Xiaohua appeared in front of Bone Honing. Xiaohua and the thunder water also entered the strange rune on Bone Honing. Xiaohua's forehead. Yes, it's this feeling. I like it. Bone Honing. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He used the Big Dipper God Fist again and guided the thunder water around his body. Jade Archive. Xiaohua was surprised. Fellow Taoist, didn't you say that the Big Dipper God Fist was already ineffective? Why are you still using it? I'm used to it. Bone Honing. Xiaohua said faintly. When Xiaohua heard this, he was rather speechless. Most importantly, Bone Honing. Xiaohua said with a smile. Whether it is the bone honing technique of the Sunset Island or the bone honing technique of the Demon Clan of Yellow Flower Ridge, they are all boring. How can they be as impressive as the Big Dipper magical fist? Selling dog meat under false pretenses. Jade Archive. Xiaohua secretly despised the arrogant and narcissistic Xiaohua's figure slowly disappeared. The Jade Pavilion was not a pavilion but a mountain. It was a high peak that was extremely far away from the Black Cloud Ridge. This Jade Pavilion did not belong to any country. Because of the Jade Pavilion gathering that was held once every 10 years, all the Tao disciples on the hidden immortal continent knew about this place. This year was another decade. Many ambitious Taoism cultivators were flying towards the Jade Pavilion with their ambitions and the expectations of the Taoism kingdom. There were also some cultivators who wanted to obtain rare treasures and flew to the Jade Pavilion. This Yaotai gathering was similar to a dragon gate. The fish leaped over the dragon gate and turned into a dragon. It was very appropriate. Xian Songzi was a Taoism cultivator who had just successfully conceived a nascent soul. Currently he was riding a snow eagle in midair with 2 boys. That snow eagle was extremely large. Its back was about 10 zhong in size. Xian Songzi's face carried an indescribable pride. He sat cross-legged behind a jade table. On the table there was a jade pot, a jade cup and a sparkling and translucent chessboard. Xian Songzi's white and slender fingers held a pitch-black chess piece. His eyes, however, were looking at the chessboard. On the chessboard there were already black and white chess pieces mixed together. Xian Songzi raised his arm and that black chess piece landed. His other hand shook and a white chess piece appeared in his hand. Immediately after, Xian Songzi's hand that was holding the black chess piece just now reached out to the table. He picked up the jade cup and brought it to his mouth. The spiritual wine in the jade cup entered his mouth. Without waiting for Xian Songzi to put down the jade cup, a boy standing respectfully at the side of the table immediately raised the jade pot. After waiting for a moment he saw that Xian Songzi didn't put down the jade cup. He hurriedly walked over and tilted the jade pot. The jade-green spiritual wine poured into the jade cup. After Xian Songzi drank 3 cups in a row he placed the jade cup on the table. The boy tactfully filled the jade cup to the brim and placed the jade pot on the table. He returned to where he was standing earlier and stood there respectfully. The boy's eyes were filled with envy and admiration. Xian Songzi looked very satisfied. It was a feeling of being in high spirits. However, his heart was extremely bitter. If he had a choice, he definitely wouldn't have chosen to kneel before that Taoist cultivator who made him feel both gratitude and resentment 1,000 years ago. It was that sage-like Taoist cultivator who had performed a few spells in front of Xian Songzi's parents. He also gave Xian Songzi's parents some spiritual fruits and a considerable amount of gold and silver. Xian Songzi's parents immediately regarded him as a celestial being. They immediately allowed Xian Songzi to become a disciple of that cultivator. They also allowed that cultivator to bring Xian Songzi out of the remote and poor mountain village that Xian Songzi had long forgotten. Before that Taoist cultivator's lifespan was up, Xian Songzi had always felt that he was very fortunate to be able to walk on a path to heaven. He had a dozen so-called senior martial brothers beside him to take care of him. He also had ready-made cultivation methods and medicinal pills for his cultivation. In particular, Xian Songzi's aptitude was really excellent. He had only been a disciple of Taoism for 100 years, but his cultivation was already catching up to his senior martial brothers who had been cultivating for hundreds of years. At that time he was already a famous cultivator in a dozen countries. Unfortunately, those happy days were gone when that Taoist cultivator failed to cultivate to the nascent soul stage and reached the end of his lifespan. First, the spiritual herbs and other things provided by the country that Xian Songzi relied on began to decrease. Then Xian Songzi's so-called senior martial brothers gradually fell in the battle with other Taoist cultivators and Confucian cultivators. Finally, the remaining 2 or 3 senior martial brothers also left that country and went to other places in the hidden immortal continent to look for opportunities for cultivation. Xian Songzi's so-called sect was thus disbanded. However, at this time Xian Songzi already understood that this was the fate of all Taoist cultivators in the hidden immortal continent. No one could escape. If he wanted to cultivate, then he had to find vitality stones, spiritual herbs, cultivation methods, and so on. Of course, he could also choose not to cultivate. However, as a Taoist cultivator without roots in the hidden immortal continent, he was very likely to die in the hands of Confucian cultivators one day. Perhaps his life would be worse than that of a secular person. The Taoist sect was a road of no return. Of course, it was impossible for Xian Songzi not to cultivate. His aptitude was very high. According to that Taoist cultivator, he was the only disciple who could cultivate to the nascent soul stage and become the master of a country. In the following hundreds of years, Xian Songzi suffered a lot. Not to mention the exclusion and inexplicable pursuit of the Confucian cultivators, the Taoist cultivators forced Xian Songzi to the edge of death several times in order to snatch spiritual herbs, magic weapons, and other things. Countless times Xian Songzi regretted that he didn't enter a Confucian cultivator's sect. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. After regretting, Xian Songzi could only continue to cultivate. Fortunately, Xian Songzi, the leader of the hidden immortal continent's Taoist sects, finally became pregnant. However, after becoming pregnant, Xian Songzi immediately faced 2 choices. He could either become a rogue cultivator and cultivate with his own strength, or he could become the master of a country and use the power of the country to support his cultivation. Xian Songzi, who had suffered a lot, chose the latter almost without hesitation, just like most of the Taoist cultivators on the hidden immortal continent. Although the strength of a rogue cultivator's nascent soul stage was very strong, it was really dangerous in the hidden immortal continent, where there were many strong Confucian cultivators. Even if he took in a few more children, he might be hunted down and killed by the sanctimonious Confucian cultivators. Of course, this choice was not made by Xian Songzi on the spur of the moment. As early as when he cultivated to the late gold core stage, some monarchs who had no backing contacted him. Many monarchs also put forward excellent conditions. However, Xian Songzi was very ambitious. He knew that once he became the master of a country, his cultivation time would be reduced, and the possibility of him being able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage would be even smaller. Therefore, Xian Songzi declined all visits and concentrated on cultivation. With limited medicinal pills and other things, he finally stepped into the nascent soul stage. As soon as Xian Songzi became pregnant, he immediately attracted the attention of various countries. More than 10 monarchs came to visit him with generous gifts. Xian Songzi naturally welcomed them one by one. After discussing one by one, he chose a country with both potential and wise monarchs to be under his control in the future. Then he waited for several years and made some preparations to participate in the Yaotai conference. In addition to these unknown difficulties in Xian Songzi's heart, at this time, Xian Songzi was a high-spirited person. As a Taoist cultivator of the nascent soul stage, it was almost certain that he would get the lot of the master of a country in the Yaotai conference. As long as he passed this last stage, Xian Songzi could cultivate steadily and gradually develop his own power, preparing for the out-of-body realm in the future. Of course, Xian Songzi also wanted to achieve the out-of-body realm. Otherwise, he would not have painstakingly made so many arrangements. Kill. Xian Songzi's voice seemed to come from his throat, but it also seemed to come from his heart. He stretched out his hand and several rays of light appeared from his hand. Waves of impact surged in all directions like air waves. Immortal. The two boys were shocked. The impact instantly flipped them over and their bodies floated up like fallen leaves. When they looked at Xian Songzi's hand again, the pitch-black chess piece also turned into nothingness at the same time. On the contrary, the chessboard on the table was under Xian Songzi's finger. The air waves dispersed calmly, and the chess pieces on the chessboard were not affected at all. Alas! Xian Songzi raised his hand and slightly flicked his finger. Chapter 3568. Yes, enlightened master. The boy on the left was more quick-witted. He hurriedly stood up and picked up the jade pot on the table. He obediently poured some spiritual wine and smiled. Our cultivation is still shallow, so we still need enlightened master to give us some pointers. If we can truly become your disciples, I'm sure we won't embarrass you in the future. Don't worry. Xian Songzi smiled as he picked up the jade cup. Now that I've taken over the position of Grand Tutor, I can teach my disciples legitimately. Although you've only just entered the foundation establishment stage, it's not impossible for you to become a nascent soul cultivator like me. How would we dare to compare ourselves to enlightened master? The other boy hurriedly said. We can ask for some immortal spells and help enlightened master do some things. Anything is fine. Xian Songzi nodded and was about to say something. Suddenly he frowned and raised his eyebrows. He looked in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a five-colored aura flashed across the horizon. At that moment the sky had just begun to brighten, so this aura appeared a little abruptly. Xian Songzi's gaze swept around, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. Even when he used his divine will, he didn't find anything strange. However, just as Xian Songzi retracted his divine will, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Before Xian Songzi could channel his powers, there was a loud bang. The snow eagle, which was flying forward with its wings spread, suddenly tumbled. It was as if there was an invisible rope blocking the snow eagle's body. The snow eagle couldn't maintain its balance and lost control of its huge body. Xian Songzi was clearly caught off guard, but his expression didn't change. The moment his body was sent flying, the nascent soul in his dantian opened its eyes. It rubbed its small hands together, and a majestic aura was released from Xian Songzi's body. At the same time, Xian Songzi waved his hand again and the table, chessboard and other things fell into his hands. However, before Xian Songzi could put these items into his Qinkuan bag, and before he could reach out to grab the two boys who had fallen from the eagle's back, rumble! Several thunderous booms descended from the sky, and a destructive aura rushed towards Xian Songzi. Vast pillar of qi. Xian Songzi was shocked, but when he felt the aura he sneered. As a Taoist cultivator, he was more familiar with this murderous qi pillar than the Confucian cultivators. He relaxed and opened his mouth and a small pagoda flew out. The small pagoda landed in the air and thousands of jade talismans flashed. It let out a loud roar and 1,000 feet of brilliance rushed out, sweeping away all the qi of heaven and earth nearby. It suddenly expanded to dozens of feet and rushed towards Xian Songzi's head. As for Xian Songzi, he kept the item in his hand into his universe bag. Two beams of light from his other hand landed on the two boys. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen loud sounds were heard as the vast qi pillars that were comparable to thunderbolts struck the small pagoda. The small pagoda's brilliance flashed violently as it let out a mournful cry. The pagoda that had just expanded was immediately beaten back to its original size, tumbling in the air. Not good. Xian Songzi's expression changed greatly. He didn't expect the vast qi pillars to be so powerful. Moreover, the destructive aura only rushed out of the vast qi pillars at this moment, completely enveloping Xian Songzi. Xian Songzi knew that things weren't good. He didn't dare to care about the lives of the two boys. He hurriedly rubbed his hands together, and thousands of dark red threads of light rushed into the small pagoda along with the spell. The small pagoda trembled rapidly again and circles of shadows rushed out. Every circle of shadows produced waves of qi that soared into the sky, trying to resist the destructive aura. Xian Songzi's dermic powers surged into the small pagoda at the right time. The second wave of the vast qi pillars rushed over like a tidal wave. Xian Songzi also shouted with great spirit, "Where did this shameless scoundrel come from? Kill, kill, kill." After he said the word "killed" 3 times, the small pagoda rose up in response. The jade talisman floated up, and the sky was filled with flying flowers. Boom. The rumbling sounds never stopped. Xian Songzi sneered. The vast qi pillar's aura was indeed very strong, so strong that it made his heart tremble. He couldn't help but want to release the pressure of a nascent soul to resist it. However, when he saw that his natal dermic treasure was able to resist the vast qi pillars, Xian Songzi began to look down on them. He was prepared to release a trace of his divine perception to check on the two boys. After all, the two boys might not have fallen too far in such a short time. However, just as Xian Songzi's divine perception was released, the snow eagle that was trying its best to stabilize itself in midair suddenly let out a wail. The wail was so ear-piercing that it split the sky. Xian Songzi was shocked again. He hurriedly looked over and saw several 5-colored rainbow bridges flying over from afar in front of the snow eagle. They arrived in front of him in a flash. Xian Songzi could already see clearly that the rainbow bridges weren't formed by a cultivator's escape technique. They were sword lights formed by the 5-colored qi pillars. Ambush. How could Xian Songzi not know that he was in big trouble? In his shock, he quickly retracted his divine perception and didn't dare to be distracted. He controlled his natal dermic treasure with one hand and slapped his forehead with the other. The hand of a nascent soul rushed out and grabbed at the rainbow bridges. Puff, puff, puff. Amidst the continuous rumbling sounds, Xian Songzi's nascent soul hand was shattered by the 5-colored sword pillars. The roaring waves of qi covered the sky and earth. Such a huge commotion also resounded through the nearby space. At the same time that Xian Songzi's body trembled, a bloody light instantly shot into the sky. The huge snow eagle struggled slightly in the 5-colored sword pillars, but it was immediately chopped into many pieces of meat. This is bad. Xian Songzi naturally knew how powerful the snow eagle was, and he also knew the power of his nascent soul hand. However, it wasn't a match for the 5-colored sword pillars at all. The incoming Confucian cultivator was at least at the mid-4th level of origin energy. Just as Xian Songzi's fear rose, the pillar of qi blocked by the small pagoda in the sky changed again. Boom boom. The pillar of qi roared and the pressure on the small pagoda suddenly increased by several times. The light on the small pagoda was instantly extinguished and it fell from the sky. The aura that Xian Songzi had just snorted at now revealed its hidden fangs. It broke through Xian Songzi's pressure and crashed down on Xian Songzi's body. Xian Songzi's face was ashen. Without any hesitation, a ray of light shot out from the top of his head and a nascent soul less than a foot long rushed out. It was the nascent soul that Xian Songzi had just nurtured and hadn't condensed yet. The moment the nascent soul appeared, it immediately waved its small hand and a ray of light flashed like a silk thread. The small pagoda once again shone brightly. Not only did it protect the nascent soul, but it also appeared from the void and covered Xian Songzi's body, whose eyes were already closed. Unfortunately, Xian Songzi had underestimated the strength of his attacker. Without waiting for Xian Songzi's nascent soul to activate the small pagoda, a 5-colored sword ray appeared out of nowhere. It seemed to directly cut through the heavy pagoda, but it also seemed to pierce through the void and land on Xian Songzi's body. There were only a few piu-piu sounds and the light on Xian Songzi's body flashed a few times. The protective treasure armor was pierced through and Xian Songzi's body turned into minced meat in the blink of an eye. Ah! Xian Songzi's nascent soul let out a sharp cry. Its eyes were filled with anger. Even now, he still hadn't seen the attacker's true appearance, and his body had already been destroyed. Xian Songzi made a prompt decision. His nascent soul glowed with a faint divine light. He raised his hands and grabbed the small pagoda. His entire nascent soul immediately disappeared in mid-air. Xian Songzi wanted to use teleportation to escape this place and escape the clutches of the ambushers. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen pillars of boundless qi appeared around 1,000 feet away, completely sealing off the surrounding area. A cold voice resounded, "Suppress." Along with the voice, the pillars of righteous qi became solid and the righteous qi condensed into a ball. There was a flash of light somewhere and Xian Songzi's nascent soul appeared with a panicked expression. He quickly looked around and saw a scholarly general in golden battle armor appear. His face was filled with confusion because he didn't recognize this scholarly general at all. "Who are you?" Xian Songzi's voice was very sharp and filled with anger. The scholarly general didn't care at all. He opened his mouth and a mouthful of righteous qi flew into the air. A disc fell from the sky. The pillar of righteous qi and the terrifying aura that could destroy the world came from the disc. At this moment, the scholarly general was clearly going to kill Xian Songzi's nascent soul. Damn it! Xian Songzi knew that he had encountered a scholarly cultivator who had an inexplicable hatred for Dao cultivators. This scholarly cultivator never needed a reason to attack Dao cultivators. He cursed and formed a seal with his hands. Light flashed around his body. It was clear that he was going to explode his nascent soul to take this scholarly cultivator down with him. Just at this moment, another 5-colored sword energy flashed. This sword energy completely controlled the space around Xian Songzi's nascent soul. Before Xian Songzi could form a seal, all of the origin energy disappeared. Xian Songzi's nascent soul seemed to be suppressed and couldn't move at all. The eyes of Xian Songzi's nascent soul were about to drip blood. He had cultivated for 1,000 years and was about to show his talent on the hidden immortal continent, but he was actually ambushed here. The strength of this ambusher was too terrifying. It had only been the time to drink a cup of tea, but his body was destroyed and his nascent soul was about to die. All of his blood, sweat, and tears were about to turn into water. He was really unwilling to accept this. Just as the 5-colored sword energy was about to fall and Xian Songzi's nascent soul was about to be torn apart, the sword energy suddenly turned into thousands of strands of 5-colored energy that wrapped around Xian Songzi's nascent soul like silk. At the same time, the disc fell and sucked Xian Songzi's nascent soul into it. The disc fell and turned into the size of a palm. It flew into the sky and landed in the hands of the scholarly general in golden armor. The scholarly general looked at the disc and reached out. 5 strands of energy came out from his 5 fingers and entered the disc. He then raised his hand and Xian Songzi's nascent soul came out from the disc. "Hee, congratulations, Brother Wang." A tall Confucian scholar flew over on a colorful cloud. The Confucian scholar's cheekbones were prominent, and his eyes were long and slender. In his hand was a treasured sword that was about 1 foot long. This treasured sword reflected the rising sun and transformed into a rainbow. Chapter 3569. Same to you. The golden-armored Confucian nodded slightly and narrowed his eyes. He looked at the nascent soul on the round plate that had its eyelids closed and was motionless. He said, "This is already the 3rd one. Brother Wang is indeed my unparalleled strategist. I have destroyed 2 Taoist countries and spent a lot of effort to search for Taoist nascent soul stage cultivators in the hidden immortal continent. In 2 years, I only captured 14 nascent soul stage cultivators, which is far from the number of immortal emissaries. I didn't expect to capture 3 nascent soul stage cultivators in a dozen days at the Jade Pavilion. Aha, this is all thanks to Brother Wang's good fortune." The Confucian scholar waved his hand and laughed. If Brother Wang hadn't been conferred the title of Marquis, how could I have learned about the Jade Pavilion meeting from that Taoist cultivator? Moreover, it is said that in this Jade Pavilion meeting, most of the Taoist cultivators are so-called gold core cultivators. There aren't many nascent soul cultivators who can participate. Isn't it a sign of Brother Wang's great fortune? As long as Brother Wang completes the mission of the immortal envoys, You will certainly be favored by the immortal palace. Not to mention establishing an empire that will last for eternity, you can even expect to be ranked among the immortals. Don't worry. You and I have been side by side since we were children. With me there will be no shortage of Brother Wang. The golden-armored Confucian laughed. After I obliterate this nascent soul, we will look for the fourth nascent soul. With that, a dragon pattern appeared between the golden-armored Confucian's eyebrows. He bit his middle finger and a drop of blood oozed out. He touched the dragon pattern with his hand, and a wisp of blood-red dragon chi rushed into the air. The Confucian scholar's index finger moved in the air, and the dragon chi followed the movement of his index finger. Inscriptions that resembled the roaring of small dragons appeared above the nascent souls. However, before these inscriptions were finished, the Confucian scholar frowned and his eyes flashed with five-colored brilliance. He turned his head and reminded, Brother Wang, I'm afraid there isn't enough time. It seems that there are Taoist cultivators coming from that side. Delight appeared on the golden-armored Confucian general's face. He opened his mouth, and the inscriptions that had already been written as well as the remaining dragon chi were immediately sucked into his mouth. He raised his hand and the clouds above the round plate surged, suppressing Xian Songzi's nascent soul into the imperial artifact. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. These Taoist cultivators are like carps crossing the river, all for the sake of the imperial master's lot. Even outsiders can't escape the temptation of fame and fortune. Brother Wang, please conceal yourself. I'll go and take a look. The Confucian scholar's eyes were abnormally bright. Wait for my signal. Brother Wang will attack together. Thousands of air currents surged around the golden-armored Confucian as he rushed into the sky. The disk also flew up, and the clouds turned into layers of white clouds, which were the same as the ones in the sky, covering the golden-armored Confucian for hundreds of feet around him. The Confucian scholar waved the five-colored sword in his hand, and the sword turned into a rainbow. The Confucian scholar's figure also fell into it, and he became one with the sword as he rushed into the distance. In less than half a meal's worth of time in the distant horizon, flames flashed into the sky, followed by a burst of music. More than a dozen boys with music in their hands stood on 3 or 5 huge fire vultures and flew over. The fire vultures were several feet in size, and as they flapped their fiery red wings, wisps of flames rushed into the air. Caw. Occasionally the fire vultures would open their mouths and let out a clear cry, and several fierce flames would spurt out from their mouths and noses. The boys all wore fiery red Taoist robes, and the cuffs of their Taoist robes were decorated with flame patterns. Behind the fire vulture were several flaming carpets. On each of the carpets stood a cultivator in the same Taoist robes. These cultivators were slightly older and each of them stood with a focused expression. Their eyes shone brightly and each of them carried a large gourd on their backs. Behind the cultivators was a fiery red war chariot pulled by a fire dragon. Needless to say, the fire dragon was only dozens of feet long, and its body was surrounded by flames. Wisps of flames seemed to dance rhythmically in the air. Just the fiery red war chariot alone exuded a majestic aura. Anyone who looked at the war chariot would be filled with a kind of blazing heat. This kind of unforgettable aura caused the floating clouds in the air to ripple in all directions. Not to mention the flames on the war chariot were red and black, and the black flames even distorted the void as the war chariot passed by. Looking at the war chariot, a cultivator who looked like a child sat calmly on it. His Taoist robes flashed with golden light, and a pitch-black flame pattern flickered between his eyebrows. This cultivator looked extremely inconspicuous on the war chariot, but the flames and the terrifying aura of the war chariot seemed to move with the cultivator's breathing. Suddenly this cultivator's mouth and nose let out a low hum. The entire war chariot's flames greatly flourished, and that majestic aura even rushed into the air. Stop! A middle-aged man closest to this cultivator hastily spoke. Immediately the music-playing boy stopped. Ancestor. That middle-aged man hastily turned his head and asked in a low voice, "Do you have any orders?" That child did not pay attention to this middle-aged man. His eyes slightly opened and 2 faint flames flashed from his pitch-black pupils. The child raised his head and swept a glance indifferently saying, "Your distinguished self has dragon chi." I fear you are the master of a country. Hiding here today, are you looking for a suitable national teacher? It was a pity that after a long while no one spoke. That child was not angry, and he still said with an indifferent tone, "This old man is the Li Fire Nation's Taoist master Huoda. I received Star Lord Hall's Kong Hongwu's invitation to go to the Jade Pavilion. If your distinguished self has the heart to find a talent that can assist your distinguished self in stabilizing the country, you can wait until after the Jade Pavilion's meeting to pay a visit to each Star General." However, speaking to hear, Taoist Huoda's voice suddenly became cold. However, this old man sees that your Confucian cultivation has already reached the upper 4th level of origin energy. You can use a dragon weapon to fight against someone with the 5th level of origin energy. I fear you don't need my Tao sect's national teacher, right? Let this old man give you a piece of advice. Don't have any dirty thoughts in your heart. My Tao sect's cultivators are all celestial monarchs in the eyes of the immortal palaces. They are not people that an emperor of a continent like you can understand. As a Tao sect's cultivator, although I can't rashly kill you, if you don't listen to this old man and insist on doing things your own way, sooner or later, you will fall at the hands of my Tao sect's disciples. After a while, Taoist Huoda waved his hand and ordered, "Let's go, go." When the middle-aged cultivator heard this, he hastily waved his hand. The dozens of children in front of him began to play again. The fire dragon roared and the war chariot began to move again. Behind the war chariot, there were dozens of young and beautiful women dressed in palace attire. They held various magic tools in their hands and their jade pendants and other items were jingling. Just as Taoist Huoda's war chariot flew over 100 meters, a huge dragon-like flame suddenly appeared in the sky and pounced toward a large cloud. Boom! With a loud bang, the clouds did not dissipate like ordinary clouds. Instead, they flashed with golden light. Although the golden light quickly melted into liquid gold in the flames, the clouds did not dissipate. After the time it took to eat a meal, Taoist Huoda's trump card disappeared and the fire dragon also gradually disappeared. The cloud violently tumbled and the golden-armored Confucian stepped out of the cloud with an angry expression. At this moment, the disc in his hand was still covered in a layer of faint flame. "Brother Wang." In the distance, a 5-colored rainbow appeared out of thin air and the Confucian scholar appeared again. There was a kind of fear on his face and he whispered, "I was also warned by Taoist Huoda and didn't dare to rashly send out a message. It's only an upper 4th grade essence force." The golden-armored Confucian narrowed his eyes and the dragon chi between his eyebrows faintly roared. "If I go all out with Brother Wang's help, I have a 60% chance of killing him." The Confucian scholar frowned and shook his head slightly. "Brother Wang, you underestimate this cultivator too much. He can easily detect our concealment technique, which shows that Tao sect's divine sense is powerful. Any cultivator with outstanding divine sense generally has a secret technique that others can't reach. We can't let the so-called Star Lord Hall know that we are here to kill nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, Taoist Huoda is invited to the Jade Pavilion meeting. If something happens to him, the entire Tao sect of the hidden immortal continent won't agree. This Star Lord Hall, what is it?" The golden-armored Confucian didn't comment and asked curiously, "Who is this Kong Hongwu that Taoist Huoda mentioned? How come I don't know anything about him?" "These are all tricks that the Immortal Palace uses to fool Tao sect, right?" The Confucian scholar smiled. "Not only Brother Wang doesn't know, but even those Tao sect cultivators who haven't participated in the Jade Pavilion meeting may not know." "Forget it." The golden-armored Confucian waved his hand. "It's enough to get 3 nascent soul cultivators this time. Now that the Jade Pavilion meeting is close, don't let other Tao sect cultivators notice anything strange." "Yes, I will listen to Brother Wang's orders." The Confucian scholar was very respectful and answered with his head lowered. The golden-armored Confucian waved his hand, and the disc fell and turned into a dragon-shaped cloud. The Confucian general flew and landed on the cloud, ordering, "Brother Wang, come up and return to the country with me." "I don't dare." Seeing the dragon-shaped cloud, the Confucian scholar immediately felt fear and said respectfully, "This mountain river seal is the heirloom seal of the capital Qin state. It has always been controlled by the monarch. I don't dare to get close to it." "I pardon you," the golden-armored Confucian said with a smile. The Confucian scholar still didn't dare and bowed. "Even if Brother Wang agrees, I don't dare to ride on the Jade Seal. I ask Brother Wang to control the Jade Seal and I will open the way for Brother Wang. Blasoi. The golden-armored Confucian shook his head slightly. Now you're going to become the monarch of a country, but you're still so reserved in front of me. Hehe, Brother Wang, don't worry. Although I can be called monarch, my monarch and subject status with Brother Wang has already been established when we were brothers. It won't change in this life. The Confucian scholar smiled and turned into a sword again, rushing into the distance like a nascent soul cultivator. When the Confucian scholar left, the golden-armored Confucian general smiled. The dragon-shaped cloud under his feet flashed with golden light, and he also chased after him like a meteor. In just over an hour the two had already flown more than thousands of miles. Seeing the mountains spread out under them and the sunlight shining down from above, the golden-armored Confucian general pointed with his finger and said with a smile, "If I were born with a cliff, I would expand the territory of the empire to this place. I am willing to rule the hidden immortal forever, and the people of the hidden immortal are all my children." Chapter 3570. Brother Wang's spirit is rare in the world. Even immortal emissaries have to be convinced. Brother Wang's great wish will definitely be realized. It wasn't clear whether the scholar in the distance was flattering or sincere, but his voice was very respectful. At this moment, a pure and holy white brilliance appeared in the distance, like a full moon falling from night to day. It immediately attracted the golden-armored Confucian general's gaze. His eyes flickered with a faint golden light, and his pupils were blooming with the shape of a flower. Light feather heavenly horse? The golden-armored Confucian general cried out in surprise, but there was also joy in his tone. When the golden light in his eyes gradually faded, the dragon-shaped cloud under his feet immediately changed direction and rushed towards the heavenly horse. The golden-armored Confucian general shouted, "Brother Wang, wait a moment. This Taoist cultivator doesn't seem to be going to the Jade Pavilion gathering. When I kill this Taoist cultivator, I'll use the heavenly horse as a congratulatory gift for you becoming king." Brother Wang. The scholar raised his eyebrows, and his eyes flashed with an indescribable expression. Although his words were still respectful, there was a hint of intimacy in the way he addressed him. When he turned around the five-colored sword light and followed the Confucian general to the heavenly horse, a five-colored divine light slowly appeared in his eyes. However, when he saw the cultivator who was coldly facing the mountain river seal that his royal brother had taken out, his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly cried out, "Yan Ming, be careful. This person's cultivation is definitely not on the surface." However, before the scholar finished speaking, his brother Wang had already made his move. The scholar didn't dare to be negligent. He urged his five-colored true qi and flew into the distance a bit faster than a rainbow. Although it was a bit slower than when he ambushed Xian Songzi, the momentum of a joint attack had already been formed. This scholar's eye-clearing technique was far superior to his brother Wang's. Unfortunately, he still didn't truly see how powerful this Taoist cultivator was. Before he could fly closer, everything that happened in front of him left him dumbfounded. The cultivator riding the heavenly horse was naturally Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua's direction was a bit wrong again. He passed by the side of the Jade Pavilion and collided with the two scholars. When the scholar looked at Xiaohua, Xiaohua had already sensed it. Xiaohua was originally happy that he could finally ask someone for directions. However, before he could release his divine sense, the golden-armored Confucian general had already flown towards him on a dragon-shaped cloud with a proud look on his face. Xiaohua frowned and clapped his hands. The soaring dragon shears glittering with golden light appeared in his hands. He coldly looked at the Confucian general who was roaring arrogantly. Sure enough, when he was still several dozen feet away from Xiaohua, the Confucian general's Zhen Qi surged, and the auspicious cloud under his feet transformed into a circular plate several dozen feet in size. Hundreds of pillars of Zhen Qi rushed out from the circular plate, and in the void around 1,000 feet around the circular plate, even more Zhen Qi surged out, majestically smashing towards Xiaohua, as if wanting to smash Xiaohua into meat paste. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the Confucian general with a sinister smile and ecstasy on his face. He then slightly raised his eyes to look at the Confucian scholar who used the clear eyes technique in the distance. The aura on the circular plate was indeed powerful. In Xian Songzi's eyes, it was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. However, in Xiaohua's eyes, after seeing the 5 brocade cloud paintings aura that could exterminate all living things, this kind of aura was somewhat insufficient. Seeing that the pillar of Jin Qi mercilessly descending and really wanting to kill him as soon as they met, Xiaohua's previous thoughts of asking for the reason had already been strangled by Xiaohua. Xiaohua sneered, and the space several dozen feet around him suddenly became cold. He then clapped his hands and golden light surged out from the top of his head. A nascent soul hand that was several hundred feet in size soared into the sky and grabbed towards the circular plate. Once the nascent soul hand appeared, the space within 1,000 feet seemed to solidify, and even the pillar of Jinqi was controlled. At this moment the Confucian scholar cried out in alarm. The Confucian general named Yan Ming was greatly shocked, but this shock only lasted for a moment. Soon after, the Confucian general laughed loudly. "Xin Yanliang, come over here. This is another nascent soul cultivator, and his cultivation is close to the upper 4th level of origin energy. Capture him." Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, his expression changed drastically again. Because Xiaohua's nascent soul hand was coming from afar, a suffocating feeling was born in his heart. The Jinqi in his body, like the Jinqi in the air, was in a state of stagnation. "Damn it!" the Confucian general cursed. He opened his mouth and a blood-red Jinqi fell on the circular plate. A bloody mist appeared on the circular plate, and the entire circular plate suddenly expanded. Within the bloody mist, countless images of mountains and rivers appeared. The Jinqi had a dignified aura. It was several times heavier than before, and in an instant the nascent soul hand became dim. "It's just a small trick." Xiaohua sneered, and his divine sense suddenly activated. During this time, Xiaohua's divine sense had been tempered by Do Shanjun's divine sense secret technique, and had become a lot stronger. With this activation, the magic power in his body was truly matched with the secret technique, and majestically rushed into the nascent soul hand. Xiaohua's divine sense moved at will, and the nascent soul hand emitted a bright golden light. It crossed the sky and grabbed the entire circular plate along with the pillar of Jinqi. Rumble. A series of rumbling sounds came from the nascent soul hand. The entire nascent soul hand continuously shook, but there was no sign of it collapsing. "Suppress. Suppress. Suppress." The Confucian scholar's face was somewhat pale. He hurriedly bit his finger and pressed it on the dragon mark between his eyebrows and shouted 3 times in a row. Roar. From the dragon mark, a blood-red crystal thread rushed out. This crystal thread was in the shape of a dragon and elephant. It landed on the circular plate, and the entire circular plate instantly turned into an oval-shaped jade seal. A terrifying Jinqi that could make immortals and mortals retreat rushed out from the jade seal, and in an instant Xiaohua's nascent soul hand was pushed away. Boring. Xiaohua's reaction was definitely unforgettable for the Confucian scholar named Xian Yanming. Xiaohua helplessly shook his head and berated his unique imperial dragon technique. Boring. Xian Yanming sneered. How could a Taoist cultivator know the power of a Confucian cultivator's Jinqi? Unfortunately, just as these sarcastic words came out from the bottom of his heart, he saw Xiaohua's Jinqi flourish. Roar. A Jinqi that was countless times stronger than the mountain and river seal rushed out. This Jinqi unexpectedly turned into the shadow of a huge dragon. It opened its mouth in the air, and the mountain and river seal fell into the huge dragon's mouth like a small stone. Not only that, after the mountain and river seal fell into the huge dragon's mouth, a powerful suction force soared into the sky like maggots. It really fell on the dragon mark between Xian Yanming's eyebrows. Before Xian Yanming could do anything, his body became light as if a cold wind blew through his heart. The dragon mark between his eyebrows turned into a golden python and fell into the huge dragon's mouth. Xian Yanming was stunned. Although this was the first time he encountered it and he had never heard of it before, he clearly knew in his heart that the Jinqi in his body, which was the fate of the capital Qin state, had been robbed. It was taken away by this unremarkable Taoist cultivator in front of him. How is this possible? Xian Yanming almost roared in his heart, but the development of the situation had long been out of his control. In the moment when he was absent-minded, he saw Xiaohua open his hand and a golden light flashed in the air. Although Xian Yanming's golden armor flashed with countless inscriptions, layers of Jin Qi were generated from the void, layer by layer they condensed, wanting to block the sword light. However, under the swing of the golden dragon's tail, all the inscriptions were cut in half, and all the Jin Qi was cut off from Xian Yanming's neck as easily as tofu. Xian Yanming's eyes were rounder than usual. Perhaps only at this time did he remember what Huoda Zhenren said before. Pooh! Xian Yanming's neck spurted out several feet of blood, and the same green Jin Qi rushed out from the blood, with a panicked face, and fell towards the five-colored rainbow in the distance. Umph! Xiaohua coldly snorted and the Tingjiao shears slightly trembled. A golden light streaked across the sky, and the whole Jin Qi was cut in half. As the Tingjiao shears' golden light shone brightly, the Jin Qi was also absorbed by the Tingjiao shears. Go! Xiaohua pointed his finger again, and the Tingjiao shears did not stop in the air, and cut towards the approaching five-colored rainbow. Xian Yanliang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In the blink of an eye, in the time it took for him to urge his Jin Qi to catch up, Brother Wang, who was at the upper fourth level of Jin Qi, had already fallen. Not to mention that the capital Qin state's national weapon had fallen into the hands of this Taoist sect cultivator. Even the Emperor's imperial dragon technique was a piece of cake in front of this Taoist sect cultivator's Jin Qi. In particular, the golden light that pierced through the sky flashed with a cold light and sharpness that was not the slightest bit inferior to the Jin Qi sword in his hand. Although Xian Yanliang's heart was filled with hatred, he did not lose his reason. The moment he urged his Jin Qi to cut towards the Tingjiao shears, his entire body flashed, and he prepared to escape in another direction. Ka! With a crisp sound, the five-colored rainbow shook violently and several cracks appeared. Xian Yanliang's face immediately paled. Xian Yanliang did not dare to hesitate any longer, and the Jin Qi in his body gushed out like it was free. He hurriedly rushed into the distance and he did not even have the courage to look back. He was afraid that if he looked back his speed of escape would decrease, and that golden light would fall on his body. The escape of a cultivator at the upper fourth level of Jin Qi was comparable to the strength of a late Yuaning stage cultivator. Although Xian Yanliang's escape was not comparable to the teleportation of a Yuaning stage cultivator, the difference was not too great. If it was someone else, they might not be able to catch up. Unfortunately, this kind of speed paled in comparison to Xiaohua's lightning escape. However, although Xiaohua liked to eliminate evil, he was merciful towards enemies who did not act ruthlessly against him. Looking at the five-colored Jin Qi from afar, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the Tingjiao shears fell into his hand. There was not the slightest bit of damage on the sharp blade. Damn it, I really didn't expect this. This Do Shanjun's divine sense technique is really powerful. Xiaohua sighed with emotion. Not to mention this Xiao's Yuaning stage hand is extremely powerful. The speed and power of this Tingjiao shears have also increased by a lot. With this kind of divine sense, this Xiao can easily use all of the Yuaning stage techniques. Chapter 3571. However, after putting away the soaring dragon shears, Xiaohua scratched his head and said in distress, I just wanted to ask for directions. How did I get involved in another life? I really don't know what this Confucian cultivator is thinking. He seems to have the luck of an emperor. Why is he coveting my heavenly horse? Immediately after, Xiaohua's figure descended and used the Samadhi true fire to set Xian Yanming's corpse on fire. He also took the golden armor, Qiankuan bag and other items. After looking through them, he sneered. This guy is actually the king of Su province's capital Qin state. He didn't want to be the king of a good country and came to find trouble with me for no reason? Looking at the memorials and other items in the Qiankun bag, he can be considered a diligent king. Why is he even more blind than the king of Bronze Pillar state? Thinking about it, Xiaohua prepared to burn all these items, but after a slight hesitation he put them away. These items were just waste paper to Xiaohua. They couldn't be compared to the large amount of vitality stones in the Qiankun bag, but who knows if these things will be useful in the future. Just as Xiaohua landed on the flying carriage and was about to find someone to ask for directions, a deep voice sounded in Xiaohua's mind. Fellow Taoist, I am Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Can you come in for a chat? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. The disc was taken away by Dragon Vein Xiaohua. It must be similar to the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal. Xiaohua couldn't use it himself, so he didn't care. Who knew that Dragon Vein Xiaohua would call him? That thing must be strange. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. His mind immediately returned to his body. Fellow Taoist, please. Dragon Vein Xiaohua held the oval-shaped mountain river seal in his hand and smiled at Jade Archive Xiaohua. Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and returned the greeting. I am polite. Thank you for your trouble. No need to be polite. Dragon Vein Xiaohua was majestic and graceful. His voice was equally dignified. This is just a small matter for I. Moreover, I can devour dragon chi. Why wouldn't I do it? Hehe, I don't know why fellow Taoist called me. Is there a problem with this item? Jade Archive Xiaohua asked with a smile. There's nothing special about this item. It's just an ordinary item used to suppress fate, similar to the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal from before. Dragon Vein Xiaohua replied. It's just that this item is somewhat different from the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal. There are actually a few interesting things suppressed inside. Something interesting? Jade Archive Xiaohua was deep in thought. He looked at the disc in Dragon Vein Xiaohua's hand. Dragon Vein Xiaohua opened his mouth and a mouthful of yellow qi landed on the disc. The image of mountains and rivers gushed out from the disc and then 3 nascent souls were sent out along with the dragon qi. Interesting indeed. Xiaohua looked at the 2 nascent souls who were in a daze. One of the nascent souls had its eyes tightly closed and was surrounded by 5 colored threads of qi. He couldn't help but nod his head. That's not interesting. Dragon Vein Xiaohua smiled faintly and opened his mouth again. After the yellow gas fell, an item rushed out from the mountain river seal. A pure white cloud flew out from the mountain and river seal, and an uncontrollable aura rushed out from the cloud. Even in Xiaohua's body, strands of noble spirit seeped out from the void and wrapped around the cloud. In just a moment the cloud was formed and the aura was about to soar into the sky. What is this? Jade Archive Xiaohua was stunned. He grabbed with his hand and the cloud that soared into the sky fell into Jade Archive Xiaohua's hand and turned into a thin layer of almost invisible cloud. The strangest thing was that the cloud was extremely repulsive to Jade Archive Xiaohua. The edges of the cloud were like tentacles, trying to avoid Jade Archive Xiaohua's aura. Moreover, the uncontrollable aura from before was brewing inside the cloud, as if it would explode as long as it found an opportunity. Dragon Vein Xiaohua smiled and said, This must be something for Confucian cultivators. As for what it is specifically used for, I don't know. Where is Confucian cultivator Xiaohua? Jade Archive Xiaohua asked. Shua. The 5-colored cloud moved and the scholarly dressed Confucian cultivator Xiaohua appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua. He cupped his hands and said, What business does fellow immortal have with me? At this time, Jade Archive Xiaohua was used to Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's name. He stretched out his hand and asked, Does fellow immortal recognize this thing? I don't recognize it. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua answered very cleanly. After answering, he didn't forget to add, Fellow immortal recognizes it, I recognize it. If fellow immortal doesn't recognize it, I also don't recognize it. Jade Archive Xiaohua rolled his eyes at Confucian cultivator Xiaohua and said in a strange tone, Fellow immortal has only studied for a few years. Why do your words sound so sour? What made Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes pop out was that Confucian cultivator Xiaohua actually shook his head and said, If you know it, then you know it. If you don't know it, then you don't know it. I still have clothes to dry at home. I'll take my leave first. Dragon Vein Xiaohua laughed and disappeared with a flash of golden light. The mountain river seal, however, remained in place. Fellow immortal, help I take a look at what this thing is. Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and threw the cloud into Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's hand without waiting for him to drop his book bag. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua took the strands of cloud, but before he could do anything, a loud boom resounded. The strands of cloud began to expand as if they were filled with air. Soon after, strings of jade flew out from the expanding cloud along with heavenly music. Then layers upon layers of palaces appeared from the cloud. Xiaohua glanced at the jade archive and saw that there was an immortal jade palace hidden inside the cloud. Immortal palace? Jade archive. Xiaohua frowned because he was very familiar with the image of the immortal palace inside the cloud. It was the immortal palace that Chongyun Sex Mo Jianli and the others showed on the stage during the longevity-suppressing immortals ceremony. This is the immortal palace decree. Jade archive. Xiaohua didn't hear anything, but Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's eyes flashed with 5 colors, as if there was something Confucian cultivators could see inside the cloud. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said indifferently, "It's for the king of Qin state Xian Yanming, but there's nothing written inside. I don't know what use it has." Jade archive. Xiaohua frowned even more. Looking at the immortal palace decree in Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's hand, he asked curiously, "Why did the immortal palace give the immortal palace decree to the king of hidden immortal continent? Moreover, according to common sense, any decree should be written on the immortal palace decree, right?" "That's true, but maybe the immortal palace has some secret that they don't want others to know, so they didn't write anything." Confucian cultivator Xiaohua nodded. "Unfortunately, Xian Yanming's corpse is long gone, and I'm afraid his soul is also gone. Otherwise, fellow immortal could ask." "Forget it, who cares?" Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's matter has nothing to do with I. Jade archive. Xiaohua waved his hand and asked, "Is it better to leave this immortal palace decree with fellow immortal, or in the mountain river seal?" "Naturally, it's better to leave it with me. This immortal palace decree is the same as Mahavairocana's Buddhist edict. The essence of Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's cultivation can be traced. It's very useful for my cultivation. Leaving it with fellow immortal dragon vein is like casting pearls before swine." Confucian cultivator Xiaohua smiled and his eyes curved. Only now could it be seen that this Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was definitely Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Even if he read Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's poems and books, he still couldn't change his greedy nature. After Confucian cultivator Xiaohua finished speaking, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of true qi. The entire immortal palace decree turned into a pure white feather robe that fell on Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's body. Waves of clouds appeared out of thin air, and Confucian cultivator Xiaohua really looked like an immortal. "Goodbye." Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was very polite. He cupped his hands and said, "In the future, if there is such a good thing, don't hesitate to call me over. I'm willing to serve fellow immortal." "I won't see you off." Jade archive. Xiaohua's eyes seemed to have seen Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's foxtail. He waved his hand and his gaze fell on the 3 nascent souls. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua made a grabbing motion with his hand and the 3 nascent souls fell into his hand. Then his entire figure disappeared. In a flash, Jade archive. Xiaohua's figure appeared in the space. However, before he could stand still, he saw layers of bubbles appear on the skin of the 3 nascent souls in his hand. The bubbles rapidly expanded and kept bursting. The skin of the 3 nascent souls collapsed in the space. "Oh, not good." Jade archive. Xiaohua was shocked. He didn't dare to be negligent. He covered his robe and his figure swayed. He quickly rushed out of the space with the 3 nascent souls. When the 3 nascent souls came out of the space, the bubbles on the skin immediately disappeared. The previous collapse also disappeared. This. Jade archive. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and immediately understood. "Damn it, I understand. The nascent souls of Taoist cultivators are the condensation of the world's spiritual energy. In the end, it is the Tao foundation and the world's spiritual energy. In I's space, the world's spiritual energy is different from the outside world. The primordial spirit and the physical body can enter, but the nascent souls can't. Good, fortunately, I's nascent soul has just been born and hasn't entered the space. Otherwise it would be a big loss. What does fellow Taoist think?" Jade archive. Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and asked. Green-robed Xiaohua's figure appeared next to Jade archive. Xiaohua. He looked at the 3 nascent souls with some disdain and shook his head slightly. "Fellow Taoist, although these 2 nascent souls are in the middle stage of the nascent soul stage, it seems that the difference between them and my nascent souls is not small. You have a good idea. Everyone can use the body of this nascent soul, but I don't think it's good. Others may not like it. Wait for I to see. Jade Archive. Xiaohua raised his head and thought for a moment. He stretched out his hand and a thin crystal thread appeared between his index finger. It split into three and fell between the eyebrows of the three nascent souls. A moment later, Jade Archive. Xiaohua shook his hand and the crystal thread disappeared. He said, as I thought, the primordial spirits of these two nascent souls have already been obliterated. They are just empty shells. Fellow Taoists are interested, you can all enter. As he said this, he looked at green-robed Xiaohua with a smile and said, could it be that fellow Taoist is not interested? How could I not be interested? Green-robed Xiaohua replied in an embarrassed tone. When green-robed Xiaohua entered one of the nascent souls, the nascent soul opened its eyes. It was very lively and the nascent soul's body expanded a bit. However, the nascent soul waved its hands and looked at itself. It then lowered its head and closed its eyes. Chapter 3572. Xian Songzi bitterly smiled and landed on the flying carriage. He sat down cross-legged and asked in a low voice, I wonder where Taoist Xiao is going? And where did you meet the king of the Qin state Xian Yanming? When Xiaohua said that he came to participate in the Jade Pavilion meeting and met Xian Yanming, Xian Songzi sighed and said with emotion, alas, it's all because of fate. If I met you half a day earlier, I'm afraid I wouldn't have encountered such a disaster. What do you mean? Xiaohua understood. You're also going to the Jade Pavilion meeting? You just met Xian Yanming half a day ago? Of course. Xian Songzi nodded. Moreover, if I guessed correctly, Xian Yanming and another Confucian cultivator were lying in ambush on the way to the Jade Pavilion meeting. Damn it. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He knew that the other two nascent soul cultivators must have the same goal as him. But then Xiaohua was puzzled again. He looked at Xian Songzi and said in a low voice, but the problem is Xian Yanming is a Confucian cultivator. Why does he want the nascent soul of a Taoist cultivator? This is not something I can know. Xian Songzi clenched his teeth and said, doesn't Xian Yanming have an accomplice? He must also be from the capital Qin state. When we find that person we'll know. Yes, there will be a chance in the future. Xiaohua nodded and looked around, but right now it's better for me to participate in the Jade Pavilion meeting. Taoist Xiao, this is... Xian Songzi looked at Xiaohua in confusion. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, I'm lost. I can't find where the Jade Pavilion is. Huh? Xian Songzi laughed. This was the first time he saw a Taoist cultivator who was lost, not to mention a nascent soul cultivator. Taoist Xiao, please land the flying carriage. Let I see where this is. Xian Songzi was now a nascent soul cultivator, so he could only use his nascent soul to explore. After Xiaohua landed the flying carriage, Xian Songzi looked to the left and pointed, Taoist Xiao, you went the wrong way. You should fly in that direction. Thank you, fellow Taoist Xian Song. Xiaohua also smiled and urged the Pegasus to fly towards the Jade Pavilion once again. After flying for a while, the atmosphere in the flying carriage became a little awkward. Xiaohua looked at Xian Songzi, who didn't close his eyes to meditate, but had a flicker in his eyes as he looked at him from time to time. He asked, Taoist Xian Song, since things have come to this, it's useless to think too much about it. I'd better look forward. After all, it's better to have a nascent soul than to have a nascent soul obliterated. Yes, I understand. Xian Songzi hurriedly said, but with my current situation, I really can't do anything about it. That's right. What do you plan to do in the future? Xiaohua couldn't help but feel pity in his heart. He knew that this question of his definitely had a cause and effect, but in the end he still spoke. When Xian Songzi heard this, he hastily stood up and looked at Xiaohua. He clenched his teeth and was about to kneel down. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had already waved his hand and stopped him from kneeling down. He smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Xian Song, if there's anything you want to say, feel free to say it to me. If I can help, I'll help. Xian Songzi's face was slightly red and he said bitterly, to be able to meet Taoist Master Xiao is Ai's fortune. Not only did Taoist Master save Ai, you also didn't have any thoughts of enslaving Ai. This is really the luck that I cultivated in my previous lives. Now that I've met Taoist Master Xiao, then in the future I can't help but rely on Taoist Master. In my opinion, I don't have anything to make a deal with Taoist master. I'm willing to swear a blood oath and serve Taoist master for 1,000 years as the price for my survival. Of course, I also hope that fellow Taoist can do a few things for I in consideration of being a slave to I. Swear a heart oath? Serve for 1,000 years? Xiaohua blinked his eyes and looked at the 1-foot-long nascent soul. If it was a nascent soul without a nascent soul, Xiaohua wouldn't mind. But what's there to command about a nascent soul with a nascent soul? Moreover, if he really agreed from Shen Songzi's words, what would he have to do for him? Forget it, forget it. Xiaohua didn't like trouble and hurriedly waved his hand. Fellow Taoist is still a nascent soul cultivator, how can you lower yourself? Moreover, I don't like to order others around, so there's no need to mention this. But, Shen Songzi was a bit tongue-tied. Oh, if you're afraid of being ordered around by others, then in order to survive, you can stay by this Xiao's side. It doesn't matter. Xiaohua hurriedly said, when you feel that you can leave, just tell this Xiao. Taoist Master Xiao. Shen Songzi was almost about to cry. He had cultivated for 1,000 years and had never seen such a righteous Taoist cultivator. Is this still a Taoist cultivator? This wasn't much. When Xiaohua said the second sentence, Shen Songzi really felt that happiness had come too quickly. Oh, if you have anything you want me to do, I can also say it. Of course, it can't be too difficult. Otherwise, I can't do it. Xiaohua said with a smile, as if he was sure that he could help Shen Songzi. Really? Shen Songzi was shocked by happiness to the point that his brain couldn't function properly. After a while, he said, Taoist master doesn't want any price? What price? Xiaohua waved his hand and said, what fellow Taoist wants me to do is naturally how to cultivate my nascent soul. This kind of thing. It's naturally useful to I, right? I can also do it in advance just in case. Yes. Shen Songzi hurriedly nodded. Naturally, Taoist Master Xiao doesn't need to personally take revenge. What I want fellow Taoists to do is of course to protect my nascent soul cultivation and consider how to cultivate a scattered soul. Scattered soul? Xiaohua blinked his eyes. He really hadn't heard of scattered soul. Fellow Taoist, have you heard of scattered immortals? Shen Songzi wasn't surprised and said, scattered soul is somewhat similar to scattered immortals. Never heard of it. Xiaohua's answer really surprised Shen Songzi. Cough cough. Shen Songzi coughed twice and said with a smile, Taoist Master Zhao's cultivation is profound and your future is immeasurable. Naturally, you don't need to know about such trivial things. I've only heard of scattered cultivators. Tell me, what are scattered immortals and scattered souls? Xiaohua looked around and said, right now we're still far away from the Jade Pavilion gathering. Let's talk for now. Shen Songzi didn't have any power to refuse Xiaohua and slowly said. Following Shen Songzi's explanation, Xiaohua gradually understood that the so-called scattered immortals were immortals in the immortal world who hadn't been granted an official position. At that time, the immortal world seemed to have some connection with the cultivation world. From time to time there would be news from the immortal world. Moreover, there were many cases of people ascending to the immortal world. Loose immortals and righteous immortals had completely different influences in the cultivation world. Later, the connection between the immortal world and the cultivation world was cut off and there was no more news from the immortal world. In the eyes of cultivators, there was no difference between righteous immortals and scattered immortals. Immortals had the future of ascending to the Mahayana realm. Afterwards, scattered immortals had a new meaning. They were cultivators who had cultivated to the crossing tribulation stage but hadn't passed the heavenly tribulation and lost their physical body in the heavenly tribulation. However, they were lucky enough to leave behind a nascent soul. If these cultivators had passed the heavenly tribulation, their physical body would disappear and they wouldn't be able to enter the heavenly realm. However, if they hadn't passed the heavenly tribulation, their nascent soul would be left behind. This kind of awkward situation was different from immortals, so they were called scattered immortals. A scattered immortal's nascent soul had a part of the heavenly tribulation's power, which formed the so-called immortal chi. However, it was also because there was no immortal chi in the cultivation world that it was difficult for scattered immortals to improve their cultivation. The most troublesome thing for scattered immortals was that the nascent soul had the power of the heavenly tribulation. Every once in a while, a heavenly tribulation would appear. The power of the heavenly tribulation would increase again and again until the immortal chi in the scattered immortal's body was completely purified. In fact, cultivators who had truly passed the heavenly tribulation could rely on their physical body to absorb immortal chi. When the immortal chi in their body was enough, they could ascend to the immortal world. However, scattered immortals didn't have physical bodies and could only use the heavenly tribulation to cultivate. They could gather the immortal chi in their body to reach the limit that the cultivation world couldn't accommodate. Of course, this process was extremely painful and dangerous. Each heavenly tribulation wasn't inferior to the initial heavenly tribulation. If a scattered immortal couldn't pass any of the heavenly tribulations, they would turn into ashes. Of course, this kind of hard work also had a huge harvest. After ordinary scattered immortals ascended to the immortal world, their strength would far surpass ordinary immortal world cultivators, and they would be valued in the immortal world. As for the scattered nascent soul that Xian Songzi wanted to cultivate, it was also compared to the normal cultivation method and was even inferior to that of a scattered immortal. Scattered nascent soul was merely borrowing the cultivation method of a scattered immortal. After a cultivator lost their physical body, they relied on a unique cultivation method to cultivate using the nascent soul method and finally reached the heavenly tribulation stage. However, even if a scattered nascent soul cultivator transcended the heavenly tribulation, they could only be a scattered immortal. It was impossible to obtain enough immortal chi in one heavenly tribulation. In particular, scattered nascent souls didn't have physical bodies and it was practically impossible for them to transcend the Deshang heavenly tribulation. The fate of a scattered immortal was miserable, but the fate of a scattered nascent soul was even more miserable. Alas, so that's how it is. After Xiaohua finished listening, he sighed and said, I thought that loose immortals meant freedom, leisure, and comfort. Who would have known that this loose immortal is similar to loose cultivators who belong to sects and clans? This loose immortal is filled with blood and tears. However, fellow Taoist Xian Songzi, actually, with your current realm you should consider. Xiaohua actually wanted to say possession, but if Xian Songzi possessed, then what about the person who was possessed? Xian Songzi also didn't avoid Xiaohua and said with a bitter smile, there's no need for Taoists to remind me. I naturally know that possession is the best path. However, the problem is that I's nascent soul has already been formed and an ordinary body wouldn't be able to withstand it. How can a body that can accommodate I's nascent soul be something that I can possess in my current state? Currently it's already not bad that I can survive. How could I dare to think about anything else? Besides, even if I want to possess, I still have to rely on Taoist Zhao. With Taoist Zhao's character. AI, that's right. Xiaohua nodded. I definitely won't allow you to casually harm other people. Chapter 3573. Green-robed Xiaohua came out of his nascent soul and waved his hands, shouting, not good, not good. It's like wearing a pair of small shoes, but also like wearing a very sullen Taoist robe. I can't move at all. If the shoes are small, you can make them bigger. If the Taoist robe is small, you can also modify it. Jade Archive Xiaohua advised earnestly, we're poor, so just put up with it. Put up with what? Green-robed Xiaohua rolled his eyes at Jade Archive Xiaohua. He pointed at the two nascent soul cultivators and said, these useless things can't be nourished by the 5 chi righteous thunder. If they were to cultivate slowly, I'm afraid it would take thousands of years. Having is better than not having it. Jade Archive Xiaohua naturally understood and said, also if you can adapt to this thing, won't you be able to come out and help when I'm in danger? Don't let it be like the 5 brocade cloud painting battle last time. Obviously everyone can help, but there's no way to go out. Okay. Green-robed Xiaohua waved his hand. Fellow Taoist, think of a way yourself. I know you've been thinking about that old bald donkey Guzhen's 200 years of cultivation. Fellow Taoist, don't forget that's the cultivation path of a Buddhist sect's protector. There's no future. Hee. Jade Archive Xiaohua gave a rare embarrassed smile. I was just thinking about it. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to take it out and embarrass yourself, right? A gentleman is magnanimous. Green-robed Xiaohua's voice drifted and his figure disappeared again. Jade Archive Xiaohua immediately tested it. Sure enough, when the 5 Qi righteous thunder touched the nascent souls immediately showed signs of collapse. Helpless, Jade Archive Xiaohua could only place the 2 nascent souls outside the 5 Qi righteous thunder and slowly nourish them with the true essence in his lower dantian. Xiaohua took a look at the nascent soul that was flashing with 5 colored threads of qi. He then opened his mouth and a flying sword rushed out. In the blink of an eye, the nascent soul's 5 colored threads of qi were about to be cut in half. Xiaohua then spat out another mouthful of qi. The nascent soul's body flashed with a faint golden light. The surrounding yuan qi began to gather toward the nascent soul, slowly repairing the previously collapsed skin of the nascent soul. Kill. After the time it took to finish a meal, Xian Songzi's weak nascent soul finally opened its eyes. Without any hesitation, the moment it saw the person in front of it, Xian Songzi's nascent soul's eyes turned red. It rubbed its hands together and the energy of heaven and earth surged. A powerful spell seal smashed towards the person's head. Xiaohua had already anticipated this, so he wasn't angry. With a wave of his hand, under the heaven and earth in the sleeve, even Xian Songzi, who was a nascent soul cultivator, felt as if his entire body had sunk into something solid. It was difficult for him to move, let alone mobilize the qi of heaven and earth. Fellow Taoist, this is a dog biting an immortal. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Xiaohua said with a smile. Do you think I am the Confucian cultivator who killed your physical body and captured your nascent soul? You're a Taoist cultivator? At this moment Xian Songzi was only a foot tall. He looked up and down at the giant like Xiaohua. The hatred in his eyes was gone, but an indescribable fear was born. What caught Xiaohua off guard was that Xian Songzi's hands once again formed a spell seal with great difficulty. Golden light splashed out from Xian Songzi's nascent soul. It was actually about to self-destruct. Damn it, you're sick. Xiaohua was shocked. He angrily cursed and slapped his hand. The nascent soul's hand was displayed and firmly grasped Xian Songzi's nascent soul. The nearby qi of heaven and earth was blocked. Xiaohua's entire body even soared into the sky. He flew straight into the astral winds before stopping. He looked at Xian Songzi in his hand with lingering fear. If something went wrong, he would immediately throw Xian Songzi into the astral winds. Do you want to die? Xiaohua coldly said. If you want to die, you only need to nod your head. This Xiao will immediately throw you out. Don't even talk about using some self-destruct technique. As long as you enter the astral winds, your little body that just became a nascent soul will immediately turn into ashes. Although Xian Songzi was currently a nascent soul, he couldn't even sense a trace of qi of heaven and earth. Especially his own body, he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even answer Xiaohua's question. Xiaohua ignored him and continued to say, I know that your physical body was destroyed by the king of the capital Qin state. You have hatred in your heart, but your deep-rooted hatred should go to the king of the capital Qin state and take revenge on him. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The king of the capital Qin state has already been killed by this Xiao. If you want, you can go kill the other people of the capital Qin state. Of course, even if you kill a Confucian cultivator, this Xiao has no objections. What right do you have to self-destruct in front of your savior? Don't you know that if you self-destruct, this Xiao will also be implicated? If this Xiao knew, this Xiao would have just let that Xian Yanming obliterate your nascent soul. Seeing Xiaohua ramble on for so long, the fear in Xian Songzi's nascent soul's eyes slightly disappeared and revealed a pleading expression. Xiaohua didn't dare to easily relax his vigilance. His nascent soul's hand slightly relaxed as he asked, If you want to die, then nod your head. This Xiao will lend you a hand. If you don't want to die, then shake your head. Xian Songzi was somewhat silent as he stared at Xiaohua. After half a cup of tea's time, he still didn't move. Forget it. How could Xiaohua really send Xian Songzi's nascent soul into the astral winds? Seeing that Xian Songzi didn't speak, he waved his hand and said, Don't struggle. This Xiao was just joking with you because you really scared this Xiao. How about this Xiao will let you go. You can go wherever you want. Even if you want to self-destruct, you can. But wait until this Xiao leaves. Xian Songzi's nascent soul's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief, but soon after he really believed it. Xiaohua flew for a moment. Seeing that there was no one nearby, he reached out with his nascent soul's hand and threw Xian Songzi's nascent soul to the side. Then he used the wind escape technique and ran far away. When he landed on the flying carriage, Xiaohua was still muttering. However, when he really urged the heavenly horse, his heart calmed down and he suddenly realized why Xian Songzi was so scared. He then sighed and shook his head. Looking at the heavenly horse flapping its light feathers, his gaze was somewhat unfocused. Of course, it was only for a moment. Xiaohua raised his voice again and said, "Fellow Taoist, why are you following this Xiao for no reason? Whether you live or die has nothing to do with this Xiao. Can you just pretend that you never saw this Xiao?" The fellow Taoist Xiaohua spoke of was none other than Xian Songzi, who had used teleportation to land beside the flying carriage. In just a moment, Xian Songzi's nascent soul had already become somewhat dim. "I wonder if fellow Taoist can let I in for a chat?" Xian Songzi was somewhat helpless. He seemed to be pleading but also seemed to be negotiating. Xiaohua shook his head slightly and said, "I'm very sorry. Fellow Taoist is really too dangerous. This Xiao still wants to live for a few more years. If fellow Taoist wants to thank me, then there's no need to say anything. You and I are both Taoist cultivators. To be able to meet you is fate between us. Moreover, this Xiao didn't intend to save you. However, that Xian Yanming also wanted to kill this Xiao, so this Xiao killed him. When I saw that you were captured, I just happened to save you." "Fellow Taoist," Xian Songzi sighed and said, "if I was captured by a Confucian cultivator or even killed, then all troubles would be over. However, if I was captured by a Taoist cultivator, then I wouldn't be able to reincarnate for 100 lifetimes. Fellow Taoist, don't say. You don't know about this and don't have such thoughts in your heart." "Hey." Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and said, "Who do you think this Xiao is? This Xiao naturally knows that capturing a nascent soul can be of great use. It can be used as the tool spirit of a spiritual treasure or eaten to increase one's cultivation. However, does this Xiao need to use such methods? Moreover, if this Xiao wants to use it, why would I need you? That king of the capital Qin state killed more than one nascent soul cultivator. However, you were lucky and your primordial spirit wasn't erased. Fellow Taoist may be straightforward and upright, but there are very few people like you in the Taoist sect." Xian Songzi bitterly smiled. He knew that what Xiaohua said was correct. "Otherwise, I would immediately be afraid when I saw that fellow Taoist was a Taoist cultivator. It's fine, it's fine." Xiaohua waved his hand again. "This Xiao didn't think about it before, but when I just returned, I already knew. This Xiao doesn't blame you anymore. You can go now." "Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao, for forgiving I." Xian Songzi's face revealed bitterness. He said again, "However, this world is so big. Where can I find a place to stand? If fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't help me, I'm afraid that in less than an hour, I will turn into ashes." Seeing that Xian Songzi's nascent soul had dimmed a bit as he spoke, Xiaohua sighed. He knew that Xian Songzi's nascent soul had just been born and couldn't withstand the impact of the energy of heaven and earth. It couldn't withstand the wind and rain of heaven and earth. If he really ignored Xian Songzi, 1,000 years of hard work would disappear in an instant. "Come in." Xiaohua was soft-hearted in the end. He waved his hand and the restriction on the flying carriage dispersed. Xian Songzi revealed a happy expression and entered in a flash. After the restriction on the flying carriage was restored, Xiaohua still didn't feel at ease. He flicked his finger again and several rays of light flashed around Xian Songzi's nascent soul. Xian Songzi immediately felt several warm currents surging around him. Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out several pieces of top-grade nascent stones. He asked, "Do you still want more nascent stones?" "Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao." Xian Songzi was overjoyed. He waved his hand and a black earth-type top-grade nascent stone fell in front of him. As Xian Songzi hugged it with his two small hands, that nascent stone shrank visibly. When that nascent stone disappeared, Xiaohua took out another earth-type nascent stone and asked, "Fellow Taoist, do you still want more?" Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao." Xian Songzi smiled bitterly. "I only have so many nascent stones. If I use any more, I'll be full. After all, a nascent soul is still a nascent soul. Without a body tempering nascent stones, these nascent stones can only be a kind of supplement." Xiaohua nodded and put away the nascent stones. Xian Songzi looked at the flying carriage and Pegasus and bowed. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'm Xian Songzi. May I know your Taoist name? Oh, so it's fellow Taoist Xian Songzi. I'm Xiao Hua. My Taoist name is Taoist Xiao. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly returned the greeting. So it's Taoist Xiao. I've been disrespectful. Xian Songzi said respectfully. Previously I was too impetuous. Now I formally thank Taoist Xiao for saving my life. Ah, no need to be polite. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Actually, I didn't save your life. Chapter 3574. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Xian Songzi could only helplessly reply, therefore this poor Taoist's current plan can only be to scatter my nascent soul, and when there's a chance in the future, I'll think about taking over the body. Since there is a path, there is an end. Fellow Taoist Xian Songzi, if you cultivate scattered nascent soul and scattered immortal, I will definitely support you no matter how difficult it is. Xiao Hua looked at Xian Songzi and said word by word. But if you take over, I may not. Xiao Hua didn't say anything more. He believed that Xian Songzi would understand his meaning. Xian Songzi didn't know where Xiao Hua's confidence came from, but he was inexplicably moved. He cupped his hands and said, I don't dare to have extravagant hopes for the future. I only want to get through the current difficulties first. That's true, take one step at a time, you don't have to worry too much about the future. Xiao Hua knew that Xian Songzi's mood wasn't good right now, so he didn't want to comfort him. He just casually said some words. Unexpectedly, Xian Songzi said seriously, Taoist Master Xiao, you don't know, all of this is the will of the heavens. Will of the heavens? Xiao Hua was stunned. He was somewhat baffled. As early as 600 years ago. Xian Songzi's tone was somewhat aged, his gaze looking towards the clouds in front of the flying carriage as if he was reminiscing. I had just cultivated to gold core. In order to find a suitable cultivation method, I killed many Taoist cultivators. In the end, I finally obtained a cultivation method suitable for I from an unknown cultivator. And in this cultivator's small Qingkuan pouch, I also obtained an incomplete ink cloud pupil. What was recorded inside was the cultivation method for scattered immortals. There was also a so-called scattered nascent soul cultivation method. It must be the cultivation experience of some scattered immortal senior. Speaking up to here, Xian Songzi was silent for a moment, then continued, At that time I felt that this secret technique was really inconceivable and this thing was really boring, so I almost threw it away, but thinking that it was left behind by a scattered immortal senior, it could be considered precious, and I had never heard of scattered immortals before. I kept it. I didn't expect that the cause from 600 years ago would actually bear fruit today. No wonder you know about scattered immortals. Xiao Hua sighed again. Taoist has actually obtained this ink cloud pupil. When fellow Taoist brought it up today, this Xiao still feels that I'm ignorant and inexperienced. Bodiless immortals are called immortals, but they actually live miserable lives. They live in fear every day, afraid that the heavenly tribulation will descend. That's why they do everything they can to find a way to avoid the tribulation and a way to deal with it. There are very few of them in the first place, so how can they appear in front of people? Xian Songzi nodded. Even if I knew about this, I've never seen a bodiless immortal before. And I've never heard anyone mention it. Xiao Hua pinched his chin and said, That's right, according to what I know, as long as one can't pass the heavenly tribulation, no matter if it's the physical body or the nascent soul, both will turn into ashes. It's unlikely that the nascent soul will be tougher than the physical body and be able to escape the heavenly tribulation. There's always a way out. There's always an exception. Xian Songzi smiled. 10,000 years later I'll show you this exception. Good, this Xiao will wait and see. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I wonder how this Xiao can help you now? Tell me about it. That Mo Yuntong is in Ai's Qingkuan bag. If you killed that bastard Xian Yanming, Mo Yuntong must be in your hands. Xian Songzi smiled and said, Moreover, Ai's natal magic treasure, the Hanging Mountain Pagoda, should also be in your hands. Now that I can't stay outside for long, I can only rely on the Hanging Mountain Pagoda to survive. Oh, I understand. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out Xian Yanming's Qingkuan bag. He handed it to Xian Songzi and said, It should all be inside. Take it yourself. Taoist. Xian Songzi smiled bitterly. Now that I don't have the strength to truss a chicken, I have to rely on Taoist for everything. Even that nascent soul cultivation secret technique needs Taoist to pass on to me. Oh, this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. He knew that when Xian Songzi lost his physical body, he couldn't cultivate any divine abilities. He really had to rely on Xiao Hua to pass on these secret techniques to him first. Therefore Xiao Hua didn't hesitate. He first looked for Xian Songzi's magic treasure and gave it to Xian Songzi. Xian Songzi hugged the small pagoda with both hands, and his nascent soul flashed with light and faint magic power fluctuations. When the small pagoda also fluctuated, the small pagoda slowly shrank and fell into the nascent soul's hands. Only then did the vigilance on Xian Songzi's face, which had never disappeared, slightly relax. Then Xiaohua looked for Xian Songzi's shabby Mo Yuntong. Fortunately, although there were many things in Xian Yanming's Qiankuan pouch and Xian Songzi didn't care about the Mo Yuntong before, Xian Yanming had just obtained it from Xian Songzi. Xian Yanming didn't have time to deal with it, so Xiaohua only spent a little effort to find it. After obtaining Xian Songzi's consent again, Xiaohua placed the Mo Yuntong on his forehead and carefully looked at it. Then he stretched out his hand and a faint crystal thread appeared on his index finger. He touched the forehead of Xian Songzi's nascent soul. Xian Songzi's nascent soul rapidly trembled, unable to withstand the power of Xiaohua's touch. Xiaohua was helpless. However, after looking at it for a moment, several divine senses swept over the flying carriage, which attracted Xiaohua's attention again. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then threw Mo Yuntong to Dragon Vein Xiaohua to take a look. He stood up, put his hands behind his back and looked in the direction where the divine senses swept over. The direction where the divine senses swept over wasn't where the Jade Pavilion was, but where Xiaohua was about 100 miles away. After Xiaohua let the heavenly horse slow down its flying speed, in just the time it took to eat a meal, 3 cultivators wearing Taoist robes came over. The one in front was an old man with white hair and a beard. Below him was a pigeon-like bird, but this pigeon was about 2 zhong in size. The pigeon's face looked fierce and when its wings flapped, it set off a powerful airflow. This old man had a red face, a pair of broom-like eyebrows and leopard-shaped eyes. He looked majestic without being angry, which was quite a match for the bird below him. The 2 cultivators behind the old man were slightly younger, but their hair was also white and their eyebrows were quite weathered. One of them was on a flying boat and the other was on a flying sword. Although their faces were not very fierce, there was also a kind of powerful momentum in their eyes. It seemed that the 3 of them were not ordinary people. Fellow Taoist. Although the 3 of them had already scanned Xiaohua with their divine senses, now that they really saw Xiaohua, they saw that Xiaohua was so young, and they couldn't see Xiaohua's strength even when using spells. They couldn't help but look at each other. The person in front hurriedly stood up from the back of the pigeon, cupped his hands and said, "I'm Chong Yu of Qingzhou Qingyun Ridge. I wonder if you are going to the Jade Pavilion meeting?" Xiaohua naturally returned the salute and said with a smile, "I'm Xiaohua of Black Cloud Ridge in Yuzhou, and I'm going to the Jade Pavilion meeting." Could it be that the 3 of you are also going to the Jade Pavilion meeting? Haha, yes, that's right. Hearing this, Chong Yu raised his thick eyebrows and laughed. It's better to meet by chance than by invitation. We are really fated. That's, Xiaohua said with a smile, now that we are close to the Jade Pavilion, if the cultivators we meet are not going to the Jade Pavilion meeting, that would be strange. Chapter 3575. Come, come, come. Chong Yu seemed to be very straightforward. He pointed to the 2 people behind him and said, "These are the 2 fellow Taoists I met on the way. The 4 of us are going to the Jade Pavilion together. It's really lively. I'm Zhu Qingli from Yangzhou Ruins Hu Mountain. Greetings to fellow Taoist Xiao." The person on the flying boat also had a smile on his face. The person on the flying sword next to him, although he looked a little unwilling, reluctantly cupped his hands and said, "I'm Wu Tianxin from Yangzhou's Panshan Cave. Hee hee, I'm very happy to see you 2 fellow Taoists." Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands, not because their cultivation was low. Ignore old Wu's dead face. Changyu looked at Wu Tianxin's appearance and didn't find it strange. He said to Xiaohua, when you saw me before he was also like that. Later I heard from other fellow Taoists that he was originally like this. I don't know how many fellow Taoists he offended, but he didn't change. It's no wonder fellow Taoist Wu is like this. Zhu Qingli hastily explained, he didn't intend to participate in the Jade Pavilion gathering. However, I've encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. It just so happens that a small country wants me to stand up for them, so I dragged fellow Taoist Wu to the Jade Pavilion. Xiaohua smiled, touched his nose and said, it seems. I've never said that I care, right? Everyone has their own nature, as long as they don't hinder others, it's fine. Previously when I saw the three of you aggressively chasing after me, I thought you three fellow Taoists had bad intentions. Now that I see you three fellow Taoists being so friendly, I've just calmed down. How could I care? Hee. Changyu smiled embarrassedly. He didn't seem to be embarrassed. Presumably he didn't have any dirty thoughts before. He looked at the Pegasus in front of Xiaohua and said, even if we have some plans, seeing that fellow Taoist Xiao dares to ride such a Pegasus, you should think about it in your heart, right? Besides, on the hidden immortal continent, our Tao sect has declined and is suppressed by Confucian cultivators. Even if we want to rule a country, we have to come to the Jade Pavilion to give face to Confucian cultivators. In this case, even if I can take fellow Taoist's Pegasus, so what? Wouldn't it be better to directly kill a Confucian cultivator? Fellow Taoist Chang is rather straightforward. Xiaohua laughed. If all you know is fighting and killing. Wu Tianxin said coldly, you kill me, I kill you. Sooner or later both sides will suffer. The more I walk, the more scared I am. Fellow Taoists, listen to me. This Jade Pavilion gathering is definitely not a place to be taken lightly. While we haven't entered yet, we'd better get out of here as soon as possible. Old Wu. Changyu was not surprised. It seemed that he had heard these words several times. He turned back and said, you are already in the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. If you want to enter the late stage of the Gold Core realm, have you prepared all the spiritual herbs and medicinal pills you need? I've already reached the bottleneck of the late Gold Core stage, but I've only prepared less than 30% of the things needed to conceive a nascent soul. If this goes on, I won't be able to conceive a baby within my lifespan. Instead of waiting for death like this, why don't I go to the Yaotai Palace and fight? Fellow Taoist Wu, Senior Chang is right. Aren't you in an awkward situation now? Those spiritual herbs are useless for the cultivation of Confucian cultivators, but they have the spiritual herbs in their hands. Even if they ask great alchemists to refine them into ordinary medicines, they won't give them to us. If we don't have the support of a country and recruit disciples as the state preceptor, how can our cultivation progress further? If we take 10,000 steps back and die, won't we have no disciples at all? How can the inheritance of our Taoism continue? Zhu Qingli and the other two obviously argued a lot on the way, and today they argued again. It's easy for you and me to leave today, but maybe we'll have to come here again 10 years later. 10 years, these 10 years are nothing in our eyes. Maybe fellow Taoist Wu doesn't care, but in Senior Chang's eyes, these 10 years are a matter of life and death. How can he have 10 more years? If Senior Chang is like this, who knows when we'll be like this? Therefore we should cherish every day and night on the road of cultivation. Do you think I don't know? Wu Tianxin rolled his eyes and said, I don't want to come to the Jade Pavilion because I want to save time for cultivation, right? Without elixirs and primordial stones, what can you do even if you have time? Changyu said with a smile. Facing Changyu, Wu Tianxin didn't dare to be as merciless as he was to Zhu Qingli. He could only smile bitterly and said, I don't think we can get anything more when we arrive at the Jade Pavilion. There's obviously a dark shadow in this Jade Pavilion gathering. What right do Taoist cultivators have to tell us what to do? Not to mention that a single state preceptor's lot can lead several Taoist cultivators to fight each other. Even if Taoist cultivators want the approval of Confucian cultivators to become state preceptors, we can see that Confucian cultivators are harboring evil intentions. Fellow Taoist Wu, you think too much. Zhu Qingli obviously didn't agree with Wu Tianxin's thoughts. He shook his head and said, the Jade Pavilion gathering has existed for many years in the hidden immortal continent, and many Taoist cultivators have become state preceptors. If there's a dark shadow, why don't others say it? Look at Senior Chong. Isn't he only willing to come to the Jade Pavilion gathering because the monarch of a country begged Senior Chong to become his disciple? In my opinion, there's nothing in this world that isn't a secret. Even if there are some secrets in the Jade Pavilion gathering, it's normal. Actually, if fellow Taoist Wu doesn't want to participate in the Jade Pavilion gathering, you can find a Taoist country and cultivate under the state preceptor. It's also possible. Xiao Hua's heart moved and he interrupted. Wu Tianxing curled his lips and said self-deprecatingly, "With my temper, how can I please others? Since I can't be their direct disciple, it's better for me to cultivate on my own." Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Chang Yu said with a smile, "The four of us met for a reason. I don't know who will get the state preceptor's lot, but I can guarantee that as long as I can take charge of a country, I can ask the three of you to come out and help." Thank you so much, Senior Chong. Zhu Qingli was very happy. He cupped his hands and thanked him. As for Xiao Hua and Wu Tianxing, they both smiled and didn't say much. "Let's go," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "I still have the same words. Everyone has their own thoughts and everyone has their own fate. No one can force anyone. Since we've come to the edge of the Jade Pavilion, we'd better go and take a look first. No matter what, this is a real grand meeting of our Taoist sect." Yes, even if fellow Taoist Wu doesn't want to go in, it's possible to find things for cultivation. Zhu Qingli nodded again and again. Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, "Fellow Taoists, do you mean that there are still auctions in the Jade Pavilion gathering? Why haven't I heard of it?" "It's not to the extent of auctions," Chang Yu said with a smile. "I've heard that there are some ordinary exchanges, which have gradually started in the past 200 years. After all, our Taoist sect cultivators are in the minority. In the ordinary auctions in the hidden immortal continent, our Taoist sect cultivators use very few things. Now that we have a rare opportunity to gather together, each of us must have something that others want but we don't need." Not bad, not bad. Xiaohua smiled. Wasn't this the small trade gathering in the Morning Rain continent? It was exactly the opportunity he liked. The Jade Pavilion was a mountain and an extremely high mountain peak. However, the mountain range around the Jade Pavilion mountain was extremely vast. At a glance, it was thousands of miles and tens of thousands of miles. It was several times larger than the territory of an ordinary country in the hidden immortal continent. However, as the ancients said, the mountain was famous not because of its height, but because of its immortal. The water was famous not because of its depth, but because of its dragon. Although the Jade Pavilion mountain was only a mountain peak, this mountain peak represented the mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. In front of the Jade Pavilion mountain, the entire mountain range had no other name. However, even though the Jade Pavilion gathering was called the Jade Pavilion, it was also a grand meeting where Taoist sect cultivators gathered. However, the place where the Imperial Tutor's lot was truly obtained was not the Jade Pavilion mountain. After the Jade Pavilion mountain, within the endless mountain range, there seemed to be no place where the Imperial Tutor's selection was not held. The entire mountain range was a place where Star-Lord Hall could freely display their abilities. 10 years ago, the selection competition might be held in a river. This year, it could be held in an ancient tree on the mountain peak. 10 years later, it could also be held in an inconspicuous cave. As for where it would be held 20 years later, it would depend on Star-Lord Hall's interest. Not only was the location of the selection different, even the selection method was not the same. Sometimes, a Taoist sect cultivator would sign up within a set time. Then Star-Lord Hall would randomly group these cultivators together. In the end, some cultivators who won would obtain the Imperial Tutor's lot. Sometimes all the Taoist sect cultivators would be divided into several groups. Every group would produce the Imperial Tutor's lot. There were even times when Star-Lord Hall did not choose the first few winners. Instead, they would first determine the rankings of the cultivators and then randomly draw a number. Whichever number was drawn, the corresponding cultivator would obtain the Imperial Tutor's lot. In particular, the number of the Imperial Tutor's lot in each Yaotai meeting was not always certain. Sometimes it was dozens, sometimes it was hundreds, and so on. Of course, among the many variables in the Yaotai meeting, there was one that was eternal. That was, no matter how the cultivators who entered the Yaotai meeting died, no one would care. In short, the Yaotai meeting was the rhythm of Star Lord Hall using all the methods in the entire mountain range and using the Imperial Tutor's lot as bait to kill the Taoist sect cultivators who participated in the Yaotai meeting. But even so, whether it was those who could see the essence or those who could not see the essence, or those who had a plan in their heart or those who had a fluke in their heart, the Tao sect cultivators of the 9 regions of the hidden immortal continent still appeared in the vicinity of Yaotai Mountain like carps crossing the river. How could Xiaohua not be one of them? Xiaohua, Changyu and the others flew like this for a few days. After exchanging what they knew, they finally understood why Immortal Li Xiang did not tell them the specific situation of the Yaotai meeting. Because everything could not be used as reference and all the experiences could be the cause of death. Only in the Yaotai meeting, it was really wise to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Chapter 3576. As for Changyu and the other two, they were even more shocked. Although the past few days had not been long and they were still unable to see through Xiaohua's cultivation, Wu Tianxin had inadvertently asked a few difficult questions about cultivation. He had originally wanted to ask Changyu for advice, but before Changyu could finish, Xiaohua had mercilessly refuted him. Changyu was naturally unconvinced and brought out a few of his doubts to discuss. In the end, Xiaohua did not have too many reservations and answered them in detail. So much so that other than Xiaohua asking about the situation of the Jade Pavilion gathering and the situation of Qingzhou and Yangzhou, the 3 of them took turns to ask Xiaohua for advice most of the time. In the distance, a bluestone mountain stood between heaven and earth like a jade tablet. The edge of the bluestone mountain was an undulating mountain range. The 3 of them were already incomparably respectful to Xiaohua. Seeing Xiaohua put away the Pegasus and flying chariot, the 3 of them hurriedly jumped down from the flying beast and flying boat. They put away their flying tools and stood respectfully beside Xiaohua. Looking at the Yaotai mountain, Xiaohua could not help but be somewhat stunned. Previously he had not released his divine perception to explore the Yaotai mountain, so he did not know what they were feeling this time. However, what surprised him was not the Yaotai mountain but the area under the Yaotai mountain. There were tents everywhere, and around these tents, there were many soldiers and generals in bright armor. The armors of these generals were different, and the military flags around the tents were also different. It was obvious that they were not of the same standard. Seeing Xiaohua's somewhat surprised expression, Changyu hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, the vicinity of the Yaotai mountain has been blocked by Confucian cultivators using a defensive formation. You cannot use your divine perception to explore. There are even some places that have counterattacks. Fellow Taoist, please do not forcibly break the formation." Changyu's tone was very respectful. Although he did not call Xiaohua senior, it was no different from facing a senior. "No." Xiaohua smiled and pointed at the tents. "The Xiao is wondering why there are so many soldiers." "Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao," Zhu Qingli also said, "these are not the soldiers of Star-Lord Palace, nor are they arranged by any Confucian cultivator. These are all sent by various countries. Even many monarchs will come personally. Their goal is to recruit our Taoist cultivators." Some didn't have a big appetite. Whether it was those who participated in the Yaotai meeting or Taoist cultivators who came to watch the fun, as long as they met their requirements, they could get their offerings. Some came for the cultivators who got the Imperial Preceptor's lot. Of course, these countries should be established by Taoist cultivators. On the other hand, the former might have been founded by Confucian cultivators. These monarchs are just recruiting our Taoism cultivators to be their hired thugs. If they are sincere, why would they appear here? Wu Tianxin still spoke in an unsociable manner. No matter what, their presence here represents their attitude. Changyu said unhappily, "Moreover, their arrival can at least allow some Tao sect cultivators with shallow cultivation to have a place to stay. Old Wu, don't always look at things from the bad side." Xiaohua smiled and said, "This Yaotai gathering is getting more and more interesting. Indeed, I've heard people talking about it before, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Now it seems that I've come a little late." Changyu nodded. "If I had come in the past, I might have encountered some opportunities. Maybe we won't be able to go back," Xiaohua faintly reminded. "But this can't be right." Changyu was stunned. "I've never heard of Taoism cultivators who don't participate in the Yaotai gathering disappearing for no reason. If Taoism cultivators who disappear can send messages, can they be called disappearing? Wu Tianxin replied with a somewhat sarcastic tone. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you're thinking too much. Chang Yu said embarrassedly, even if the Confucian cultivators have such a plan, I'm afraid they won't really do it. Otherwise, who would come to the Yaotai gathering? Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders, pointed to the sky, pointed to the ground, and pointed to the mountain peak. He said with a smile, heaven knows, earth knows, Yaotai mountain knows, but we Taoism cultivators don't know. Chang Yu wanted to say something again, but he saw a flying boat breaking through the sky from afar. A middle-aged Taoism cultivator was standing on it. So Chang Yu closed his mouth and stood in the air waiting. In just a moment the flying boat approached. Everyone could clearly see that the person on the flying boat was actually a cultivator of the second stage of Yuanli. When the cultivator saw the four people, he immediately bowed and said, Junior greets the four seniors. When Xiao Hua and the others saw that this cultivator didn't report his name and flew from the direction of Yaotai Mountain, they already understood something. Chang Yu raised his hand and said with a smile, no need to be so polite. Are you the reception envoy for the Yaotai gathering? Senior, there is no reception envoy for the Yaotai gathering this time. Junior is only here to give you the tokens to enter the Yaotai Mountain. As for the matter of entering the Yaotai Mountain in 10 days, Senior, please do as you please. As the cultivator spoke, he took out 4 bamboo slips from his bosom and respectfully presented them in front of the 4 people. Xiao Hua and the others took them and scanned them with their divine senses. They couldn't see anything special about these bamboo slips. Chang Yu hurriedly stopped the cultivator, who turned around and asked, I want to ask you, since there is no reception envoy, how can we enter the Yaotai Mountain? Or can we wait for these 10 days? As far as I know, at the foot of the Yaotai Mountain, there have always been quiet rooms and caves for the cultivators who come to participate in the Yaotai gathering to rest. Who would have thought that the cultivator himself was completely clueless? He smiled bitterly and said, Senior, this junior really doesn't know. This junior is in charge of everything within sight. Whenever a senior comes, this junior will hand over the token and not ask about anything else. If senior knows where there is a quiet room, senior can go. Forget it, you can go. Chang Yu naturally wouldn't make things difficult for a junior with second-level essence force. He smiled and waved his hand to indicate that cultivator to go. Only then did he turn around and say to Xiao Hua, Fellow Taoist Xiao, this time's Yaotai gathering is really loose. Previously, early gold core stage cultivators weren't allowed to enter the Yaotai Mountain, and this disciple is only at the heartbeat stage. The seniors he mentioned even include spirit tranquil stage disciples. Could it be that this time's Yaotai gathering has more lots for the state preceptor than before? If there are more, won't fellow Taoist Chong be happy? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Chong will also have the opportunity to get the state preceptor's lot and become the state preceptor. Not at all, not at all. Chang Yu said with a smile. I only came to try my luck. Fellow Taoist Xiao is the one who is truly confident. He. Xiao Hua smiled and looked around. He said, since there's no restriction on where we can rest, we can just find a place to rest? Fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't know. Chang Yu explained, during the Yaotai gathering, although Star Lord Hall didn't send any disciples to maintain order, there won't be any Confucian cultivators near the Yaotai Mountain. After all, this is Star Lord Hall's face. If we're too far away from the Yaotai Mountain, it might not be safe. Therefore, I think it's better to go to the bottom of the Yaotai Mountain first. Moreover, it's rare for us Tao disciples to gather together. If we're close, won't we be able to move around more? I don't care. I'll listen to fellow Taoist Chong. Xiao Hua had always been casual about this kind of matter and nodded in agreement. Xiao Hua naturally knew about the dangers near the Yaotai Mountain. Even someone as strong as Xian Songzi had lost his physical body. Chang Yu and the others were simply no match for them. Wu Tianxin and Zhu Qingli naturally didn't have any objections. The 3 of them followed Chang Yu and slowly descended to the foot of the Yaotai Mountain. Before the 4 of them arrived, Tao cultivators flew out from the numerous tents surrounding the Yaotai Mountain. However, these cultivators seemed to have a tacit understanding. The ones who flew out first directly flew in front of Xiao Hua and the others. Moreover, the ones who were a few steps slower waited in midair. Seniors, please. The one who rushed out first was a short cultivator at the second grade of origin power. When this cultivator arrived in front of Changyu, he immediately bowed and said, I was sent by the state preceptor of Yongzhou's Fian Kingdom. I'm here to respectfully wait for Senior. I wonder if Senior is interested in accepting the offerings of my Fian Kingdom? The offerings of my Fian Kingdom. As he spoke, that cultivator very familiarly read out a long list of conditions. Then he looked at Xiaohua and the others with a smile. Changyu smiled and cupped his hands, saying, Thank your state preceptor on behalf of I. We're here to participate in the Yaotai gathering. Everything can wait until after the Yaotai gathering. Alright, Junior understands. This is my Fian Kingdom's token. If Senior is interested, you can use this token to come to my Fian Kingdom. That cultivator didn't say anything else. He respectfully took out 4 swallow-like tokens from his bosom and handed them to Xiaohua and the others. Xiaohua smiled and extended his hand to receive them. Changyu and the others could only accept them. Then that cultivator cupped his hands again and flew down. It didn't matter that Xiaohua accepted the Fian Kingdom's tokens. Then that cultivator who was waiting in midair stepped forward. This cultivator seemed to have heard Changyu's words. Without wasting any time, he took out a ring-shaped token and handed it to Xiaohua and the others. He respectfully said, The offerings of my Fian Kingdom are all written in the token. Seniors, you'll know at a glance. Junior respectfully awaits Senior's arrival. After saying that, he flew down without any hesitation. Next, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dozens of cultivators handed over their tokens one after another. Xiaohua somewhat refused. But when he saw that those cultivators were also eager, he didn't have the nerve to put down his face and could only accept them. Fortunately, a few other Taoist cultivators flew over from other places. The remaining cultivators wanted to be in the front, so they hurriedly handed over their tokens to the 4 people and hurriedly flew to the others. Looking at the strange token in his hand and thinking about the large pile of tokens in the small Qingkuan bag, Xiaohua's expression was extremely wonderful. This Yaotai gathering hadn't started yet. He hadn't even set foot on Yaotai Mountain yet, but his harvest was already so full. This really made Xiaohua feel embarrassed. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Changyu couldn't help but laugh. He didn't blame him and said, You're too soft-hearted. These countries, you definitely won't go. These tokens are trash. If you refuse at the beginning, the rest of the people may not necessarily follow. Chapter 3577. As Changyu spoke, he pointed at the cultivators who arrived later than them. Sure enough, as Changyu said, those cultivators waved their hands and flew away without waiting for the low-level cultivators of the various countries to speak. Some of them even waved their hands and a gust of wind blew those low-level cultivators away. Xiaohua helplessly touched his forehead and said with a smile, I'm not soft-hearted, but seeing that we're all Dao sect disciples, I have to be a little lenient. Huh. Wu Tianxin let out a rare laugh and looked at Xiaohua with interest. Isn't fellow Taoist Xiao being soft-hearted? Although these so-called Dao sect cultivators wear the clothing of Dao sect cultivators, their hearts are already Confucian cultivators. They are even Dao sect lackeys cultivated by the various Confucian countries. Perhaps. Xiaohua smiled. In fact, not to mention Dao sect cultivators, even if a few Confucian scholars came over with tokens with smiles on their faces, with Xiaohua's temperament he might not necessarily refuse. It was just a matter of taking a few more tokens and listening to a few more nonsense words in the air. It was just a small effort. While they were talking, the few Dao sect cultivators behind them passed through the many tents and barracks and flew into Yaotai Mountain. Those low-level cultivators who were recruiting talents didn't seem to be dejected and flew back to their respective barracks as if they had completed their mission. At the side of a small tent, a man in armor looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. There was some hesitation and confusion between his brows, as if he knew Xiaohua. He seemed to want to go over, but at the same time he seemed to be thinking about something. Zhu Qingli thought differently from the others. With a smile he said, When we are waiting for gold core cultivators, those monarchs only sent low-level Dao League disciples to talk to us. If there are nascent soul cultivators here, I suppose the monarchs of various nations will come personally? Chang Yu waved his hand and motioned for Xiao Hua and the others to fly down with him. At the same time he said, if fellow Taoists are nascent soul seniors, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. 4 nascent soul seniors to come here, they must have a plan, and it's unlikely that they will be persuaded by these country lords. Moreover, if these country lords really want to invite nascent soul seniors to be state preceptors, they will have to wait until after the Yaotai conference. After flying past the continuous stretch of tents, they were already close to Yaotai Mountain. However, the scenery of Yaotai Mountain changed once again. The bluestone mountain from before began to become clear. The various sceneries on the mountain were rather eye-catching. There were relaxed green cypresses, waterfalls and small ponds, mountain paths, and even some immortal birds and ferocious beasts spreading their wings and leaping in the forest. However, after flying for a while, the scene gradually blurred. Layers of clouds began to appear in the sky. In the end, the entire Yaotai Mountain was covered by a layer of red clouds. Even the mountain range behind the Yaotai Mountain was connected to the entire sky, tightly covered by the red clouds. Not to mention that the clouds looked like ripples on water to the naked eye. Even divine sense was reflected by the layer of clouds. It was impossible to see the true appearance of the Yaotai Mountain. Confucian cultivators are so generous. He actually set up a defensive formation over the entire Yaotai mountain range. Xiao Hua was somewhat aghast. However, after thinking about it, he understood. This Yaotai conference had been held for who knows how many years. Even if they set up a formation over several kilometers, it should have been completely covered over these years. Under the heavy pressure of the clouds, only a large area at the foot of the Yaotai Mountain could be seen. On this foothill there were some palaces and some caves. Some of the palaces flickered with splendor, while some of the palaces were completely dark. The caves were the same. Occasionally, cultivators would fly out of the caves. These cultivators would either go to the palaces at the side or fly to a large plain at the foot of the mountain. On this plain, there were numerous pavilions that were less than a dozen feet in size. These pavilions had the same style. They were all square and appeared ordinary. However, they were all built with bluestone. They had doors and windows. Similarly, some of these pavilions were suffused with a bluestone splendor. Lines of talisman characters flickered within the splendor, while others were completely dull. Between the pavilions, there were some commonly seen spiritual trees. Some of them were blooming flowers, some bore fruits, and a strong fragrance assailed the nostrils. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Chang Yu saw that Xiao Hua only raised his head to look at the clouds and didn't care about those pavilions and palaces. He reminded in a low voice, we want to find a suitable quiet room to rest. Do you think we should live together? Or do we cultivate separately? Oh, the palaces at the foot of the mountain are reserved for nascent soul stage seniors. The similar pavilions and the quiet rooms in the caves are reserved for other cultivators. As long as there is no light, there will be no one. We can choose whatever we want. Oh, Xiao Hua nodded. He withdrew his gaze from the clouds and looked at the seemingly endless pavilions. He said, what does fellow Taoist Chang think? I think that since we came together we should help each other 10 days later. Why don't we live together? If something happens we can take care of each other. Chang Yu looked at the fervent gaze of Zhu Qingli and the absent-minded Wu Tianxin and said, okay, we'll do as fellow Taoist Chang says. Xiao Hua didn't need to cultivate in any special way, so he nodded in agreement. However, before Chang Yu could say anything, he heard the sound of a tsunami behind him. It was as if a huge wave was coming from afar. Chang Yu was shocked. He hurriedly turned his head and saw that in the distant sky, there was indeed a layer of blue waves. Chang Yu couldn't help but be shocked. What's going on? Nothing special. Take a closer look. Xiao Hua frowned and calmly replied. Xiao Hua had already released his divine sense. At this time, there were also many strong and weak divine senses sweeping out from all over the Yaotai Mountain. The blue waves were like waves. In just a few breaths, they had already rushed into everyone's field of vision. On the blue waves, a huge ship came with the light. There were more than 10 huge sea turtles around the ship. On the turtles, there were more or less children dressed in Taoist robes. These children were holding flags that emitted a blue light. When the flags were waved, the shells of the sea turtles surged with the color of water. These colors of water connected to each other to form a majestic blue wave. The ship itself also emitted a blue light. This blue light combined with the blue waves of the sea turtles. It was as if the ship was drifting on the sea. Not only that, there were no less than 9 pythons in front of the ship. Each of the pythons was more than 10 feet long. They each spat out a blue light and pulled the ship in the direction of Xiaohua and the others. Damn it, which senior is this? Zhu Qingli saw the imposing manner of the ship and couldn't help but cry out. Does a person with this kind of honor still need to participate in the Yaotai conference? As the ship got closer, a beam of light appeared. Another cultivator on the flying ship seemed to want to deliver the token of the Yaotai conference. However, the water on the ship splashed out and the cultivator was sent flying. He couldn't get close to the ship at all. Hey, who are you? How dare you offend Taoist Yuan Qing's backing? A child flew out from the sea turtle closest to the cultivator and shouted harshly. The poor cultivator finally managed to stand firm on the flying ship. He cried out in fear, I'm here to deliver the token of the Yaotai conference to Taoist Yuan Qing. Give it to me. The child stretched out his hand and said. But the cultivator looked at the people on the turtle as well as the people on the boat that he couldn't see clearly. It seemed like he wanted to ask how many people were on the boat, but after muttering a few words he didn't say anything. He reached out and took out a token. Before he could give it to the boy impatiently reached out and the token flew into the boy's hand. The boy didn't say anything and chased after the turtle. Tsk tisk. Zhu Qingli smacked his lips and said, a nascent soul senior is really powerful. Hee, let's see what those who want to recruit Taoist cultivators will do. Wu Tianxin looked with interest at the tents behind him that seemed to outnumber the pavilions and said with a smile. Unfortunately, Wu Tianxin was disappointed. The low-level Taoist cultivators from various countries who were flying like butterflies just now were now hiding in their tents. He didn't see any one of them. Fellow Taoist Yuan Qing? Why are you moving after sitting still for so long? At this moment, a silver rainbow light streaked across the sky. A young cultivator with a ruddy face stood high in the sky with a horsetail whisk in his hand. Hong Songzi, why are you here? A very high-pitched voice came from the ship. Then a similar green water rushed out from the ship. A cultivator with long white eyebrows and a green Taoist robe appeared on the water. Hong Songzi, this senior is Hong Songzi? Chang Yu heard from the side and was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that he had admired Hong Songzi for a long time, similar to Chang Yu. However, Taoist Yuan Qing's expression changed, and Hong Songzi's expression also changed, because he seemed to be unable to use his secret technique to perceive Xiaohua's cultivation. The two of them looked at each other and didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly flew down from the sky and cupped their hands in greeting from afar. Greetings, fellow Taoist. May I know where fellow Taoist came from? Are you also here to participate in the Jadestage meeting? Seeing the two nascent soul cultivators so humble, Chang Yu and the others somewhat didn't dare to believe their eyes. They knew that Xiaohua's cultivation was higher than theirs, but in their opinion he was merely at the upper 3rd grade of essence energy or the lower 4th grade of essence energy. They had never thought that a Taoist cultivator at the middle 4th grade of essence energy would be so amiable. I am Xiaohua of Yu Province's Black Cloud Ridge. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Xiaohua raised his hand to return the greeting. I am here to participate in the Jadestage meeting. Xiaohua. Taoist Yuan Qing was even more surprised. He looked at Hong Songzi beside him and Hong Songzi also slightly shook his head. Obviously, the two of them had never heard of Xiaohua's name. Taoist Xiao, you're hiding your strength. If I didn't look twice, wouldn't I have missed fellow Taoist? Taoist Yuan Qing smiled. I am Taoist Yuan Qing of Yang Province's Lifeng Ridge. This is Hong Songzi of Qing Province's Cloud Dream Cave. On the hidden immortal continent, there are not many nascent soul cultivators in my Taoist sect. Since we are all here to participate in the Jadestage meeting, why don't we get to know each other? Fellow Taoists, please go ahead. Xiaohua looked at Zhu Qingli and the others beside him and smiled. How about I pay you two a visit after I settle down? Okay, Hong Songzi looked at Xiaohua's surroundings. He knew that Xiaohua didn't bring any attendants with him. He nodded and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take a rest first. Later I will send some attendants to invite fellow Taoist. I'll follow fellow Taoist's arrangement. Xiaohua smiled and agreed. Soon after, the two of them cupped their hands toward Xiaohua and flew away. They brought along a dozen attendants and landed in the palace at the foot of Yaotai Mountain. Chang Yu smiled bitterly and said, Senior, you've really played with this junior. These past few days, you've really made this junior lose face. Since you know this Xiao's temper, then there's no need to be so polite. Xiaohua saw the respect in Chang Yu's tone and the smile on his face. He knew that Chang Yu had already grasped his temper. You all follow this Xiao to the palace used by nascent soul cultivators. Yes, Junior will listen to Senior Zhao's instructions. Chang Yu and Zhu Qingli's voices were rather respectful. However, Wu Tianxin seemed to be a bit reserved. After all, he had complained a lot along the way. Thinking about it now, he felt very embarrassed. Chang Yu, you lead the way. Xiaohua instructed. Chang Yu took the lead and flew towards Yaotai Mountain. The crowd in the distance and many people in the underground tent saw this scene. They all whispered in the distance. They didn't dare to sweep their divine senses over. They looked over again and again, wanting to know what was so special about Xiaohua. Of course, the eyes of the man who was hiding at the side of the tent flashed with ecstasy. He stared straight at the place where Xiaohua landed. He seemed to have made a decision. Unfortunately, even when Xiaohua landed at the foot of Yaotai Mountain with Chang Yu and the others, they still didn't discover anything. At the foot of Yaotai Mountain, the palaces were different from the pavilions. They had different styles and sizes. Many of the palaces were already flashing with brilliance. The restrictions inside had already been activated. It was obvious that there were already people inside. However, there weren't many of these palaces. Xiaohua took a glance and knew that there were about 20 of them. These 20 or so palaces were naturally the minority, but the number made Xiaohua's heart startled. These were nascent soul cultivators. On Dawn Rain continent, they were already grandmaster figures who established their own sections. How many nascent soul cultivators appeared in the Sword Dao Great War? On this small Yaotai Mountain, on the hidden immortal continent where Confucian cultivators stood in great numbers, there were actually 20 nascent soul cultivators all of a sudden. How could Xiaohua not be shocked? Of course, after thinking about it a little, Xiaohua had some understanding. Although the Dawn Rain continent was a flourishing Dao sect, its territory couldn't be considered vast. It didn't seem to be as big as the hidden immortal continent. Moreover, when he was on the Dawn Rain continent, although he already had nascent soul strength, he was still a gold core cultivator. Even before the Sword Dao War, he was still a Foundation Establishment disciple. Even if the Dawn Rain continent had a grand event like the Yaotai Conference, he couldn't participate. How many nascent soul cultivators could he know? Take the Imperial Thunder sect as an example. At most he had seen the 8 palace masters. Who knew if there were any more powerful elders? Senior, what do you think of this palace? Seeing Xiaohua not speaking, Chang Yu pointed at a rather exquisite small palace and asked in a low voice. And here it is. Xiaohua had never had any requirements for these things. He nodded and answered. Then he swept his divine sense and immediately found that there was a strange magic power fluctuation at the palace gate. When he probed with his divine sense, he only felt that the jade carving of a horsetail whisk outside the palace gate gave birth to a very weak suction force. Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua looked at the brilliance of the palace beside him and sent out his divine sense. In an instant, a strong suction force rushed out from the jade carving. Just as Xiaohua frowned, it suddenly stopped. Then a palm-sized jade tablet rushed out from the jade carving's horsetail whisk. Xiaohua waved his hand and the jade tablet appeared in his hand. He looked at it with his divine sense and said with a smile, "So that's how it is. This so-called Star-Lord Palace is also interesting. All the decorations and restrictions are Dao sect magic. There's no trace of Confucian cultivation at all. I'm afraid if it's too much, it will make us Dao sect disciples feel disgusted," Zhu Qingli said in a low voice. Quick! Xiaohua touched the jade tablet with his hand. The jade tablet immediately emitted a cluster of light that rushed into the palace door. The palace door lit up as if it was the finishing touch. The light began to spread along the palace walls and other places. Not long after, layers of Dao talisman scripts appeared on the entire palace walls. Let's go in. Xiaohua waved his hand again and the jade tablet fell on the palace gate. The palace gate silently opened, revealing the splendor inside. The four people walked into the palace and released their divine sense. After a little exploration they all smiled. This palace only had 4 quiet rooms, 1 big and 3 small. There was no need to divide them. Senior Xiao Jr. will take his leave first. Changyu bowed first. I'll pay my respects to Senior tomorrow. No need to be so polite. Xiaohua waved his hand. The Jade Pavilion gathering will be in 10 days. It's better for you all to cultivate quietly. Even if you can't get the Imperial Teacher's lot, it's also good to get some rare spirit fruits. Yes. Senior, please rest. Junior will take his leave. Zhu Qingli hurriedly bowed and saluted. Following Chang Yu, Wu Tianxin and the other 2 didn't need to discuss anything. They each occupied a quiet room. Chapter 3579. Chang Yu and the others were filled with thoughts in the quiet room. They were surprised by their encounters these days. If there was a pen in the cave, they might have written some stories about nascent soul cultivators. When Xiaohua entered the quiet room, that quiet room was different from the splendor of the palace hall. It looked very simple and crude. Other than a jade bed, there was nothing else. Xiaohua released his soul consciousness and scanned the room. He didn't find anything out of the ordinary. With a wave of his hand, he took out 100 jade talismans and placed them around the room. After activating the capital star formation, he sat cross-legged on the jade bed and reached out to take Shen Songzi's ink cloud pupil from the dragon vein. He released his divine sense and carefully studied it. After an unknown period of time, Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the entrance of the quiet room. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Then Xiaohua gave the ink cloud pupil to dragon vein Xiaohua. He waved his hand and the entrance of the quiet room flashed. He said, Wu Tianxin, what's the matter? At the door was Wu Tianxin, a middle gold core stage cultivator, waiting. At this moment, hearing Xiaohua's voice, a complicated expression appeared on Wu Tianxin's face. He turned around to look at the empty palace, clenched his teeth and quickly walked into the quiet room. Before he reached the center of the quiet room, he actually knelt on the ground with a plop and begged, Senior Xiao, please save this junior's life. What do you mean? Xiaohua didn't expect Wu Tianxin to kneel and ask him to save his life. He didn't see anything unusual with Wu Tianxin along the way. Xiaohua could only wave his sleeve and lift Wu Tianxin up. He said anxiously, get up and tell me in detail. Oh, don't worry, even if Daoist Yuanqing wants your life, as long as you are in the right, I will help you. Yes, Wu Tianxin asked Xiaohua for help. Could only be because of a grudge with a nascent soul cultivator. If it was most likely, then it was Daoist Yuanqing. Thank you, Senior. Wu Tianxin took advantage of the situation and stood up. Hearing Xiaohua's words, he smiled bitterly and said, Senior, you're thinking too much. Although Junior's mouth is not virtuous and likes to nag when encountering problems, and even somewhat cynical, Junior still has self-awareness and will absolutely not offend someone who shouldn't be offended. What could it be? Xiaohua asked curiously. Tell me about it first. This old man will also think about it and see how I can help you. Senior. Wu Tianxin looked at Xiaohua. He was somewhat hesitant. Then he asked tentatively, if this junior says that this junior doesn't have anything to ask for Senior's help right now, but this junior would like to ask Senior to save this junior's life in the future. Well, perhaps at the Jade Pavilion conference would Senior believe me? Xiaohua smiled and nodded. Of course I believe you. Why wouldn't this old man believe you? Looking at Xiaohua's calm appearance, Wu Tianxin was extremely disappointed. He sighed and said, Senior Xiao, Junior knows that you don't believe Junior. But I really want to ask you to save my life in the future. Wu Tianxin, this old man has already said that I believe you. Why don't you believe me? Xiaohua said with a smile, You also underestimate the magical abilities of us nascent soul cultivators too much. Not to mention that the Jade Pavilion conference is close at hand. This old man and other nascent soul cultivators can sense good and bad luck on a whim. Even if, an ominous omen several months later, this old man and other nascent soul cultivators can still sense it. What Junior said is not the same as what Senior said. Wu Tianxing bit his lips and said in a low voice, Junior's cultivation is not that high. This Junior's cultivation is not as good as Senior's, but this Junior also knows the principle that an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Speak, what is it? Xiaohua waved his hand. This old man will not covet your secret divination technique. Wu Tianxing clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, Senior, can you open the restrictions on the quiet room? Xiaohua smiled. He knew that Wu Tianxing was worried. He waved his hand and the capital star array was activated. Wu Tianxing released his divine sense. Seeing that his divine sense could not penetrate the array, he felt relieved and began to explain his situation. After Xiaohua finished listening to Wu Tianxing's words, although he had already expected it, he was still dumbfounded. This was because Wu Tianxing was somewhat similar to Lu Yi. He had a kind of innate talent that allowed him to distinguish between good and bad. Wu Tianxing also relied on this ability to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. At the beginning, his cultivation path could be considered smooth sailing. After his cultivation reached the fusion stage, which was the peak of the aura refining realm, he inadvertently obtained an incomplete nameless cultivation technique. This cultivation technique's words were obscure, and others could not understand it at all. However, Wu Tianxing relied on his own intuition and knew that this thing was very important to him. He spent a total of 200 years comprehending it. In the end, although he was not proficient in it, he still had a basic understanding of it and knew that this was a mysterious divination technique. However, at this point, it was impossible for Wu Tianxing to comprehend it further. No matter how he racked his brains and tried to think of a way, he could not comprehend even the slightest bit. Wu Tianxing was naturally unwilling. At first he took a part of this thing to ask others for guidance. No one with the same cultivation as him could understand it. As for those with higher cultivation than him, he did not dare to be too ostentatious. Every time he would first sense whether or not it was safe before taking out the thing to ask for guidance. However, how could human nature be measured by his half-baked divination technique? There were many times when he almost lost his life in the hands of others. Later he no longer dared to take risks. He would rather think hard than ask others for guidance. This was also the reason why Wu Tianxing's words were usually very cynical. It was also the reason why Wu Tianxing did not dare to explain it to Xiaohua. Relying on the divination technique that Wu Tianxing did not understand, relying on his innate intuition, Wu Tianxing felt that he was about to face a great tribulation several decades ago. This great tribulation was not related to cultivation, but what it was specifically and where it would appear he did not understand. In these several decades, Wu Tianxing cultivated day and night in order to improve his strength so that he could deal with the great tribulation. However, even though Wu Tianxing had already cultivated to the middle stage of Jindan and could be considered as a somewhat famous Taoist cultivator in Yangzhou, the feeling of dark clouds pressing down on him did not disappear. Instead, it became more and more intense. Especially in recent years, Wu Tianxing almost felt like he could not breathe. Wu Tianxing simply stopped cultivating. Instead, he spent nearly 10 years calmly divining according to the secret divination technique. In the end, Wu Tianxing vaguely knew that he absolutely could not overcome this difficulty. Moreover, his opportunity was not in Yangzhou, not in the Pan Shan cave. However, he did not know where it was or who to ask for help. At this time, it just so happened that Zhu Qingli of Xiuhu Mountain invited Wu Tianxing to go to Yaotai Mountain to participate in the Yaotai Assembly. Normally, Wu Tianxing, who had no interest in ruling a country, would absolutely not agree. However, at this time his heart was moved. He knew that this was an opportunity. Perhaps he could find his own way out. Therefore Wu Tianxing went out with Zhu Qingli. Unfortunately, Wu Tianxing first met Chang Yu. Chang Yu's character was not bad, but his attitude as a senior made Wu Tianxing feel uncomfortable. Especially when Wu Tianxing asked about some divination techniques, Chang Yu did not know anything. Wu Tianxing was discouraged. He only wanted to go to Yaotai Mountain and ask other Yuanying cultivators to take a look. When he met Xiaohua, Wu Tianxin simply did not care. Xiaohua was really too used to being a low-level cultivator. Wu Tianxin simply did not see a trace of Xiaohua's awareness as a Yuanying cultivator. Xiaohua's whole body was filled with amiability and amiability. Therefore Wu Tianxin did not have the heart to ask him for help. Only when Xiaohua's depth was seen through by Taoist Master Yuan Qing and the others did Wu Tianxin become vigilant. When Wu Tianxin hid in a quiet room and once again used divination techniques, he suddenly discovered that he was really in imminent danger. Moreover, this danger seemed to be on Yaotai Mountain. Just when Wu Tianxin was in despair, he discovered a trace of life. As for where this life was, how could Wu Tianxin know with his current cultivation level? And Xiaohua was naturally the only water plant that Wu Tianxin could grasp. Alas, this is really unimaginable. Xiaohua sighed. If you weren't on Yaotai Mountain, perhaps you wouldn't have to worry about your life. However, it was precisely because you sensed a life force outside the Pan Mountain cave that you came to Yaotai Mountain. Tell me, should you come to Yaotai Mountain in the end? Even if you don't want to come, even if you want to go back now, don't you also sense a certain death situation? Wu Tianxin nodded with a sullen face. Obviously, he himself had long sensed it and used divination techniques to divine it. Chapter 3580. You can get up. Xiaohua waved his hand. Presumably, you never mentioned this to Zhu Qingli and Chang Yu, right? Junior doesn't dare to speak casually. Wu Tianxin got up and said in a low voice. Then do you think I was able to save you because of your divination technique? Xiaohua asked again. Wu Tianxin shook his head. Junior can't divine this. However, Junior already has this kind of perception. Hee. Xiaohua shook his head with a smile. I'm afraid it's not perception but what you think. You only know me as a nascent soul cultivator in the entire Yaotai Mountain. Who else can you find if not me? Junior's mind is already in a mess. Wu Tianxin didn't know what to say and said helplessly, Junior didn't intend to participate in the Yaotai conference before, but now it seems that I must participate and will inevitably encounter great danger. Possible I ask Senior to save me. And that's not a problem. Xiaohua simply agreed. If I can help you, I will naturally help you. Thank you, Senior, thank you. Wu Tianxin hurriedly thanked him. Also, Xiaohua asked again, did you perceive your own danger or the danger of the Yaotai conference? What danger will there be in the Yaotai conference? Wu Tianxin was puzzled. Junior can only perceive my own danger and the divination technique didn't show any danger in the Yaotai conference? And Xiaohua responded thoughtfully. He understood that he had been comprehending the hand of karma for so many years, but he still couldn't accurately perceive karma. Wu Tianxin's cultivation was even worse. If he didn't have an innate talent, he probably wouldn't be able to perceive some things now. Then Junior will take his leave. Wu Tianxin clenched his teeth and said in a low voice. Xiaohua smiled and said, don't worry. Since you want to participate in the Yaotai conference, follow me. If there are any benefits, I will give it to you. If you encounter any difficulties, I will definitely help you. Junior doesn't dare to say too much about Senior's great kindness at this time. It won't be too late to say more after Junior escapes this disaster. Wu Tianxin bowed again and waited for Xiaohua to remove the restriction of the quiet room before slowly leaving. Things in this world are really interesting. There are so many capable people. Looking at Wu Tianxin's somewhat excited back, a trace of a smile hung on the corner of Xiaohua's mouth. Since the hidden immortal continent is like this, the dawn rain continent must also be like this. Unfortunately, this Xiao's cultivation was really shallow when he was in the dawn rain continent, so he couldn't see things as high as this. Jiuxia. Very naturally, the mysterious Jiuxia who could predict the future appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Of course, compared to Jiuxia's beauty, the importance of being able to predict the future in Xiaohua's heart was still far behind. Seeing that Xiaohua's expression was a little dazed, the silver-gray color in his eyes gradually rose, and the traces of the galaxy suddenly appeared. Outside the quiet room, the sound of footsteps sounded again. A faint green light flashed between Xiaohua's eyebrows. His eyes slightly shook and those pitch-black eyes of his regained their color. In fact, Xiaohua didn't need to look anymore, he already knew who it was. Sure enough, before long, the smile on Zhu Qingli's face was like a flower. The spirit pills bestowed by Xiaohua were exactly what he needed. Under his pleading, Xiaohua even gave him a nascent soul cultivation method. Of course, as for whether or not he could cultivate to the nascent soul stage, that was not something Xiaohua could know. At this time, Xiaohua simply didn't comprehend any cultivation method. He took out a scroll and read it with great interest. Confucian cultivators were the same as Taoist cultivators, both good and bad were mixed. However, the scrolls left behind by Confucian cultivators for so many years were the real deal. The vast number of articles were filled with penetrating insight. Every time he read an article, every time he read a scroll, Xiaohua could feel the writer's heart and experience the awe-inspiring intent within. Fujiwen was right. The awe-inspiring aura was the foundation, but the awe-inspiring aura itself was dead. It was the cultivation of Confucian cultivators, and it was the breathing of Confucian cultivators that gave the awe-inspiring aura vitality. This vitality was precipitated in the awe-inspiring aura. Whether it was thousands of years, 10,000 years, or hundreds of millions of years, as long as there were Confucian cultivators and articles passed down, the awe-inspiring aura would exist. This kind of inheritance was beyond the reach of Taoist cultivators. Sometimes Xiaohua even had an illusion that the awe-inspiring aura inheritance of Confucian cultivators was borrowed from the inheritance in the mind of the evil spirit. Of course, Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira was also studying Buddhist scriptures and cultivating Buddhist Dharma. It was similarly broad and profound, causing the Buddha Sarira to be intoxicated. Now the time it spent studying Buddhist scriptures had exceeded the time it spent cultivating Dharma. If Xiaohua hadn't come into contact with the scrolls of Confucian cultivators before, he would have ordered the Buddha relic to focus on cultivating Buddhist doctrine. However, after looking at the scrolls and Buddhist doctrine, Xiaohua knew that Buddhist scriptures were the foundation of Buddhist doctrine. Buddhist doctrine was only a minor detail. Looking at Guzhen's situation and looking at Manjushri Bodhisattva's fruit, if he focused on Buddhist doctrine, it would really be putting the cart before the horse, picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons. Demons, how do they cultivate? In an instant, Xiaohua, who was reading the scrolls, was distracted again. When he was in the Dawn Rain continent, Xiaohua had seen beast cultivators. At first he thought that they should be formed by combining weapon cultivators and demon cultivators. However, ordinary demon cultivators, as the name implied, were cultivators who cultivated demonic arts. Since they were cultivators, they were humans. On the hidden immortal continent, whether it was Taoist cultivators, Confucian cultivators, or Buddhist cultivators, they could all be called cultivators. However, the demons of the Thousand Demons sacred realm were different. They were not humans. Moreover, according to High Wind Old Monster, they never considered themselves as cultivators. Therefore, they could not be called demon cultivators because they were demons or evil spirits. According to what I know and the gradually growing memories of Little Yellow and Little Black, they should be imprints of inheritance, just like the phoenix imprint on Fairy Hong Xia's forehead. Since Fairy Hong Xia and other cultivators with genuine bloodlines can obtain the inheritance of these imprints, then wouldn't the demons be even more privileged? If that's the case, then what about the 2 bones in the demon formation of Qianyu Mountain? There seem to be some runes on the bones. Then how do you explain the stellar energy that the demon formation drew upon? Xiaohua thought more and more. After a long while, the entire palace was silent, as if there was no one around. Suddenly, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, looked at the book in his hand, smiled and muttered to himself, "If I don't understand the cultivation techniques of the Buddhist sect, then I have no place to ask, but how does this demon cultivate? Why should I think so much? With these 2 children, Little Yellow and Little Black, what do I have to worry about? When they come back, can't I just ask them properly?" With that thought in mind, Xiaohua once again concentrated on reading the book. At the top of his head, wisps of clear air were produced, slowly dissipating. Half a day passed unknowingly. Xiaohua put down the book, stretched, and casually swept his gaze across the quiet room. The restriction outside the quiet room was not activated and said with a smile, "This fellow Chong, you can keep his composure. Looks like he's a somewhat shrewd cultivator." Just as Xiaohua was about to pick up the book again, he frowned and said with a helpless smile, Changyu didn't come, but Taoist Yuan Qing did. However, when he released his divine sense to investigate, a strange expression appeared on his face, and he asked curiously, why did he come to Yaotai Mountain? Soon after, Xiaohua stood up again and said with a smile, no matter what, he's an old friend. I have to personally welcome him. Xiaohua walked out of the quiet room and Changyu immediately sensed it. He hurriedly came out of the quiet room, bowed and said, Senior Xiao, is there something wrong? Nothing, you wait here and meditate, this old man has an old friend coming to visit. Xiaohua waved his hand. Changyu did not ask any more and returned to the quiet room with cupped hands. Xiaohua walked to the palace door, and with a wave of his hand, the palace door flashed with brilliance and silently opened again. Outside the palace door stood a person with a large head. On the face of this head, there was a pair of broom-like eyebrows and 2 leopard eyes. Previously there was shock in those eyes, but now it was replaced with fear and surprise. Wasn't this the Black Horse Cavalry General of the left, Xue Ping? I'm late, fellow Taoist. Xue has been waiting for a long time. Xiaohua said with a smile. Xue Ping hurriedly bowed and said, Junior Xue Ping greets Senior Xiao. Previously I really didn't know Senior Xiao's true identity. I was too rude, please forgive me. It's fine, it's fine. Xiaohua helped Xue Ping up and said, those who don't know are not guilty. At that time this old man was only traveling in the country of Xi, and did not intend to let more people know my identity. It would be strange if fellow Taoist Xue found out. Senior, please call me Xue Ping, otherwise this junior will feel awkward. Xue Ping stood up and said pitifully, his face full of embarrassment. That's right, that day Xue Ping aggressively tested Xiaohua's strength, and even wanted to promote Xiaohua to the position of right general. Who would have thought that in just a year he would become a nascent soul senior? This leap was so big that Xue Ping felt like he was in a dream. Therefore, when Xue Ping was standing beside the tent, he did not dare to approach, and only now did he make up his mind to pay his respects. Xiaohua nodded, turned around and said, this old man understands, you may come in. Yes. Xue Ping nodded obediently and followed Xiaohua into the palace. Xiaohua did not return to the quiet room but sat at the head of the palace. Xue Ping naturally did not dare to overstep, and stood respectfully in front of the jade table, quietly waiting for Xiaohua to speak. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a jade plate containing some spirit fruits. He placed it on the jade table beside him and said with a smile, Xue Ping, have a seat. Have a taste of the spirit fruits first, then we can talk slowly. Yes, this junior thanks senior for the fruit. Xue Ping did not dare to be negligent. After bowing and thanking him, he sat down and picked up a spirit fruit to taste carefully. Seeing that Xue Ping was still so reserved, Xiaohua smiled and said, Xue Ping, why did you come to Yaotai Mountain instead of being the left general in the country of Shiznanpu County? It seems that your cultivation is not enough to be the state preceptor. Could it be that you came here specifically to wait for this old man? Could it be that you have the ability to predict the future? Chapter 3581. Xiaohua was obviously joking, but when Xue Ping heard it, his heart calmed down. He hurriedly put down the spirit fruit and said respectfully, Senior, please know that I'm no longer the left general. Oh, I should say that I'm no longer in the country of Shiznanpu County. Xiaohua raised his brows and asked curiously, you were doing well in the country of Shiznanpu County. Why did you go somewhere else? At this point Xiaohua hurriedly smiled and said, oh, that's right. I remember that I had an agreement with you. However, because I really didn't have the time to leave, I kept delaying it. Don't worry. Did you already go there? And you returned with a full load, so you're no longer working in the country of Xi? No, it's not what Senior thinks. Xue Ping hurriedly waved his hand and said, without an expert like Senior leading the way, I wouldn't dare to go there. If Senior has the time in the future and wants to go there, I'm willing to bring you there. Xiaohua scratched his chin and nodded. After the Yaotai summit I will have some free time. If you have the time, why don't we travel together? Great, great. Xue Ping was overjoyed and scratched his head. Xiaohua looked at Xue Ping with a faint smile and said, Xue Ping, don't tell me you chased me all the way to Yaotai Mountain and wanted me to fulfill my promise? Ping hurriedly reined in his joy and smiled apologetically. Senior Xiao, you're mistaken. How could I know that Senior would come to Yaotai Mountain? I'm only following my general to Yaotai Mountain. Oh? Xiaohua nodded. It seems like you had a fortuitous encounter after leaving the country of Shi. Ping smiled bitterly. Senior, you must be joking. How could I have a fortuitous encounter? It's better to say that I was forced to leave the country of Shi. Have a seat. Let's talk while eating. Xiaohua smiled and pointed at the spirit fruits on Ping's table. He took out some spirit fruits and took a bite. Seeing Xiaohua's behavior, Ping was somewhat relieved. He squeezed out a smile on his face that was as black as the bottom of a pot. He picked up a spirit fruit from the table and took a few bites. Senior, you're really enjoying yourself. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed such a wondrous spirit fruit. It's nothing. It's just a small token of appreciation from some juniors. It would be impolite for this old man to refuse, Xiaohua said with a slight smile. Ping ate a few spirit fruits before wiping his mouth and smiling embarrassedly. Senior, I was ordered by the prefectural governor to go to Longevity Town to provide disaster relief. Thanks to Senior's grain, the townspeople didn't suffer too much of a disaster. With the help of Mo Yen and Mo Jianli, this junior has also successfully completed the important task of disaster relief. However, even though I had completed my mission, something unexpected happened when I was about to leave Longevity Town. Ping stole a glance at Xiaohua's expression. Xiaohua seemed to be tasting the spirit fruits while listening to Ping's explanation. Seeing that Ping had stopped, he raised his head naturally and asked curiously, "What's wrong? What could possibly happen in Longevity Town that you didn't expect? This old man hasn't heard any news from Longevity Town for a long time after I left. I do miss the monks of Shaojin Temple." Huh. Ping chuckled. Senior, you're truly a playboy. With your cultivation, I'm afraid you can destroy the Shaojin Temple with a single finger. I heard from Mo Jianli that you even, however at this point Ping's expression suddenly changed. If Xiaohua's fight with the monks of the small gold temple was considered a game of the mortal world, then Xiaohua's battle with Liao Jiang, what kind of game was that? No matter how much Xiaohua played around, he couldn't treat the lives of the townspeople of Longevity Town as child's play. He even gave the credit of defeating the sea race to the Buddhist sect Ci Hang. This didn't make sense at all. Xiaohua pondered for a moment. He knew what Ping was thinking and smiled. This old man was injured that day and my cultivation was greatly reduced. Otherwise, how could I have allowed the sea race to run rampant in Liaojiang? Even you. Didn't you give this old man a shock too? Ping came to a realization and hurriedly smiled. Senior really didn't show his true colors that day. This junior really couldn't tell. Ping did not dare to ask any more questions. He continued, Senior, there is something you don't know. Ever since Buddhist sect's master Ci Hang blocked the sea tribe at Liao River and used a Buddhist sect's Buddhist artifact to collect the river water that was supposed to flood Longevity Town, he obtained the psyche power of tens of thousands of townspeople in Longevity Town. He almost attained the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit in Longevity Town. The townspeople of Longevity Town have regarded Master Ci Hang as their savior. Not only did they worship Longevity Town's memorial tablet at home every day, they also went to Shaojin Temple to offer incense and recite the virtues of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Previously in Long Life Town, Long Life Academy was still the leader. That small gold temple really wasn't much, only a bit better than the River and Tide Temple when Senior first arrived in Long Life Town. However, with the worship of tens of thousands of villagers, small gold temple's incense offerings flourished 100 times. Oh, the Jiangchao Temple where you stayed that day is no longer there. It's said that they're going to build a Guanyin monastery. Not only are the townspeople of Longevity Town so crazy, the entire country of Shi and the other countries in Yu Province, be it the devout townspeople or the monks of various temples, all of them are flocking to Longevity Town as if they're on a pilgrimage. They're heading to Shaojin Temple and Guanyin Monastery to worship Guanyin Bodhisattva. Senior, you must have seen clearly that day that Ci Hang was only one step away from attaining the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. However, in reality he didn't attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Ping continued, however, according to the mouths of those foolish townspeople, Ci Hang actually attained the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. They even want to forge a 10-foot golden body for Guanyin Bodhisattva on Jiangchao Ridge. Furthermore, I've heard that many people feel that Jiangchao Ridge is too small to accommodate Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body. They're prepared to either completely demolish Jiangchao Ridge and build it on the flat ground or pile up soil to build a mountain around Jiangchao Ridge, expanding the area of Jiangchao Ridge tenfold. Xiaohua gasped and asked curiously, although the north of Jiangchao Ridge is barren, there are farmlands and farmhouses in the east and west. How are they going to demolish them or pile up soil to build a mountain? Xueping smiled bitterly. Senior, you might not know this, but the townspeople near Jiangchao Ridge know that it's for Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body. They've long donated the farmlands and left with their families. Xiaohua sighed. Longevity Town is now a monk town filled with bald people. A tile fell and injured 10 people. 6 of them were monks who came to Longevity Town while the other 4 were devotees who came to offer incense. Xueping continued, Longevity Town belongs to Nanpu County. When the county governor found out about this, he had a huge headache and hurriedly reported it to the king. I don't know about the king's decree, but ever since the king's decree, the entire Nanpu County has been shrouded in a strange atmosphere. On the surface, Nanpu County seems to be very peaceful and the government and people are normal. However, there's an undercurrent surging within. Not only have some Confucian cultivators secretly come, but many Taoist cultivators have also revealed themselves. As the first person to render meritorious service in Longevity Town, I've received many rewards. There's even a rumor that the king intends to give me the position of general to guard Longevity Town. The more I think about it, the more scared I feel. These Confucian cultivators must have a huge conflict with the Buddhist sect in Longevity Town. They can play whatever they want, but why are they involving us Taoist cultivators? As a Taoist disciple and exposed myself, I'll definitely be the first to be sent out if there's any strange movement. If I don't go by then I'll be disobeying the king's decree. Not to mention the king, even the county governor can take my head. However, if I go, will the Buddhist sect's Dharma protector let me live in peace? I'm sure that the demon-subduing pestle is already waiting to land on my head, right? Thus, I might as well go all out and submit a letter to the county governor to resign, saying that I've reached a critical point in my cultivation of a secret technique that involves my life. The prefectural governor did not agree at first, but this junior submitted 3 dictionaries in a row. In the end, the prefectural governor remembered this junior's hard work and finally agreed. This junior received the confirmation and left Nanpu County on the same day. Not bad. You're able to see clearly when to advance and when to retreat. Xiaohua nodded. After all, the situation in Longevity Town was really strange. Xueping was able to see so far despite being in the middle of it, which surprised Xiaohua. Then where are you now? I'm currently serving as a county governor in Putian County in Liang Province's Shanliang country. Xueping didn't dare to hide anything and answered honestly. Xiaohua smiled and clapped. Not bad, not bad. You used to be the left general. The king's breadth of mind. Hehe, I'm truly impressed. That you're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.